like that. Decide to look up slug anatomy. Doesn't line up with what I remember. How was I even able to see the brain with no light source within the slug in a poorly lit forest? Still weirded out to this day.
The pulsating hole in the slug's head was just its pneumostome or respiratory opening. Slugs do have a circular ganglion and an open circulatory system where the brain does sort of just rest on the floor in the head.
I'll try to keep this brief. I was probably 10 or 11 at the time. It happened up on the Tribal Hill in Siletz, Oregon, in an area with duplexes and looked fairly suburban besides there being trees and forestry in most of that area. Riding in an SUV with my parents and sibs, while my dad was going to pick up something from his friend's house. We all waited in the vehicle while he went in. I was in the back on the passenger side looking out the window, just bored and looking around. Then, after around 5 to 7 minutes, there was a guy on a bike with long black braided hair, prescription glasses, light tan leather pants and jacket, and a loaded backpack. Watch him riding in our direction toward the sidewalk. I looked down at the curb wondering when he'd just slow down because that would be painful and probably fuck up his bike if not, etc. He makes it over that just fine. No bumping. Same speed. Weird but okay. Still traveling in a straight line, he then goes to the fence past the sidewalk and some grass behind the houses and duplexes lined up. Figure he'll crash for sure. He goes through the fence as if it wasn't there unscathed. I saw him riding like nothing happened, then vanished. About a year ago, I asked my former stepmother about it because she was there and saw it when it happened. I gave specific details to give her a better frame of reference for that point in time, and she just gave half-assed answers, then changed the topic. I'm skeptical of ghosts and have more doubts, but if it's not ghost-related, how else can it be explained? At some point, I tried doing research on that area of Oregon, on if paranormal strange activity happens there, and found little to nothing. I'd like to think it was just an active imagination as a child at the time, but I remember it so clearly.
Posting two, I guess. One more intense than the other. Around like 6 or 7 or something. Around like 8 or 9 p.m. playing shitty early 2000s flash games on my parents' computer in our office room. Summer in the Pacific Northwest, so the window is open for nice, cool, moist air. Computer starts running slow and I start getting pissed off. The internet goes out and my web browser crashes. Realize how dark it is outside. Start getting kind of creeped out. Look back at my computer, still trying to load shit. See and feel a bald man in a suit who has no face or at least no discernible facial features in peripheral vision. He is staring at me through the window, frozen in fear. Keep staring at blank computer screen, too scared to move. Eventually, slowly get up. Keep my eyes away from the window and go to walk out of the room. Tell my parents who are in the living room watching a movie, but leave out the part about him having no face. They are creeped out and think it's a pedophile or something, but eventually chalk it up to child imagination. Next one. Around 10 or 11 maybe, a few years later. Parents divorced, moved to a new state, and live with my mom alone. The way our little guest house thing was set up was a 2-story little 1-bedroom loft thing with a main living area and kitchenette making up most of the floor space. Below the living area was a garage and laundry room on the first floor. Mom has sleep paralysis one night. Freaked out upon learning that was a thing and the way she described it. Very traumatic for her. Bought some kind of totem thing to keep evil spirits away. A few days later, I woke up in the middle of the night because I needed to piss. The little bedroom I was in was connected to a bathroom by a small hallway that I could see from my bed. Feel faint purple eyes bore into me. Whatever those eyes were connected to was tall. Same fear response as seeing the man in the window. Absolutely frozen. Eventually get too unnerved to continue looking into the eyes, even if it means moving. Start to get up and go tell my mom. I slowly go back to the door open to the living area where my mom is sleeping. Hear banging coming from the garage beneath us. Screw this. Wake my mom up. Turn the lights on and tell her what I saw. She is still shaken up on account of her sleep paralysis experience from a week ago and takes it seriously. Start hearing what sounds like an army trampling up and down the stairs leading to our door from the first floor and banging over and over. We both sit there holding each other with the lights on, waiting for it to stop. It does eventually stop. Both stay up all night with the lights on, try to distract ourselves by watching TV and shit. Never discuss it between us again. I'm not sure what the hell happened, and I probably do not want to know. Having never discussed it again with my mom makes the memory really fuzzy, and I'm sure there are details I'm forgetting. The experience was really terrifying because it was the first time I saw my mom genuinely entertain the idea of scary shit beyond our understanding being responsible for things going on instead of me being a kid and having an active imagination. Very strange and crushing to realize that who you look to for answers and protection can provide neither, and you both are just as vulnerable.
Three that seem related but have no connection. Born at the start of the 80s, I used to play in the street outside all the time. It's late afternoon one time and I'm by myself. Imagination is good and I never minded playing by myself. Be in the street on my scooter or some such. Live on a long L-shaped street, right on the edge of the rounded corner. Look down to the far end of the street. See a car coming. No biggie, not a main street. Continue playing. The car is still coming. Sigh, realizing I'll have to stop playing to get out of the way. Car looks like it's sped up. Can see it's an older brown station wagon. Driver floors it now. Car speeding directly at me. Can see the driver is a bald, haggard-looking old man, laughing maniacally. Run out of the street as the car screeches through the turn and speeds off. A couple years later, in the grocery store with Mom, standing around the meat department. Mom goes into the frozen section to get stuff. By myself, standing still next to our shopping cart and staring off into space or whatever. Store is not super busy, but still kind of crowded. A woman employee comes out of the back, pushing a tall cart. She looks a little run down. Skin is rough and dull. She's probably late middle age. Pushing the cart one way, she looks over and sees me. Her face lights up, and her mouth splits into a too-wide grin. Turns and starts running towards me, as if to run me over with the tall cart. Everyone else seems to fade into blurry NPCs, and my surroundings get fuzzy. Frozen in fear, the woman charging me, laughing silently. Mom comes back and puts frozen stuff in our cart. Woman turns and pushes tall cart down another aisle. Never saw her before or again. Several years later, leave the bedroom to go downstairs, alone at home. Turn the corner and pass the parents' bedroom. Crib is set up at the foot of their bed for when my sister's baby is born in a few weeks. Passing by and starting down the stairs, see an older bald man in black standing over the crib looking into it. Get to the bottom and process what I saw. Too scared to immediately go back and look. Finally go back up and look, but, of course, no one is there. Was also almost kidnapped once by a dude with an 80s stash and a blonde permed woman in a purple Corvette. But that wasn't very weird for the times.
Oh boy, do I have a story. So I was around 12 or 13 at the time, right? And my little brother of 5 years old came into my room in the middle of the night, all like, I had a scary dream that someone was watching me from the corner in my room. So I said, okay, come here. So now we were up talking about some dumb think like Pokemon cards or Minecraft when my brother goes silent and quickly throws the covers over his head and drops down. When I asked him what was wrong, he whispered to me in the most terrified voice I've ever heard from a child, "The man from my dream is still here." He then proceeded to point to the corner of my room that's kind of shadowy. Now I was just thinking that he thought the shadows were a monster, so I got up to show him nothing was there. I approached the corner and noticed the temperature of my room slowly dropping until it's almost freezing once I'm there in the corner. I'm in the middle of saying, "See, there's nothing here," when I was cut off by something shoving me hard on my back. Needless to say, I was terrified and hid under the covers with my little brother until the sun came up. I changed rooms a couple weeks later and still haven't stepped foot in that corner ever since.
I hope that you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. If you enjoyed tonight's story, then please subscribe to the channel as more green texts will appear daily. A new broadcast will appear when the clock strikes midnight Central Time.
Remember to check the Odyssey and Rumble pages for separate archives of previous broadcasts.
We knew that Flat Earth would have to make it into the rotation eventually. I'm Aiden Mattis, and welcome back to the Lore Launch. I don't know if it's just that I'm on the younger side of life, or if this is something that sort of erupted in the last few years, but I remember that growing up, I didn't see a ton of stuff about the flat Earth, at least not stuff that took it seriously. You'd have TV shows and movies make jokes about it, you'd see somebody making a meme, you'd see it as some sort of reference for a ridiculous conspiracy, but in the last few years, and like I said, maybe it is just because I'm on the internet now more than I was when I was in high school, I've seen a lot of people who seem to very seriously believe that the Earth is not a sphere. There are several different reasons why people seem to attach themselves to this theory, several different entry points. Some people start with the moon landing, and they think the moon landing is fake, and that drives them to believe the Earth is flat in and of itself, and that's why we didn't get to the moon. Others point to the Bible and claim that the Bible, as well as all of the other ancient religions, all say that the Earth was flat, and this only changed sometime in the last several hundred years, so clearly at some point somebody tried to hide it from us. But even in giving a couple of examples like that, it doesn't quite capture the scope of what flat eartherism is, because this is not necessarily one distinct, clear set of beliefs. It seems that flat eartherism changes depending on who you're talking to. Different people have different motivations today. As with many conspiracy theories, whether you're looking at the disappearance of MH370, or if you're looking at Tartaria, there are a number of different versions of it. Nobody is in perfect total agreement. But they all do tend to agree on a few of the same core aspects. With flat earthers, when it comes to what they believe about the Earth, well, it's flat, stationary, enclosed by an ice wall at the edges with a solid dome above, and Earth is typically at the center of the universe. As for the various celestial bodies, the sun, the moon, the stars, all of the other planets, those are typically either underneath or within the structure of the dome itself, and they're not out in the vast expanses of space. They're also perceived to be local, although the extent to which they are local varies. In some cases, they're only 3,000 miles away, in some cases it's more, and in some less. This tends to be because of differing beliefs on where the dome actually is and what the Earth actually looks like. Some flat earthers believe that the ice expands in all directions endlessly, forever, and that the dome is up over top of that, which has its own logical inconsistencies that we can get to later, but for now we're just going to move on past that. Others believe that the circumference of the Earth is actually a diameter of the Earth. So it would still be about 25,000 miles, but rather than that wrapping around, it goes from point A to point B across a flat map. Now, if you look at a lot of ancient maps of the world, and we're talking, really early maps, a lot of the time this is what they look like, where there is the land is all at the center clustered around in a circle, and then there's water beyond it. If you look at most flat earth maps from the 1800s, they are going to give you basically the world map as we know it. The main difference is that it's not a globe, it's just a flat plane. Now, when most people try to address the concept of flat earth in the 21st century, they'll try and take a scientific angle. They'll try and use mathematical proofs to show that the earth is round and that this cannot be questioned. But I wanted to start somewhere else. I didn't want to look at the specific modern beliefs. I wanted to understand how flat eartherism developed. How did people come to believe that something so objectively false is true? And I know that if you believe the Earth is flat, that statement probably turns you off. You probably don't want to finish watching the video. You're probably writing a comment right now as I'm speaking saying that I'm not open-minded and I'm not considering all the possibilities, or if you're more conspiratorial, that I am some globalist-controlled shill who's just trying to hide the truth from you, and that the Masonic Bible on my bookshelf is proof of that. In reality, the Masonic Bible, which may or may not be out of frame right now, is just a King James Red Letter Bible. There's nothing special about it. It doesn't say anything that your King James Bible doesn't. But as I was on Twitter arguing about this over the last few weeks, almost everybody accused it of being some Masonic conspiracy run by the Jews. And what I want to start with in this video is, going over the history. Where did the flat Earth begin? Why did people start to believe this again? And what evidence, if any at all, will flat Earth believers be willing to accept to prove that they are wrong? So in this video, my goal is not to deride the common flat earther. It's not to insult people who are just simply out there in the audience. It's to address the arguments made by the people leading the movement, by those who are literally profiting off of the misrepresentations they are giving to others. And I believe that the best place to start, if we want to do that, if we want to get to the bottom of what flat eartherism is with the history of the movement, and with the history of astronomy in general. But, just in case anybody does not take what I promise are well-intentioned efforts very well, I did think it might be best to scrub all of my personal information off of the internet first. And that's why I wanted to introduce you to our partner for today's video, Delete Me. Are you familiar with the phrase, if the product is free, you are the product? That's typically used in relation to things like social media, free online guides, and stuff like that. And that's because your data is sold to online data brokers. Thing is, you actually have the legal right to privacy of your personal information. That means that you can actually contact data brokers and request, or really demand, that they remove your information from their sites, from their listings, to protect you from identity theft, phishing scams, and other risk areas. Now, in some cases, when your data is sold, it's just to a marketing firm that's going to send you emails about, I don't know, Medicare or something like that. But oftentimes, it will be purchased by people who don't have the best of intentions. And through your data, they might be able to find data that compromises family members or friends, your mother's maiden name, where you went to high school, things that are often used as security questions and passwords. So, in order to protect those you love, it's helpful to have a security service that you can trust. And that's why we like Delete Me, a hands-free subscription service that removes your personal information from data brokers online. They have privacy experts who are real people who will go through the listings and make sure that your information gets taken down all year long for the life of your subscription. And when you get started with Delete Me, you can get your first privacy report in just 7 days. This will tell you where your information is and give you the direct resources to have Delete Me's team get rid of things like email addresses, phone numbers, and even home addresses. They will also monitor these sites to ensure that your data doesn't just pop back up a couple of weeks later. And if there's something that they don't catch, you can always make a custom removal request. Delete Me's mission is simple: to remove customers' information from search results. They believe that you have the right to own, manage, and remove your personal data. And since the ways companies collect, share, and sell your data are constantly changing, they believe that you need a team and a program, a service, that is constantly adapting to the market as it plays. That's why they created an online privacy solution that evolves and constantly improves to address these challenges. If you like to try Delete Me, you can use our special relationship with these guys to get 20% off any consumer plan using the code LORELODGE. To take advantage of this offer, you can simply go to joindeleteme.com/lorelodge or go to the link in our description. Once again, that is joindeleteme.com/lorelodge or code LORELODGE to get 20% off any consumer Delete Me plan. Now we just hope that the flat earthers don't delete me for this video. Once upon a time, the idea that the Earth is flat was not so derided as it is today. In fact, many ancient societies around the globe believed that the Earth was a flat disk, a rectangle, or an infinite plane of some kind. In Asia, the Chinese, for example, believed that the Earth was flat, specifically that it was a flat square with a round dome over top, sometimes described as a sphere which enclosed the Earth that was a square. Now, in the case where it was a sphere, it wasn't the Earth that was a sphere, it was the cosmos above. Across the Pacific, Native Americans held varying views on the substance of the planet, often related to their flood stories. But what they typically didn't seem to care about all that much was the shape of the planet itself. They didn't really talk about it being flat or round. Certain groups, like the Algonquian tribes, believed that the Earth had simply sprung up from the bottom of the ocean via supernatural means. Sometimes there's a turtle that pulls it up, and this is where we get the concept of Turtle Island. Other times there's a muskrat that pulls it up. It really changes depending on the tribe. In fact, in certain versions, like the Navajo, don't seem to have this creation cosmology at all. It's totally different. Moving into more familiar territory with Near and Middle Eastern cosmologies, you did typically have a flat Earth. Often it was perceived as us living on a disk of land, or at least a disk of land masses that were adrift in an endless sea, or sometimes a limited ocean. The Egyptians, for example, believed in a flat disk of land sitting in the middle of an expansive ocean with a hard dome over top that held the sun, stars, and moon. The Israelite view is often suggested to be the same, a belief in a flat earth with a domed roof over top of it. We will circle back to the Israelite view later on because it's a little bit more complicated than that makes it seem, but for now I want to keep moving through where we are at the moment. And where we are right now is the Mediterranean Sea, which was pretty much the domain of the Greeks for a long time. And for much of Greek history, up through a lot of the classical period even, they held similar views to the Egyptians. Some argued for a flat disk with water around a circular landmass, while others claimed that the planet was suspended in the air, and others still suggesting it was on a pillar of some kind. In any of these cases, the Earth's surface as we know it still would be a flat disk. As far as we know, however, it was probably the Greeks, possibly with Egyptian influence, who first began to question the idea that the Earth was flat. Part of the issue is that we're not precisely sure when this started to happen. We just know that most people consider Plato to be the first person to make a claim that the Earth is in fact a sphere. However, this is something that Plato started saying only after he returned to Athens from his time in Magna Graecia, specifically the city of Croton, where he was studying Pythagorean mathematics. So this could suggest that Pythagorean mathematics is in fact the origin of belief in a spherical Earth. Though, because Pythagoras had quite a bit of influence from ancient Egypt, it could also suggest that the Egyptians were beginning to come to this conclusion as well. A possible source of evidence for this claim that the Egyptians believed this as well, and that they were the impetus for the Greeks looking into it, comes from Herodotus, who in his histories tells of an expedition sent by the Egyptians around Africa. Allegedly, sometime around the year 600 AD, the pharaoh Necho II hired some Phoenician sailors to depart from the Red Sea, go around Libya, which was at the time what they called Africa, and return to Egypt through the Pillars of Heracles and then by coming up the Nile. Allegedly, what happened is that the Phoenician sailors embarked into the Red Sea, sailed south, and turned west to go around the tip of Africa. And then, as they were heading due west, they looked up into the sky and saw that the sun, oddly enough, was on their right side. And what's particularly interesting about this account from Herodotus, and what makes us think that it might have some merit to it, is that Herodotus isn't telling this as something that happened and was fantastical in this incredible journey. Instead, he's actually doubting that it happened at all, because the sun should have been on their left. Because, as far as anybody knew at the time, if you were sailing west, the sun was always on your left. Of course, today we know that the reason the sun is on your left as you're sailing west in the northern hemisphere is because the sun is to your south. When you're heading west in the southern hemisphere, the sun is to your north. For the Greeks, who lived entirely north of the Tropic of Cancer, the sun was always distinctively to the left when you headed west and to the right when you headed east. So, for it to be to the right seemed impossible to them. They had literally never experienced a situation where you could be heading west and have the sun to your right. While historians today are unsure if Herodotus invented this story or if it actually passed to him through oral tradition as he claimed, it could be that Pythagoras, while studying in Egypt, heard about this expedition and brought that story back with him to Italy. And there, his students would have studied and tried to figure out, was the Earth actually round? Whatever was going on over there, it seems like it convinced Plato, who brought it with him back to Greece, Athens specifically, but the problem there is that Plato didn't really leave anything in the way of mathematical reasoning for us to follow. That task seems to have fallen to Aristotle, Plato's best-known protege and the tutor of future ruler Alexander the Great. Aristotle did claim that the Earth was a sphere, and while he did not provide a mathematical proof, he did provide a pretty bulletproof astronomical reason. Aristotle had done some traveling himself, and he also had read multiple travelogues of people who had gone up and down between Greece and Egypt, and what he found was that these contained mentions of stars and sometimes even constellations that were visible in one place but not the other. He also observed that constellations visible in the southern sky from Athens appeared higher in the sky at night if you traveled south to Egypt. And in observing lunar eclipses, he found that the Earth's shadow on the moon was round. It wasn't endless, it wasn't a flat square or anything like that, it was round. So, because there were stars visible in Egypt that one could not see in Macedon, there were constellations which appeared higher further to the south than they did to the north, and because the Earth's shadow on the moon during an eclipse was round, he determined that the Earth must, by logical reasoning, be round, be spherical.
It's spherical! Spherical!
Aristotle also offered two estimations about the Earth in regards to it being round, those being that it was 400,000 stadia in circumference, or 45,000 miles, which was not correct, and as far as the climate of the Earth goes, he also suggested that there were probably two cold polar regions, two warmer temperate regions, and then a tropical zone in the middle. Today, we consider these to be 6. There's 2 polar, 2 temperate, and 2 tropical, and then the equator. But, for all intents and purposes, Aristotle was right. There is a zone around the equator that is generally tropical. Today, we just call these the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer. Now, I think it's also important to give you a timeline on when these people lived and what was going on in the world at the time. Plato lived from 427 BC, thereabouts, to around 347 BC, and Aristotle from 384 BC to 322 BC. And this is the end of the classical era of Greek history. This is the era most people think of when they think ancient Greece, the democracy of Athens, the Battle of Thermopylae, the Peloponnesian and Persian Wars, the ancient Greek philosophers. That is the classical period. Socrates on down to Aristotle. All of the stuff that you remember about ancient Greece from high school probably took place during that period. The major change, what ended the classical era, was not just the progressive works of the great philosophers changing the way that Greek culture worked, but also the actions of a man by the name of Alexander of Macedon. Alexander of Macedon, properly Alexander III of Macedon, or most commonly known as Alexander the Great, was the son of Philip II of Macedon, who went about doing something Macedonians really hadn't done before and conquering Greece. They discovered something very similar to what the French discovered during the medieval period, which is that horses good in battle. He also discovered something that the English of the Middle Ages discovered, which is that very long spear also good in battle. Philip II used very long spear and man on horse to conquer much of what is Greece proper, and then Alexander used very long spear and man on horse to conquer basically the entire known world after that. What I mean by that is that in 335 BC, Alexander III of Macedon began a series of conquests that would spread Greek culture across basically the entirety of the known world east of Sicily. In this period where everything was Greek to everyone was called the Hellenistic era. This may be one of our first lingua franca situations in history, where one language becomes the language of the elite, the language of math and science and technology, and at that time it was Koine Greek. What this did for the sciences was create an unprecedented opportunity for the sharing of knowledge across cultural and national boundaries. It also meant that you had Greek thinkers coming into direct contact with Egyptian technology, Egyptian history, Egyptian religion, in a way that was a lot more intimate than ever before. And one example of one of these Greek thinkers who ended up surrounded by Egyptian everything was Eratosthenes, who lived from around 276 to around 194 BC. So this is a guy who was living through basically the rise of the Roman Republic as well. Around the year 240 BC, Eratosthenes, who was working and living in Alexandria, Egypt, heard about this well in Syene, Egypt, which was about 5,000 stadia away. And what he had heard about this well is that during a particular time of the year, at noon, the sun would shine directly straight down into the well. There would be no shadow to the sides, you could see clear to the bottom because the sun was directly overhead. And using that information, he conducted an experiment where, by measuring a shadow in Alexandria, at the same time he knew that there would be no shadow in Syene, he was able to demonstrate the distance between those 2 points on a circle. The distance he gave was 242,000 stadia, which we're not sure exactly what the dimensions he was using were, because there are mentions to the ratio of Eratosthenes, so we think his stadia may have been slightly different from what we tend to think of. Stadia ranged, because basically up until the metric system existed, there weren't really standard units of measurement. The imperial system wasn't even perfect. Like, the imperial system is very standard now, but it was not 300 years ago. Point of the matter is, accounting for the variation in how long stadia could be, they determined that his measurement equaled somewhere between 24 and 29,000 miles, which basically means he was spot on.
That's the right answer.
We ultimately were able to actually measure the circumference of the Earth, and it turns out it's 24,901 miles. So, Eratosthenes could have been completely correct. He could have actually been spot on, but either way, he was definitely in the neighborhood, far more than you would expect somebody to be. Unfortunately, the exact method by which Eratosthenes did this has been lost, and much of what we know about it comes from a simplified version produced by Cleomedes. Sorry for the looking at the notes, but I couldn't remember how to pronounce the name off my... I couldn't remember if there was an N. His version survived, and it suggests that the method involved measuring shadows in different locations 5,000 stadia apart at the same time of day, noon. And what he found was, since the angle of these shadows, which of course there was no shadow in Syene, but the angle of the shadow in Alexandria from a pole he erected was about 7 degrees at noon. Since 7 degrees is approximately 1/51st of a circle, he just did 5,000 stadia times 51, and he got around 252,000 stadia. Technically, I think that adds up to 255,000 stadia, but there's also some stuff to do with the way that numbers worked and the fact that 252,000 is divisible by every number between 1 and 10, so that may be why he chose to work with 252,000, because it was just a simpler number to divide and multiply with. Like, they weren't going to space. They didn't need to be super exact. They just had to have a general idea of how far they needed to travel and what kind of supplies they needed to bring. This was important because the reasoning of Aristotle for why the Earth was a sphere, combined with the mathematical proof of the circumference created by Eratosthenes, gave the world a new way, or at the very least cemented a developing way, of looking at everything. Rather than this being a flat disk of unknown scale, it was a sphere of known proportion. And as I said a few minutes ago, this was during the ascendancy of the Roman Republic. So, as Rome just sort of absorbed the Hellenistic world to its east, they adopted these same beliefs about the proportions and shape of the Earth. It's also possible that the Romans came to this conclusion even earlier, considering that the Pythagorean academies that came up with this were in southern Italy. Now, of course, in 500 BC, when Pythagoras lived, Rome was a tiny kingdom up in central Italy and definitely didn't extend south. By the 3rd century, it certainly did. Eventually, Rome would go on to conquer essentially the known civilized world, and as a result, the educated people of the known civilized world, at least in Rome's sphere, fully believed the Earth was a sphere. What wasn't known and wasn't proven at the time was where the Earth actually fit into the structure of the universe. At the time of people like Eratosthenes and even Aristotle, it was believed that the Earth was the center of the universe, that everything was going on around us, whether we were on a flat disk or if we were a round ball, everything was centered on the Earth. The sun, the moon, the stars, they all went in a circle around the Earth. And this concept of a universe with Earth at its center lasted a lot longer than the belief in flat Earth did. And when I say it lasted a lot longer, I mean nearly 2 millennia. However, even back during the BC period, there were challenges to this paradigm. Today, everybody knows about Galileo, and most people are at least familiar with the names Copernicus and Kepler. But these were far from the first people to suggest a heliocentric model, or a belief that the sun, in fact, was at the center of, at the very least, our solar system, if not the universe. Much as with Plato and the spherical Earth, it seems very possible that Pythagorean scholars were the first to suggest a model of the universe where Earth was not at the center. The first individual, so far as we are aware, to posit a heliocentric model of the universe was Aristarchus of Samos, who lived during the 3rd century BC. Now, we only know of the work of Aristarchus through Archimedes, who himself was a contemporary of both Aristarchus and Eratosthenes. What Archimedes tells us is that Aristarchus believed that it was the Earth that moved, not the sun. Specifically, he believed that the sun and stars were in fixed positions overhead, while the Earth orbited around the sun in a circle and rotated on its own axis. 3rd century BC. Then, in the 2nd century, the Seleucid astronomer Seleucus, or Seleucus of Seleucia, put forward his own version of the theory. Unfortunately, like Aristarchus, we only know about Seleucus's discoveries through the works of other authors. However, when I say other authors, I'm talking about contemporaries. I'm not talking about people 500 years later, just to be clear. And while it seems that Seleucus generally put forward the same theory as Aristarchus, he also added a belief that the universe was not fixed or set in place, but rather infinite. But despite the best efforts of Aristarchus and Seleucus, most people of the time seem to have held to the Aristotelian geocentric model, which would later be improved upon with the Ptolemaic model of the 2nd century AD. There are a few key differences between the Aristotelian and Ptolemaic models, but the one that I think is probably the most important to our discussion right now is that Aristotle put forward a stationary spherical Earth at the center of a universe of further spheres concentric to one another, while Ptolemy put forward an Earth that revolves in a small circle around the true center of the universe. Ptolemy's cosmology remained the standard for over 1,000 years until a late medieval polymath by the name of Nicolaus Copernicus set another revolution into motion. See what I did there? A member of the Polish mercantile class, Copernicus became a canon of the Catholic Church and went into the sciences. He was known for advances in several fields, including economics, but the most famous contribution he made was to the field of astronomy. Copernicus put forward a model where the Earth, as well as all of the other planets in the universe, all 6 of them, revolved around the sun, which was, of course, at the center of the universe. I will be honest, Copernicus was not as close as they presented him to us in high school. Copernicus also pulled off the most hardcore version of the will you elaborate on that no meme ever by dropping his heliocentric theory in 1543 and then dying of a stroke the same year.
Believe it or not, Eraserhead is my most spiritual film.
Why elaborate on that?
No, I won't.
But had Copernicus lived, there would have been some pretty hardcore debates between him and a guy by the name of Giovanni Maria Tolosoni. Copernicus being dead meant that Tolosoni was basically doing the old man yells at cloud meme, arguing that Copernicus was using math to try and prove his point like a naughty little boy. Tolosoni's objections didn't really do a ton during the exact time period when he was making them, and the Catholic Church only really started to crack down on this whole heliocentrism thing in the 1600s. And that's partially because in 1609, Johannes Kepler built upon the Copernican model by demonstrating that planets moved in elliptical orbits around the sun, among other things formerly known as Kepler's laws of planetary motion. Fortunately for Kepler, nobody really gave a damn until 1610 when Galileo Galilei decided there just wasn't enough beef in the astronomy fandom. He presented troubling new observations, such as moons around Jupiter. But what Galileo did that was so important was essentially demonstrate that there were other bodies in space that had things orbiting around them. Jupiter had moons, and he also observed Venus orbiting the sun, which proved that things orbited stuff other than Earth. He also saw mountains on the moon. The Jesuits were immediately displeased with Galileo's arguments and findings, and they argued against him until they looked through telescopes and realized he was right. In the years that followed, the Catholic Church argued with Galileo about things like gravity and mostly used the Bible as the source of their arguments, which brings me to, well, the modern flat Earth movement. The world gradually began to accept that the Earth is a globe which orbits the sun during the 1700s, and by the industrial era, the prevailing theory was the one we are familiar with today. A small minority, however, held on to the belief that not only are we at the center of the universe, but also that the Earth is flat. The seminal flat Earth work was Zetetic Astronomy by the English writer Samuel Rowbotham. Thank you, England, this is all your fault. Rowbotham conducted the Bedford Level experiment, in which he placed a telescope 8 inches above the water of the Old Bedford River, a flat canal, and had a boat row away from his position with a 3-foot flag placed atop it. Rowbotham's argument was that if the Earth was curved, then over the course of that 6 miles, there should be about 11 feet worth of curvature. But what Rowbotham observed was that as the boat rowed away from him the whole 6 miles, he never lost sight of the flag. Therefore, the Earth must be flat. He used this experiment along with some scriptural arguments to write several works, I won't call them books because they're not all books, but several works between the years of 1849 and 1865. These works included Zetetic Astronomy, Earth Not a Globe, and The Inconsistency of Modern Astronomy and Its Opposition to the Scriptures. And his cosmology is likely very recognizable, an early version of the map used most commonly by flat earthers today. In his work, he presents the Earth as a flat disk with the North Pole at its center and an ice wall surrounding the outer edges, with the sun, moon, and stars only a few thousand miles overhead. If I remember correctly, because I neglected to write it down, he said the sun and moon were 3,000 miles overhead, and the stars were 3,100 miles overhead. At this point, you may be wondering, well, is it possible that Rowbotham was a con man, that he was saying all of this to publish books to the feeble-minded or something like that? But I must tell you, Rowbotham was a man of impeccable character. This is a man who chose to go out of his way and provide charity by taking in a 15-year-old girl as his wife. I mean, this is a man who responded to the question of why do ship's holes vanish before their masts as they go over the horizon by literally running away from his own lecture. allegedly.
Allegedly.
Rowbotham's suggestions, his writings, didn't really attract that much attention until 1870, when a man, a supporter of his by the name of John Hamden, put out an open wager to anyone who could prove the Earth is curved. The exact details of the wager seem to have been obscured by time, but in some way it seems that this was likely, you had to use water, I guess. In any case, the British scientist Alfred Russel Wallace accepted, but he used a slightly different experiment. He took two poles and placed them so that the tops were 13 feet above the water level, 6 miles apart from one another. He then went to a nearby bridge and set up a telescope that was also at 13 feet above the water level and looked out at the two poles, and what he saw was that the pole further away from him appeared lower. Since the tops of both poles were at the exact same height above a level surface, the only way that the one further away could be lower than the one nearer by is if the Earth curved. Which, like, that alone, it's done, it's over. It's a level surface, there's no grade, it's a canal. Yep. It doesn't move. Right. Despite this complete refutation by Alfred Russel Wallace, Hamden continued to publish flat Earth materials for many years, and also sent Wallace a whole bunch of death threats. Eventually, Wallace took the death threats to the courts and said, hey, please commit this guy to an asylum for both his own good and my safety. Some flat earthers will probably tell you that Wallace made all of this up. The overwhelming evidence is that he didn't. As for Rowbotham's part and how he responded to a complete refutation of all of his theories, and the proof that his own experiment was faulty, he said it was perspective and not curvature. But the problem was that the telescope was level to the two poles. It was at 13 feet. Perspective would only take account in this instance if the top of the poles were higher than the telescope. Now, for the scientific community of the late 1800s, Wallace's experiment was all they really needed. He had shown that the Earth was not flat, that the Earth is in fact curved, and he had shown that Rowbotham's experiment, when replicated, produced results antithetical contrary to Rowbotham's theories. For the flat Earth community, however, this was not enough to convince them of something the Greeks had known since at least the 4th century BC. So they kind of doubled down, and in 1893, a woman by the name of Lady Elizabeth Blunt, once again, an English person, founded the Universal Zetetic Society, and the Universal Zetetic Society published a flat Earth magazine entitled The Earth Not a Globe Review. As with Rowbotham, she firmly believed that the Bible was explicitly in support of a flat Earth, her mission statement being propagation of knowledge related to natural cosmogony and confirmation of the Holy Scriptures based upon practical scientific investigation. Now, as you all may know, I'm something of an amateur biblical scholar myself, so I thought this would probably be the best place to start with my analysis of their arguments. For me, part of the reason I decided to take on Flat Earth was as a defense of my Christian faith, and to show the world that no matter what Flat Earthers say, the Bible is not a Flat Earth book. For those who may not know my background, I am a historian of the medieval era by training, and as a result, I've read a lot of the philosophic and religious texts of late antiquity and the Middle Ages. And one thing that is completely absent from almost all of them is any serious consideration or argument that the Earth is flat. While there were a few Christian writers who claimed the Earth was flat, or that we just don't know the shape of the Earth, the greatest minds of the Church totally rejected a flat Earth. Perhaps the most famous and relevant example would be Thomas Aquinas, who, in his commentary on Aristotle's Physics, wrote, "The fact that the Earth is spherical is demonstrated by natural science by a natural method. It could furthermore be demonstrated in astronomy from the figure of the lunar eclipse, or from the fact that the same stars are not seen from every part of the Earth." And the agreement between Aquinas and Aristotle is not a retcon. It is not a response to changing scientific beliefs, because Augustine of Hippo said similar things. In Augustine's 5th century literal commentary on Genesis, he refers to the Earth as a globe several times. He does this at least twice directly in Book 1, Chapter 25, and again in Book 10, Chapter 8. Taken together with the many other works of late antiquity and the Middle Ages, one can reasonably conclude that early Christians, who were surrounded on all sides by Greek philosophy, logic, and all of their other traditions and paradigms, believed the Earth to be a sphere. And so the question I had in approaching this segment is why, in the face of all of the evidence, do flat earthers still cite the Bible? Well, an early example of this argument can be found in Professor Orlando Ferguson's map of the square, yes, square, and stationary Earth, published in 1893. Now, this map was an ad for a book he was selling for 25 cents, which he said would give you essentially all the secrets of the universe, and it said that there are 400 Bible verses which support the flat Earth and reject the globe theory. Located at the bottom of that map are a set of Bible verses, a series of examples of what he would be covering in his book. Each verse is implied to show that the Bible presents a flat Earth cosmology, but upon closer inspection, one will realize that all of them are being wildly misrepresented. He first cites Exodus 17:12, specifically the clause reading, "And Moses' hands were steady until the sun went down." He seems to be implying that because it is the sun that appears to move, then the sun must be rotating around or over top of the Earth, even though the sun going down can be fully explained using a heliocentric model. And I want to point out that a lot of the argument here from the Bible is interpreting the Bible in one direction and pretending it can't be interpreted the other way. Sure, you could interpret Exodus 17:12 as saying it was the sun that was moving, but you can also interpret Exodus 17:12 as saying that night was coming and the Earth was rotating away from the sun. Because the sun's position in the sky is not the important aspect of the verse, using this as if it's somehow directly correlated or the correct cosmology is ridiculous. The next verse used is Joshua 10:13, specifically, "So the sun stood still and the moon stopped," which suffers from the same issue as the previous example. Nothing about the sun stopping overhead in this verse implies that the Earth is flat or stationary. The language is describing an event as seen from the Earth, so the sun only appears to stop is a perfectly reasonable alternate explanation or interpretation of the verse. These biblical arguments only work if the interpretation given by the flat earthers is the only one which could reasonably make sense, and in these two verses, it's not. Leaving aside the myriad issues with a literal interpretation of this verse, there's no reason that it only works on a flat Earth model. This is because the Earth, going by flat Earth rules, isn't actually spinning. So there would really be no consequences if the sun and moon stopped rotating overhead, especially if it was just for a few hours one time. In any case, neither of these first two examples directly addresses the shape or substance of the Earth, but he believes that 1 Chronicles 16:30 does. Reading, "Tremble before him, all the earth. Indeed, the world is firmly established and it will not be moved," in the New American Standard Bible, it is implied that this means the earth is a stationary, immovable object. Now, rule 1 of interpreting the Bible is don't take verses out of context. And the context here is crucial, given that this is a prayer of thanksgiving and not meant to be taken in a literal sense. It's meant in a metaphysical sense. This is not a statement that the earth doesn't move, earthquakes having been recorded earlier in the Bible, but rather it is an exaltation of the establishment of Jerusalem as the resting place of the Ark of the Covenant. It's literally a prayer of thanks, remarking that the people of Israel will not be driven from their lands and will retain them through God's protection. Psalm 136:6 is next, reading, "To him who spread out the earth above the waters," which of course must be read with the understanding that Psalm 136 is a poem. This is metaphorical language, not a literal description of how the earth was formed. And either way, if you look at what's said, it's hard to understand how this is a refutation of the globe model. Why on earth would spread out only apply to a flat planet and not a globe? And if you consider what above actually means here, it's not saying that the water is flat at the bottom of everything and the rest of the stuff is above it. It's saying that in terms of elevation, it's higher. There are things that are underwater that are above other things that are underwater. In fact, there is water that is above the water. It's just gaseous. Ferguson goes on to cite Isaiah 12:10 as "the sun shall be darkened in its going forth," but Isaiah 12 only has 6 verses. He meant Isaiah 13:10, which is typically translated as, "For the stars of heaven and their constellations shall not give their light. The sun will be darkened in its going forth, and the moon shall not cause its light to shine." This is, of course, a prophecy and not a description of the cosmos. And what the prophecy is describing has absolutely nothing to do with cosmology at all. It's talking about the destruction of Babylon by an army from far-off lands, later revealed to be the Medes. The same event is actually described in Daniel 5 and 6, but without any of the details about a darkened sky, because that's about the city itself being taken, and it also doesn't focus on the combat, or what's going on outside. It focuses on the warning of what's going to happen. In the sake of Isaiah, however, given that it's prophecy, a literal reading is simply not necessarily the best course of action. But even if you do take it literally, there's nothing in the verse that constitutes a refutation of the globe model. The argument seems to be that because the sun is described as going forth, that means it's not us moving around it. But once again, everything is being described by people on Earth who are observing things from Earth, and thus it's going to look like it's the sun that's moving, even if it's not. Like, relativity seems to be a really big problem for the flat Earth community. Not just the theory of relativity, but really any relativity in general. If anything, this verse seems to be a prediction of something like a lunar eclipse, or perhaps a volcanic eruption, the latter being the more likely, considering that verse 9's language reads, "To make the land a desolation." An eclipse would not cause desolation, but a volcanic eruption certainly would. So while it's unclear to what Isaiah is referring, at the end of the day, the same issue takes hold. In no way is this exclusively possible on a flat Earth model. In fact, it can be explained in a way that doesn't even involve outer space if we go with volcanic plume. Following Isaiah 13:10, which I will remind you he cited as Isaiah 12:10, despite the fact that Isaiah only has 6 verses, he moves on to verse 11:12, in which he notes it makes reference to the 4 corners of the earth. Once again, in context, this is not a claim that the earth is flat or rectangular or stationary. Like chapter 13, this is part of a prophecy, and it can only be properly understood with the context given in chapters 1 through 10. In the first part of the book of Isaiah, Israel is being rebuked, both criticized and warned of a coming judgment. However, they're also given the promise that after they have been judged, they will be restored to greater glory than ever before. First, however, they will be scourged and scattered by Assyria, and then by Babylon, before finally a remnant would return, and they would inherit the kingdom. Chapter 11 specifically speaks of a period yet to come, when God will once again gather the children of Israel, Jacob, the line of Jacob, back to Judah. The language used, the 4 corners of the earth, follows the very specific mention of Assyria, Shinar, and Elam to the east, Pathros, Cush, and Egypt to the south, Hamath to the north, and the islands and coastlands to the west. This tells us that this is a metaphor for from all over the earth, rather than a literal description of the earth's shape. And this is made crystal clear in the Hebrew, which directly translates as the 4 wings of the earth, not the 4 corners. With these factors in mind, it's very plain to see that this verse in no way implies that the earth is flat. But he doesn't stop with Isaiah 11, no, he continues on to Isaiah 14, which contains the phrase, "The whole earth is at rest, and you can probably guess where this is going." The full verse makes it very obvious that Ferguson is misconstruing the text, reading, "The whole earth is at rest and quiet. They break forth into shouts of joy." In arguing that the first 6 words of verse 7 are to be taken completely literally, Ferguson is necessarily implying that the juniper and cedar trees spoke out loud. This is because verse 8 reads, "Even the juniper trees rejoice over you, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, 'Since you have been laid low, no tree cutter comes up against us.'" What do you think, Aiden? Do you think the juniper and cedar trees were speaking with mouths?
Only if the people that were looking at them speaking with mouths were standing in front of certain burning bushes.
Once again, verse 7 is not a description of the earth's shape, but part of a taunt to be taken up against Babylon after they are defeated by the Medes. In fact, that information, that this is a taunt against Babylon to be taken up when they are defeated by the Medes, is quite literally in the chapter, right before this. Isaiah is actually where most of Ferguson's quotes come from, with chapters 29, 30, 38, 40, 52, 54, and 58 also listed. Chapter 29 is actually the one brought up right after chapter 14, but it says nothing about the shape of the earth, and there's no actual quotation involved, so I can't track down what Ferguson meant to quote. We've already seen that he tends to mislabel chapters, and that actually gets worse. But next up is Isaiah 31, which is presented, "Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord, that take counsel but not of me." This, of course, has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the earth whatsoever. It seems to be referring to the fact that the northern kingdom of Israel either had already fallen or would fall to idolatry, depending on when you believe that the book of Isaiah was written. Isaiah 38 is mentioned next with, "So the sun returned 10 degrees given by Ferguson as evidence that his model was correct. Off the bat, he truncated the verse, which in full reads that it's the sun's shadow that will return 10 degrees, not the sun itself. In either case, this was a sign to King Hezekiah of Judah that God would fulfill a promise to give him 15 more years. Even taken literally, this verse in no way proves that the earth is either flat or stationary, as one could make the argument that God rotated the earth rather than moved the sun. And of course, that's ignoring the fact that God could have just pushed a cloud into the right spot. I also do want to make it crystal clear to everybody watching the video that I'm not sitting here telling you that the Bible is literally accurate to everything it says. The Bible is full of metaphor and allegory, and it may be wrong. I personally believe that it's not. So my intention here is not to say, well, what he says the Bible says is wrong, but what I say the Bible says is right, but to say, the Bible doesn't say what he says it says. He moves on next to Isaiah 40:22 and cites it as saying, "It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth," though this is of course yet again an incomplete quotation. Read in full, the verse is clearly and entirely metaphor, referring to the inhabitants of the earth as like grasshoppers, and to the heavens as like a curtain, spread out like a tent to live in. These are all metaphorical language. They are quite literally similes. Isaiah 52:5 is presented as he that spread forth the earth, which is neither the full verse, nor is it actually from Isaiah 52 at all. It's from Isaiah 42, and the full verse reads, "This is what God the Lord says, who created the heavens and stretched them out, and who spread the earth and gave its offspring, who gives breath to the people on it and spirit to those who walk in it." As with all of the other arguments so far, this one does not prove that the earth is flat or stationary, as something could very reasonably be stretched or spread out over a ball just as much as it could a table. Now, some argue that a better translation for spread out here is hammered out, but that still doesn't mean that the earth would be flat or the sky solid, as the Bible is full of allegory and metaphor. There is so much symbolic language in the Bible that it makes your head spin when you try to interpret it. Ferguson does not let that stop him, however, because he moves immediately on to Isaiah 54:24, presented as, "That spreadeth abroad the earth myself," and once again, Ferguson was off by a full 10 chapters. This is actually 44. The same issues present with the flat earth interpretation of Isaiah 42:5 are present with the interpretation of Isaiah 44:24. That being that this isn't something that is exclusively possible on a flat earth. Isaiah 58:13, which as you can probably expect is correctly 48:13, is read as, "My hand hath laid the foundation of the earth, and my right hand hath spread out the heavens. When I call to them, they stand together." Now, foundation of the earth could apply to quite a few different things, including the physical makeup of the geological layers of the planet. So there's really no reason, given the rest of the Bible, to say that this verse implies a flat stationary plane. We are finally set free from the book of Isaiah with a shift to Jeremiah 31:35, which is arguably the strongest point that he makes, in that the passage refers to the fixed order of the moon and stars for light by night. This is preceded by the statement that God made the sun for light by day, and followed by the claim that if this fixed order departs from me, God, then Israel will also cease to be a nation before me, God, forever. I'm actually not sure how this helps Ferguson's argument, because it would suggest that the sun, moon, and stars are stationary and don't move at all, which his whole argument is that they do move. But another reading could simply be that all this is saying is that the sun, stars, and moon are fixed in order of their distance from Earth. Beyond that, the language certainly appears to be symbolic and is typically interpreted to mean that so long as the sun, moon, and stars are in the sky, God will watch over his people. The final example given by Ferguson is Acts 2:20, which actually brings us into the New Testament. Ain't that swanky? In which Peter references a prophecy given by the prophet Joel about the coming of the end times. It's predicted that the sun will be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and glorious day of the Lord comes. But this, of course, is in the context of blood, fire, and vapor of smoke on the earth. Put together, much like in one of the verses we looked at earlier, this sounds a lot like a combination of a lunar eclipse and a volcanic eruption. And it sounds nothing at all like proof of a flat, stationary Earth. Why do I say it looks like a lunar eclipse and a volcanic eruption? Well, lunar eclipses make the moon appear to be red, and volcanic eruptions would certainly cause blood, fire, and vapor of smoke. And the ash would likely block out the sun, so the sun would be darkened. Alternatively, because if the ash were blocking out the sun, it would probably also block out the moon, another possibility would be that there's a solar eclipse, then a lunar eclipse, then a volcanic eruption, which, if that happened, I actually would assume the end times were coming. I mean, the weekend before this video came out, there was a solar eclipse where absolutely nothing happened and everyone assumed the end times were coming. Well, not everyone, but probably the same people who are mad at me for this video. As I previously stated, Ferguson was advertising a booklet which claimed that he had 400 Bible verses which, quote-unquote, condemned globe theory. But if these are the ones that he chose to use for his advertisement, I'm confident that the other 384 are no more convincing. As I investigated the alleged biblical reasoning for a flat Earth, one question I had was, why the sudden revival of a flat Earth cosmology 2 millennia after the Western world had left these beliefs behind? As it turns out, much of the controversy of the 19th century was related to the conflict thesis, a belief held by some members of the scientific community that science and religion were fundamentally at odds with one another. The now overwhelmingly rejected conflict thesis really came into its own and was fully developed in the latter portion of the 19th century, but it began to coalesce in the earlier portion. And one example is the work of Jean-Antoine Letron. Letron, a French archaeologist, argued that the belief in a flat Earth was upheld by medieval churches, and that this was done out of a belief that the Bible says the Earth is flat. He expressed his criticisms in On the Cosmographical Ideas of the Church Fathers, in which he used the work of several Christian authors of late antiquity and the Middle Ages. The text, however, is riddled with inaccuracies and misrepresentations. Letron cites the 6th century Christian author Cosmas Indicoploistes and his work Christian Topography as evidence that the early church, that the medieval church even, believed in a flat Earth. But the problem is, he fails to recognize that Christian topography was never really accepted by the church. It was never popular. In reality, Christian topography's flat Earth cosmology had very little impact on a church and people who, when educated, firmly believed that the Earth was a sphere. At this point in history, the real subject of debate, as I previously mentioned, was not the shape of the Earth, but its position in the universe. And in a very ironic twist, Letron actually criticizes Diodorus of Tarsus, Severus of Gabala, and Eusebius of Caesarea for claiming that there was a heaven beyond the heavens. What these men said was that Earth was surrounded by a lower heaven, which is visible, and that beyond that was another heaven, which was larger and not visible. Of course, they were right, considering that the atmosphere forms a visible blue sky above us, and then there's the vast expanse of space beyond it. It's also possible that they were even more right, and that they were talking about everything up through the mesosphere as being the actual visible heavens, and then everything from the mesosphere out into the exosphere being invisible heaven. Would all still be part of Earth's atmosphere, but visible and invisible. In looking at the works of men like Letron, one could argue that the modern flat Earth movement developed as a response to anti-religious and anti-dogmatic efforts from the scientific community, but it's kind of hard to draw any direct connections between Letron and Rowbotham. You know, I don't know that Rowbotham ever read Letron, and that's what brings us to the modern contemporary flat Earth movement. Whatever the impetus for the resurgence of flat Earth cosmology was, it did take root within a small and passionate minority, particularly in England, under the leadership of Lady Elizabeth Blunt. So, the work of Rowbotham and the Zetetic astronomers, and then later on Lady Blunt and the work of the Universal Zetetic Society, eventually piqued the interest of a sign maker by the name of Samuel Shenton. And a sign maker back in the 1920s would have been what you would think of as a basic graphic designer for marketing today. This is a person who you would hire to design and create signage. Shenton was born in 1903, and he began to take an interest in the flat Earth idea when he was in his 20s. And as the story goes, Shenton's interest in flat Earth began in the 1920s after he had witnessed the Zeppelin raids over Britain, and he thought, hey, if the Earth is moving 1,000 miles per hour, then in order to travel long distances, why don't we just float an airship way up into the atmosphere, let it stay there as the Earth revolves underneath it, and then when the correct spot is beneath it, we can just lower the ship back down. It will use very little energy, and it will be very efficient and quick. And once he formulated this idea, he started to wonder, hey, why hasn't anybody else thought of this? Why has this not been done? It hasn't been patented. You know, this is really cool. Of course, the reason was that it didn't work with the laws of physics, and engineers knew that the atmosphere moved with the Earth. Shenton, however, was unwilling to believe that he simply didn't understand the laws of physics and instead decided there must be some grand conspiracy. And after reading Rowbotham's Zetetic Astronomy, he was convinced that the man was onto something. However, Shenton felt that the Zetetic societies didn't really focus enough on science, that yes, they were right about the scriptures, but that wasn't going to be enough to convince the scientific community. They needed to use practical science. Shenton then undertook to create his own version of the flat Earth cosmology, which still had a flat disk with the North Pole at the center and an ice wall at the edges, the sun 3,000 miles above the Earth's surface, and then a few more things. He had to address a few things, like eclipses and the seasons, which the previous models just didn't do. In order to do this, he posited that the sun cast a narrow beam of light, more like a flashlight than a glowing orb. And along with the moon, it rotated in circles which varied in size throughout the year, which accounted for the seasons. Summer in the northern hemisphere would mean a smaller circle, and summer in the southern hemisphere would mean a larger circle. The sun, according to Shenton, was 32 miles in diameter, as was the moon, but the difference between his and Rowbotham's cosmology was that the moon was 450 miles closer, which could account for eclipses, at least for solar eclipses. However, this doesn't make any mathematical sense, because if the moon and the sun are the same size, but the moon is closer to the Earth than the sun is, then the moon should appear, in this case with the numbers given, 15% larger, not the same size. Nevertheless, Shenton followed up on his new cosmology by founding the International Flat Earth Research Society in 1956. And his goal through the International Flat Earth Research Society was to use modern science to prove the arguments, the claims, that were mostly based upon scripture of the former Zetetic and Universal Zetetic societies. This, of course, was terrible timing, as the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1 in October of 1957, thereby providing irrefutable evidence that things could in fact surpass the insurpassable dome Shenton said was described by the Bible. Of course, the response from the International Flat Earth Research Society was not to, pack it in, revise, or attempt their own launch to prove that there was some sort of lie going on, but rather to say that Sputnik wasn't actually in low Earth orbit, it was just rounding around in circles over top of the Earth. It did somewhat help the Flat Earth cause that Sputnik 1 was not equipped with a camera, but a few years later, the Tyros 1 satellite was, and it took a picture of the planet from space. It should be mentioned that Tyros 1 was not the first craft to take a picture of Earth from space. In 1946, a captured V-2 rocket was used to do that from within the atmosphere, just at the edge of space, and then another satellite took one a few years before Tyros 1, but it didn't really turn out. So when Tyros 1's images returned to Earth, that was really the first time we got a good glimpse at our planet from orbit. Not from the atmosphere, not a shoddy image, but a true picture of the Earth from orbit, from space. It wasn't the whole Earth, though, so Samuel Shenton maintained his stance even with 1961's first orbital flight completed by Yuri Gagarin of the Soviet Union. You might sit there and argue, hey, well, the Soviets were just lying, they were just trying to freak NATO out, but Al Shepard completed a piloted space flight a month later. The difference between these two flights was that Yuri was not piloting a spacecraft, he was simply up there for 108 minutes while it went around the planet, whereas Al Shepard's Mercury Redstone 3, nicknamed Freedom 7, was piloted but did not actually complete an orbit of the Earth. The United States wasn't all that far behind the USSR, however, and in February of 1962, NASA put astronaut John Glenn into orbit. John Glenn's orbital mission posed a significant problem for Samuel Shenton. NATO and the USSR had now both claimed to have put a man into orbit, so were they both lying? According to Shenton, yes, but by 1968, in the face of mounting photographic evidence from the Voskhod, Molniya lunar orbiter and surveyor missions, as well as the ATS and Dodge satellites, Shenton finally offered a path to concession. Shenton was a man of science, at least in his own mind, and he wanted to be perceived as somebody who made decisions, made his beliefs based upon the facts presented to him. To that end, he said that if Apollo 8 returned, and Apollo 8 was ongoing at the time, if Apollo 8 returned with photographic evidence, he would accept it. There were a few stipulations, and he was quoted as saying, "If they show us a very clear picture of the Earth from space, and the picture does not show all of the continents, and the edge of the picture is out of perspective, then it will prove that the Earth is round." Basically, if you show me a photograph, and Earth is in the middle, and space is to the side, and I can't see all of the continents, then that means the Earth must be a globe. We do also get some important information from that same article from the AP, in which he says, if the Earth is a planet, it would have to be traveling around the sun at 1 million miles per hour, and we have never had evidence that the Earth is moving around the sun. Of course, this whole full-color image by Apollo 8 thing was kind of a moot point because both the ATS and Dodge satellites had already, by this point, produced full images of the entire Earth from space. And they fit the stipulations. You could not see all of the continents, and the edges of the picture were black. Earth was in the middle. Both of those photos were released exactly 30 years before I was born. Regardless, on December 21st, 1968, the Apollo 8 astronauts took a picture of the Earth from space which fit all of the parameters given by Shenton. The only possible shortcoming here was that a tiny sliver of the planet was in shadow. Due to the position of the spacecraft, which was not directly between the Earth and the Sun, but rather slightly to the east, there was a shadow over the eastern Atlantic. Basically, everything east of the prime meridian appears to be in shadow, but you can still see probably 95% of Earth in the image. The reason for this, of course, is that it was just nighttime in Europe and Africa. That's it. The mission produced a few more photographs of the Earth, some parts covered in shadow, but with enough there to see that it's definitely a globe, at least for any person with a functioning brain. But Samuel Shenton was no such person. As you might expect, rather than simply admit that he had been wrong, Samuel Shenton instead insisted that the USSR and NATO were both lying because, for some reason, they want us to think the Earth is round. He didn't change his opinions when humanity landed on the moon a year later either, despite all of the video, photographic, and testimonial evidence. Astronauts, he claimed, are hypnotized into believing they go to space. Even with their training, those chaps wouldn't have the nerve to be fired off on top of an explosive, a rocket, and the lack of observations they bring back is negligible. Now, I will say that describing a lack of observations as negligible in this context actually doesn't make any grammatical sense, but even more importantly, these guys were often fighter pilots. Their entire job was to strap themselves to a jet with guns. Now, of course, piloting a jet and piloting a Saturn V are a different thing, but come on, man. And before anybody says it in the comments, because I know you will, the moon, we landed on it. It happened. If you people insist on making me do a video on the moon landing conspiracy, I will do so, but I will also say that Buzz Aldrin just does not seem like the kind of guy to lie about that. And before you take what was very clearly just a joke and make it into something serious, like a certain somebody tried to do when we covered his Tartaria nonsense, that was a joke. Me saying that we landed on the moon, however, was not a joke, and if you challenge me on it, I will make a video. Actually, you know what? Even better, if you want to see the moon landing video, I'll make this very easy for you. Just comment moon. In any case, the same article which quoted Shenton as saying that for some reason they just want us to think the Earth is round, it also says that Shenton may be the last flat earthist, not earther, in the world, but as you all know, that was wishful thinking. That's because Samuel Shenton was the archetype for the modern flat earther, a man so overconfident in his own intelligence that no amount of evidence could ever sway him. He was convinced that his understanding of both theology and science outstripped that of men of the cloth and men of the lab coat. It didn't matter that he had been proven wrong by his own parameters, or that the overwhelming majority of theologians agreed that the firmament of Genesis 1:7 was never a solid dome. And that's something I want to quickly address. The word that appears as firmament in some English Bibles comes from the Hebrew word rakia, and rakia is better translated as expanse or to expand. Firmament in English language Bibles is a result of St. Jerome translating rakia as firmamentum in the Vulgate Bible. The Vulgate was a 4th century translation of the Bible into Common Latin, the Latin spoken by the average person rather than the classical Latin of the poets, and it was translated primarily from the Hebrew texts available at the time, with the gaps being filled in by the Septuagint, the Greek language translation of the Hebrew Bible. Today, modern English translations, such as the English Standard Version or the American Standard Bible, as well as their newer 20th century versions, translate Genesis 1:7 as God made the expanse rather than God made the firmament. It's possible that Jerome chose to use firmament instead of expansum because of the use of the Greek word stereoma in the Septuagint. Stereoma can be translated directly into English as foundation, framework, or firmament, but firmament is referential to the King James, Geneva, and Douay-Rheims Bibles. Basically, the only reason that stereoma can translate to firmament in English is because of that mistranslation in the Bible. As for the Septuagint, it seems very possible that stereoma was used more in the sense of a foundation or a framework than a dome. And that becomes especially clear when you use the rest of the Old Testament for context. And what I mean by that is that when rakia is used throughout the rest of the Old Testament, it is always used in the verb form to mean to hammer out, to spread out, to stretch out, or basically to expand. And the noun form is never used to mean solid dome structure. Of course, that doesn't mean that the ancient Hebrews perceived of the earth as being a globe. It does appear that they may have perceived of Earth as a flat world with a solid heaven above it, though this is not necessarily what the text itself says. It's just their interpretation of it, and there's really no need in the Old Testament for God to correct that. In an essay that he wrote on the ancient Hebrew cosmology, the late Dr. Michael Heiser wrote, "I'm appalled that people who follow Christ are so easily led astray into embracing beliefs that are demonstrably contrary to reality. This level of willful ignorance dishonors God." And he was right to do so, because a literalist interpretation of the Bible is an untenable one, with many verses or chapters being pure allegory or metaphor, including the very parables of Christ himself. There was no prodigal son, there was no vineyard, there were no talents. All of these were made-up stories that Jesus Christ used to teach concepts to his audience. And to be clear, that's not me saying that the Bible is a made-up story. I'm saying that in the Bible, Christ told fictional stories. So, as we close out this video, I have to ask the question, how is it that in the face of overwhelming scientific and scriptural evidence, people in the year of our Lord 2024 still believe that the earth is flat? That is what we will be covering next time when we dive into the 21st century and really the internet era of flat earth belief. How did a movement that was down to, as the LA Times put it, the last flat earthist, manage to see such a massive revival with the dawn of the internet? But for today, we're going to leave it right here, giving you the history and the biblical.
Greetings and bienvenue, midnight crew. Thank you for returning to this broadcast. And welcome to new viewers joining us for the first time. If you like a video, then feel free to subscribe.
This broadcast is a direct sequel to last June's Shadow of a Doubt.
Someone posted a story here a couple weeks ago, telling the story of how we went back to the now empty haunted house I used to live in an attempt to contact the thing, which we suspect followed and haunted my older sister. That story was crazy intense and one of the most frightening experiences in that house. But he didn't really have time to mention in that thread much of the backstory. All the little things that happened in that house before we moved out of it. Long before we went back that day with a bunch of friends and a Ouija board. It's all little tiny unrelated anecdotes, but some of them are scary. And I think you guys would enjoy them because y'all are some twisted individuals. Some are much less creepy than others, and some are only kind of strange, but the sheer quantity of things that happened paints a really disquieting story. Here's a sample. Watching a movie late at night on the big screen with little brother and older sister and her BF. See little bro get up from the long couch and walk across the room to the corner where the bookshelf is. Can see it's him because the black silhouette is closest to his height. Sister starts to laugh. WTF are you doing, M? Why did you go sit in the corner? There is like no furniture over there or anything, and you can't even see the TV from there. What is he doing? Bro answers from the couch uncertainly. I didn't. WTF, we all literally just saw a silhouette cross in front of the screen. I race for the kitchen light, I'm closest. But sister's BF vaults over the back of the couch and reaches it first. Brother in the same spot. Never got off the couch, no one in the corner, no one else is even home. What? I have a million of these. Want more? Here's another in case anyone's here. Be on the computer in my mom's master bedroom. Very focused on my homework, but see littlest sister walk in and go into the master bathroom, presumably to do hair or something. Start talking to her, complaining about my homework. Eventually ask her a question and she ignores it. At this point I say, hey D, are you even listening? Go into the bathroom. My face when it's empty. I nope downstairs and find her on the couch. She's been down there with her friend the whole time. It was not the first and not the last time this happened. This seeing someone out of the corner of your eye who wasn't there thing happened to every person who lived there and to friends who didn't. Most often, the person was mistaken for the littlest sister, except when it was the littlest sister who saw it. These are only mildly disconcerting things so far. It gets so much worse than that. These are so out of order. Sorry, it's been many years. First truly frightening thing I can remember. 7th grade. First year we lived there. I'm the first one who gets home every day. Get home and open the front door. Massive amount of silverware clatters in the kitchen. Like 5 or so people all drop some at once. I'm ready to yell at my cat until I look over and see him jumping off the front windowsill to see WTF that noise was. Haha, you think I went into the kitchen to see what it was? I'm not a dumbass. I've seen scary movies. Slammed the front door closed and waited on the porch for my sister to get home. No one inside, no silverware out of place. Okay, another random thought here. The thing about that cat I mentioned, Spanky, was it was crazy smart. We've had a lot of cats in my life, but this cat outlived them all. He was the type that could unlock doors and shit. He was always super in tune to what was happening. Like the time our other cat, Tub, died. Spanky got into my sister's room and meowed at her till she woke up. He was normally a silent cat. The point being, we all had a level of respect for the cat. Anyway, as soon as we moved into that house, he started acting so strange. He would make rounds, as we started to call them. Like he'd go through every room of the house in the same order several times a day every day, always circling the room like he was freaking casing the joint or something. He had never done anything like that before, and he never did it again in any other house we lived in. We'd always joked that he was supernatural, but he legitimately started to creep us out after all this other shit started happening in that house.
Bruh, cats are legitimate spiritual wards. Keep them around.
Yeah, that cat was really something else. Sometimes he would leave for days on end and then just come back like nothing happened. It was weird because he was a house cat and he was never the kind of cat that tried to bolt when you opened the door. But sometimes he would just slip out for a few days and then come home. Towards the end of that time living there, he would be gone for longer and longer when we left. And we had had so many cats before that we knew what it meant when a cat left and didn't come home. Either it got attacked or eaten by a coyote or it was sick, and it crawled away somewhere to be alone and die. I would start to grieve every time he was gone too long, but he always came home again. The last time he was gone for 2 weeks and came back nearly emancipated, but he came back. He would always go back to doing his rounds, room to room. We would call it his guard duty. He loved to patrol that stupid hall where we always saw the shadow, and he would go as far as L's door, which was farther than either of the dogs would go. Anyway, not long after I moved away from home, my mom calls, saying Spanky's been missing for more than a couple days, and she has a bad feeling that we won't see him again this time. I tell her she's probably mistaken. He always comes back. He's a tough little guy. But when I get off the phone, I'm crying already, IDK. I just knew. We didn't see him again. He was too smart to go where the coyotes go. Too tough to be taken down by a neighborhood cat. He was old, and he probably just crawled under a bush and closed his eyes. But it made me think about all those times he disappeared from the den house. Like maybe he knew he was gonna die, but he kept coming back for guard duty. Maybe he finally left for good when we moved because he was no longer needed for duty. God, I miss that cat.
Cats are bros, man, but dogs are too. I honestly believe cats and dogs have an unusual ability to diminish the hold of a spirit on something. I used to be in the presence of a witch tree near my apartment. Literally, people would come out of their apartments to make sure each other were all right due to something causing a ruckus and such on the residents. There was also a chair near the playground behind the apartments that would creak very loudly at night, and a vacant laundry shop behind us that would power up every now and then. Seriously, if you're ever in Euless, Texas, check out Spring Valley Apartments. I remember having a night of waking up to loud screams and banging on my bedroom door. My cat ran past it and my dog growled and it just vanished.
I'll post a really creepy one since I haven't started to really get to those yet. One day, playing with a Ouija board in the dining room. First time we ever messed with one. Shits and giggles, we're not taking it seriously at all. I mean, my mom was even in air with us making fun of it. Sister, joking, asks the spirit to punch our friend in the face. Friend laughs and says, "Wouldn't it be funny if I just started bleeding out of nowhere after you said that, haha?" We laugh. My mom suggests it's time we play a funner game. We agree, this is pretty boring. As we try to put it away, blood starts dripping from the friend's nose. We pointed out, "Crap, you're bleeding." She rushes to the sink, blood pouring out of her nose now. The nosebleed doesn't stop for 20 minutes. Later, I ask my sister if she remembers what Ace said right before that happened. Sister is like, "Haha, it's just a coincidence." Yeah, well then, a ton of coincidences happened in that house. Scariest apartment story I can think of off the top of my head. Elle and her roommate R start getting late-night pranksters. Someone banging on the door at really late hours. They never get there in time to catch them. Start getting really damn annoyed. One day, Elle is going to take out the trash and her hand is on the door handle when the loud knocking happens. She whisks open the door, ready to yell at some stupid kid. There's no one there or on the stairs leading down to the first floor. Person would have had to vault over the wall and down 30 feet in order to get out of sight that quickly. Needless to say, Elle and R are freaked the fuck out, and they call R's BF to come over and stay the night with them. They wait outside on the stairs because they're too freaked out to go inside. They're sitting there in silence when they hear the knock again coming from the inside of their apartment. I'm telling you guys, I could not make this shit up if I tried. An acquaintance from across the street asks who the heck lives in the upstairs leftmost bedroom. We ask why. Because they are always standing at the window at night, it creeps us out. We're like, nope, 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 nope. Let me give you a hint. They were referring to Elle's bedroom. We're hesitant to believe him though, so when night comes, we go stand across the street and look at her window. Her light is on, so you can kind of see vague silhouette shadows of the furniture between her lamp and the window. There's this one shadow that looks unmistakably like a person. The kid was exaggerating. You can tell with any certainty that someone is there, but it sure looks like someone is there. We're like, WTF still. We go upstairs. There's no one in her room, obviously. We try rearranging all the furniture to change the shadows on the window. From outside, it still looks like there's a person there in the same exact spot. Nothing we do changes it. It just always looks like a person is there, no matter what. Even years later, I'm afraid to even drive down that street because after we first moved out, we still lived in the same neighborhood. I would still see the same shape in the window. Her window still scares me. I don't go to that street anymore. Let me explain why my sister used a lamp in her bedroom. One night, Elle is laying in her bed in the dark when she hears the closet door creak. Looks over. It's still closed. Hears it creak again, like it's opening. It's still closed. She pretends it's not happening. She's seriously tough, okay? I would have been screaming. The springs at the foot of her bed start to spring, one by one, in a fluid motion moving from the end of the bed towards her, as if someone is slowly climbing onto the mattress. You know which sound I'm talking about. At this point, she loses her cool and flies off her bed to her door. Tries to open it, but it's suddenly locked. She never locks it because her room freaks us all out. Turns on the ceiling light, but the bulb shatters so hard it breaks the glass cover. The door is completely stuck and won't open. She screams until the door finally breaks free of the frame and she can run out. Elle never slept in her room again after that, the whole time we lived there. She slept in the playroom next to my bedroom and left the light on every night. Eventually, my brother wouldn't sleep in his room anymore because Elle's closet shared a wall with his closet, and he began to hear noises in there during the night. It might have been simple paranoia, but he started sleeping in the playroom too. I don't blame them. Oh, and the ceiling light never worked in her room again after that. Multiple electricians tried to fix it to no avail.
Has Elle ever considered exorcisms or something like that?
It's hard to explain Elle's personality. I know she has to believe all this shit happened because most of it happened to her. But she always joked about it and made light of it. She's never been religious and never really believed in anything at all, really. Above all, she doesn't like asking for help or ever admitting she needs any. She would think the idea of an exorcism was completely laughable.
She is an ignorant person, then. Sounds like she deserved it.
I can see why you say that, but I disagree. She's not laughing at it in arrogance. She's always laughed at everything bad that's ever happened to her, long before the creepy stuff ever started happening. We had a fucked up childhood, and making a joke out of everything became her coping mechanism. I'm not surprised it bled over into the haunting thing, too. A random anecdote. Early years of us living there with the Step family. Me, Elle, and stepsister G are sitting at the dining room table talking. Suddenly, Elle quiets with this weird look on her face. Immediately after that, G quiets too. I'm wondering why we stop talking when I hear it. Rustling sound. It's that distinct sound that your jeans make when you walk, the way the fabric rubs together rhythmically. Moves past L and G, and eventually the sound stops somewhere in the front room. We all look at each other. L speaks first. You guys heard that right. G says, "You mean those footsteps?" I'm like, WTF, I was hoping I imagined that. Let's see, what else? I mean, I could sit here and bore you with the thousands of instances when we saw lights turn on and off, or when we heard doors close, or when we saw people that weren't there. But I'm trying to think of actual stories. Oh yeah. Okay, I got one. It's the second time we lived there, no step family. I'm in my room, which is arguably one of the least haunted rooms, luckily. Only some problems with my lights and that ambient radio voices noise. But as I'm trying to sleep this night, I'm a freaking insomniac, tossing and turning. I think I hear something. Something kind of soft, like someone is dragging paper across the wall or something. But I can see no one and nothing is in my room. Like I said, L&M slept in the playroom with the light on by this point, so it was never fully dark in my room. I keep hearing the noise, but decide it's probably nothing. Maybe it's them breathing in the playroom or something. The next morning I get up. I notice as I'm leaving my room that there is a tiny handprint on my wall. It's just smudges, like as if a really dirty kid put their hand there. Except no one with hands that little has been in my house for years at this point. Not only that, but the handprint is directly in front of my desk. No way that slipped my notice for this long. I show it to everyone, but it creeps us out, so I clean it off.
I remember this thread. Really interesting. Thanks for sharing your story with us. Are you still planning to try another Ouija session?
To be honest, I don't know. I kind of want to. It's been so long since all this happened that I'm no longer so scared. But the night after that last time we went there, I don't know, man, I couldn't sleep. I felt like I was never going to be the same. Before that night, I was still willing to convince myself it was all some crazy series of coincidences. But that night really, really shook me. I want to try it again because, hell, it's interesting, you know? The possibility that something outside of human understanding actually exists. Hell, it gets to me more than church ever did. So yeah, maybe I would try it again. Unfortunately, someone lives in that house nowadays, so we couldn't go back there. But like I said, I'm more inclined to believe it's my sister that's being haunted and not the house.
Well, that could be the only way to figure why it is following L. So it can be useful, and if you are careful and respectful, it shouldn't worsen the situation. So far, this entity doesn't appear really malevolent.
Yeah, I guess you could argue it wasn't malevolent. After all, none of us was ever hurt by it. But if you ever went into L's room, you would feel differently. None of the animals would go near it.
Why it is following L. So it can be useful, and if you are careful and respectful, it shouldn't worsen the situation. So far, this entity doesn't appear really malevolent.
Yeah, I guess you could argue it wasn't malevolent. After all, none of us was ever hurt by it. But if you ever went into L's room, you would feel differently. None of the animals would go near it. L herself only went in there for changes of clothes. As soon as you went in there, you could practically feel an atmospheric shift. Like walking from a lit room into a dark room, except with no visible change. It was suffocating. It felt like the room itself was trying to expel us from it. I'm getting chills just remembering the feeling. Not only that, but one thing I haven't mentioned is that for many years now, Elle has been plagued with horrific, bone-chilling nightmares. I won't disclose them here because that is something I don't feel comfortable sharing. But she's always blamed the nightmares on this demon, as we've referred to it since the last fateful Ouija board incident. I don't know if she really thinks they have something to do with the demon, but when she describes the nightmares to me, I get this scalding liquid feeling in the pit of my stomach. Stuff so horrific you wouldn't see it in Silent Hill or a Saw movie. It's nightmare stuff that actually makes me believe in demons, you know. But yeah, I stand by what I said. Elle would never ever agree to an exorcism or anything remotely similar. Even to this day, she hides behind a kind of jokey veil of disbelief, like she thinks it's all some really funny practical joke the universe is playing on her. I can't believe I forgot to mention this one until now. This was probably the third time we tried using a Ouija board and the last time we tried until that one day years later. Sitting on the floor in a circle in the playroom. Me, L, M, A, Y, asking a bunch of questions. The answers are really stupid, so I'm sure one of them is moving it. A accuses L of moving it and L laughs. She promises she isn't doing it. I know her well enough that I can tell by the way she's laughing that it's totally her, so I keep watch on her fingers as we continue on. She must have been serious when she said she would stop. Now she's not actually touching the piece anymore. Now I'm curious as to whether it's A or Y that is moving it. I take my fingers off too, putting them just close enough so that it looks as if I'm touching it. I'm hoping to catch the mover. Suddenly, L says, "Wait, A, are you even touching it?" As soon as she says that, I realize Y must be the only person touching it, so I immediately look to her fingers. but I realize there's a whole centimeter of space between her fingers and the piece. Look at L and A. They're still mid-realization, looking at each other's fingers. We all realize at the same time that none of us are touching the piece anymore. Piece is still currently moving. There was a second of blood-curdling silence as we all stared at the next person around the circle, like a horror version of a That 70s Show Stoner sequence. After a second, we finally reacted, pulling our hands away from the board. L flips it. Piece goes flying. None of us touch it after that. After we move out, the den house is completely empty except for a single wooden chair. I don't know where the chair came from. It wasn't one we owned. It would always be in different spots whenever we came by. Our house had a rep in the neighborhood, so friends always wanted to go to it, hoping to get spooked. Dee tells me the last time she and her friends went there before the house sold, the chair was sitting in the very center of my bedroom. She happened to tell me this the morning after I had a dream about the den house for the first time in years. Unrelated, but it creeped me out at the time. Her timing was eerie.
Right there. You released a spirit. Never let go of the piece without telling it goodbye, or you release a potentially malevolent spirit. No wonder your sister is getting haunted. I've heard of this before.
I'm still bored, so why not? Story of the last time I went in my sister's room alone. We're to the point when L and M no longer sleep in their bedrooms out of fear. L avoids going into her room at all costs. One day she asked me to get her running shoes out of her closet. I really don't want to, but she begs and I love her, so I agree. I mostly only agree because it's broad daylight and well lit in there. Go upstairs. See that shadow in the corner of my eye where we always see it, moving around on the other side of the stair rail around the corner to where L's room is. You'd think I'd run, but seriously, this was an everyday occurrence for us. It was almost routine. I'm almost more annoyed than I am scared. I go in there anyways like a dumbass because I know L is too scared to, but won't admit to it. Walk in there slowly like I always do. Ready to bolt at any moment. Go to her closet, which is a walk-in. Push the door gently. Ready to reach in and turn on the light. Door opens inward by the way. The door is stuck on all the clothes and junk all over her floor in the closet. It was a serious pigsty. Try to push it more. It's still stuck on all the clothes and won't go very far. I turn on the light then, ready to squeeze myself into the crack of the door to move the clothes, just find the damn shoes. As soon as I turn on the light, I retract my hand like I touched a hot iron. There is a shadow on the part of her dresser I can see through the crack in the door, a person-shaped shadow, as if someone is standing behind the door inside the closet. As I step backward like a dumb idiot, the shadow sort of lunges to the side so that I can't see it anymore, and the door creaks loudly, opening another inch or so. I run away. Last time I went there by myself. I warned them against going in there when we went back with the Ouija board that one time. I warned them.
So how old are all of you now? Or rather, what year was it when you first moved in? And what year was it when you went back with the Ouija board for the last time?
Yeah, let me give a clear time frame. When we moved into the den house for the first time, me and Elle were in 7th and 8th grade respectively. So we were, I think that made us 11 and 13. I think that's right. We moved out of the house 2 years after that, away from the step fam. We lived in 2 different houses in the same neighborhood the next year and a half. And then at the end of that, we moved back into the den house, where we lived until the year I graduated high school. We moved out that summer, and a month after that, I moved into my own house, which is when the final Ouija board story happens. So when the final Ouija board thing occurred, I was 17 and Elle was 19. I'm not going to explain my other siblings' relative ages in the timeline because it doesn't matter. But M is 3 years younger than me, and D is 2 years younger than him.
Ever plan on going back?
I don't know, I'm honestly running out of stories. Most of the stuff that happened is hundreds of times that lights turned on and off with no reason. Sometimes the switches themselves would actually flip. Like we would hear the flipping of the switch. We would hear footsteps upstairs when we were home alone. Sometimes I would hear footsteps in the hall when everyone but me was fast asleep. It happened so often, though, that they're all kind of lumped together in my memory. I've already told all the scariest things that happened. Some of the most heart-stopping moments, though, weren't as full of stories. It was as simple as walking into my bedroom and hearing my bathroom door click shut as if someone just went in there. But then going around the corner to investigate and seeing the door never shut at all. That happened often. We would hear doors closing or opening when no such thing was happening. One time there was a shadow in the crack under my door. as if someone was standing right on the other side. I was home alone. I steadfastly ignored it as I read, trying to drown out my horror. When I looked up again, the shadow was gone. Once I was playing on my stepsister's keyboard while I was home alone because she never let me play it, and I was just goofing around playing heart and soul and messing up a lot. I went downstairs to eat something, but I heard the distinct plinking of keys upstairs, and suddenly realized it was the same song I had just been playing. And I listened, unnerved, as the song messed up in the exact same measure when I had messed up. I didn't check until later when my friend came over, but the keyboard was indeed off. Holy ravioli. I completely forgot to mention, it never seemed relevant in the context before, but regarding everything I was mentioned about my cat Spanky before. If he really did have some idea what was going on, some weird animalistic instinct to protect us from it, then this would make sense. We moved out of the den house for the first of 2 times. Moved to a smaller house literally around the corner. Spanky gets out and he doesn't come back after a day like he usually does. We get worried and start searching. Eventually, I find him at the empty den house in the backyard. For some reason, he runs from me, which is unusual for him. I have to chase him to the back wall and grab him. I'm shocked when he's writhing in my arms, struggling to get away. What is up with him? He's actually scratching me in his effort to get away, which is downright weird for him to do. He's usually stoic and nice, if a little cuddly. Never would he ever scratch me. Maybe he is just in shock from moving, I don't know. Really, I know that can't be true because he's been through like 6 moves in his lifetime, and he's always been the only cat that was indifferent to it. Eventually, my mom gets there and helps me restrain him and bring him home. But he keep escaping after that. Every few weeks he would slip out. He's never done it with that frequency before, and when he had in the past, he was never gone for more than a day or so. But now he stays gone until we find him. We quickly learn to like at the den house first thing. He's always there. I don't know why. We move eventually to another house, another street away. He still does it. We still find him at the den house every time. This continues until we move back into the den house. His behavior abruptly returns to normal for a long while, until the time much later which I talked about above when he began disappearing for long stretches of time.
When Spanky disappeared for those long stretches of time, do you ever feel the entity still being in your house during those time periods? Or was the house in a calm atmosphere?
God, that's such an interesting question. I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't. I'm really interested to know now, but it's lost. It's been too long, and I never connected those things to each other before, so I have no way of remembering that. I never kept any kind of track.
Damn. It's just that with that new piece of evidence about Spanky, it seems like Spanky returns to the den house to keep the entity at bay, as way to protect you and your family. This is also knowing that it likes to follow your family around. Also, when you guys move back into the den house, the way you worded it makes it to where Spanky is actually shooing away the entity, or having it follow him to a faraway distance, as a way to keep it from returning. This is why whenever Spanky returns and starts checking every room, he's actually making sure the entity never came back. And if it does, the process starts all over again. Shame he never returned during that one disappearance you wrote. Also, where did you find Spanky? From my knowledge, cats don't really do that unless trained to. Egyptians used to train and use cats to ward away demonic and harmful spirits, and believed cats had the ability to swallow the spirit and take them to the underworld when they passed. If he wasn't trained, that cat is a badass.
My cat did the same thing. Some cats are very spiritually inclined and feel a need to protect themselves and their people. Cats are more perceptive than one might think. You have to admit that cats seem like they know paranormal shit too.
We got him when he was a couple weeks old. He was half Siamese, half alley cat mutt, and he had these piercing green eyes. But no, he was never trained in any formal sense. In fact, I always got the feeling he was never litter trained or trained to stay off the counters and not eat our food. He only did that stuff because he liked us. Ha ha ha. He was the kind of cat you felt could actually understand everything you were saying to him. Like I would tell him, "Hey, I'm leaving, okay, bye, Spanx." And he would run to the front door like he wanted to see me out. That cat was so damn clever.
Good cat. Is there any more activity following his death?
Unfortunately, my knowledge of all the stuff happening afterwards is pretty thin on the ground since it was all occurring at Elle's various apartments. There's only one full story I remember, and I already told it somewhere above. Mostly it was lights again, cupboards slamming and shit, the silverware, the radio noise. Her roommates, every single one of them, independently came to her to ask if she thought it was possible their apartment was haunted. This, of course, always freaked her right the hell out because she never ever talked about the den house or any of the haunting stuff to her roommates, because they would either think she was crazy or not want a room with her. Since I'm pretty much out of coherent stories, I'll tell you one more little thing to go out with a bang. I said before I wouldn't disclose the contents of her dreams, and I stand by that. But I'll tell you this, she kept quiet about them for the longest time. I knew she had nightmares, but she always laughed them off. I never knew the extent to which she was having them. The first time she told me all about one of the dreams was after she had moved out, when she was living with roommate R, I think. She woke up from the nightmare, the contents of which I won't go into, screaming in the night, soaked in her own blood and her boyfriend's blood, who was next to her. She was just screaming and trying to wipe away the blood and figure out where it was coming from and get out of it. Her boyfriend, the same boyfriend from the Ouija board story, told me she was writhing and crying about blood in her sleep, and he had to shake her awake violently to get her to snap out of it. Dreams within dreams always screw with me, but in her case I can't even imagine. Anywho, that's probably the last story I'll be posting. My memory well has run dry. Feel free to post your own related stories though. All the ones you guys have posted so far have been really interesting.
Well, since we're all doing the sibling thing, my family rented 2 apartments out of a 3-apartment house. My mom and dad stayed on the 2nd floor while me and my brother were in the top floor, which was an attic before it was converted. Anyways, my brother started complaining about the cat scratching him in his sleep, so I started keeping the cat in my room. Too bad the scratching didn't stop. It was all down his back in places he couldn't reach himself. At that time, nothing really happened to me. I just got a bad feeling if I left my room at night. I didn't want to say it at the time since it sounds stupid, but I felt like the apartment belonged to someone else at night, and the longer I was out of my room, the more I annoyed it. From my room I heard footprints that sounded like they walked around my apartment, a woman humming a melody, things falling over for no reason, and my brother's door opening, closing throughout the night. Sometimes I thought he woke up and got to get a drink of water, but if I called his name he wouldn't answer. The tipping point for my brother was when a picture of him and his GF went missing from his Bible. After questioning us, he threw a fit. I mean, he was screaming all throughout the house, just basically talking shit to this ghost. At one point, he kind of just said, "Give me the picture, and I'm out of here." Well, the next day comes around, and guess what's sticking out of the Bible? The picture. He moved in with his GF that weekend. After my brother moved out, things seemed to pick up on my end. The humming footprints were louder and more frequent. They also seemed to be right outside my room on a few occasions. It was almost as if someone was walking around my apartment over and over again all night. I should have mentioned that I always kept my door closed at night. I felt that it made my room my space. For a while, everything stopped, which kind of made me second guess whether I really believed there was something in my house. So one night, I left my door open while I watched TV. At first, it felt great. My room was small, and I felt like I was closed off from the rest of my house in there, which was a good thing sometimes. But with the door open, my room felt so much more open and like a part of my apartment. After about 5 minutes, that good feeling faded. Then I heard the footsteps again. I can't describe this feeling too well, but I couldn't close my door. I knew I should have, and I wanted to, but I couldn't. It was almost as if I knew the rules, and I broke them, so I deserved what I got next. I think I was frozen on my bed for like 5 minutes before I heard someone hum a song right into my ear. Needless to say, I ran downstairs to my parents' apartment and slept there. I kind of feel like that opened a door for her to go into my room. The footsteps, humming happened every night outside my door. During that time period, I was also having trouble staying asleep. I'd wake up at least once in the middle of the night. Some nights, the footsteps and humming were in my room. It would start on the other side of the apartment and just walk in my room like she had every right, then walk to the other side of the apartment again. I never got scratched like my brother, but one thing did happen to me, which made me move downstairs until I was able to move out with my BF. Before I go finish, I just want to say that in the midst of this, my friend stopped sleeping over due to whatever was there. They felt the same feeling of unease and heard the footsteps. Once a friend saw someone in my brother's room. I don't know who left the door open since I always kept it shut, and she stopped coming over altogether. Another wanted so bad to do a Ouija board session, but screw that. My mom told me about her experience with it, and that scared me into never touching one. Anyways, back to my last night in my room. So it was a normal night, except for the fact that I woke up anywhere between 2 to 4 a.m. freezing cold. I was so cold that I was shaking so much it looked like I was seizing. I begrudgingly left my room to go get more comforters and tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. I just kept getting colder and colder. I had 3 down comforters on me, and I was still cold to my bones. At that point, I was shaking so bad I could barely walk. I had to crawl down my flight of stairs to my parents. My mom woke up and was freaking out. I couldn't tell her what happened since I couldn't talk, but she knew something was wrong. She tried to hold me still, but I was still shaking so bad that I was kicking/kneeing/elbowing her and leaving bruises. I'm pretty sure I just passed out after a while, but I've honestly never been that scared. The next day I stayed in my mom's bed downstairs since I pulled muscles from all my spasming. I also chewed my tongue and cheeks up pretty bad from it. And that's the last time I slept in my room.
What's the story with your mom and the Ouija board?
Nothing really exciting. I can't even remember the good parts. All I know is that she messed around with one, got freaked out, threw it away. The only thing was that it wouldn't go away. It'd keep showing up on her doorstep or in her room. I forgot what she did to finally get rid of it. I think she broke it and threw it in the ocean.
Thanks for the stories, OP. The house I grew up in was actually haunted too. We lived in a village on the foot of a mountain, and my mom said a lot of prisoners of war were buried there from World War II. I can't find any history on that place though, apart from it being Japanese-occupied territory during that time. There were also a lot of haunted houses in that village. Across from my grandma's place lived my grandma's friend. Always sent my mom when she as a kid to her friend's place on errand. Tells her never to look out the windows. Don't ever look up the staircase. My mom goes to that house, enters into the living room. Was a bit cheeky, decides to look up the stairs to see if Grandma's friend was there. Instead, she sees a European-looking young woman. This was in the Philippines, probably a mestiza standing at the top of the staircase, dressed in traditional Filipino clothing. The Maria Clara, see pic. She's looking into the distance. My mom stares for a while. Grandma's friend comes out of the kitchen into living room. Mom goes to greet her, asks her about her foreign guest. Grandma's friend is all nope. It's just me here. Mom looks back at the staircase. No one there. Whenever my mom recalls this story, she always told us that the woman was way too beautiful to be a native. And looked as if she was pulled from an entirely different time period, in looks alone.
I used to hear all sorts of strange sounds in my first house in Lansdowne, just outside of Philly. I can clearly remember hearing scratching on the walls of my room and facing my closet, and what sounded like heavy breathing right at the end of my bed. I also remember one summer off from school when I was around 6. Me and my sister had decided to sleep in the same room, which had been just my room before, and same room I heard noises in. This one night, I woke up feeling something on my legs, like some was sitting on them. I woke up to yell at my sis to see just a black, massive shadow at the foot, my bed, and the cover I had was on the floor, like it was tossed there. The shadow just slipped away, and before I could even say anything, I just heard heavy breathing start. I couldn't move. I just stared at my sister's bed, a few feet to the left. At the end of my bed, she was sound asleep, not aware to what was happening. I just stared at her until I started to see her cover being pulled from the corner of her bed. I worked up the courage and reached for my bedside light and clicked it on. When I looked back to my sister's bed, her cover wasn't moving, and I noticed I could no longer hear the breathing. I walked to pick up my cover and woke my sister to tell her what had happened. She didn't believe me when I told her, and told me to stop joking and go to sleep. I heard other noises in the house, like whispering, and sometimes like someone was blowing in my ear when I tried to do homework or watch TV. But I never saw a shadow again. We moved to new home in a close town, but had to get dropped off at my grandma's place every day so my mom could go to work. And as if something new, the last time before school was going to start, and I wouldn't see the house again. I noticed all the blinds had been pulled up, and even the windows. It was early morning in summer, nice and bright. I noticed my sister also seeing what I was looking at, but she wasn't looking around, just at my old bedroom window.
Since you've graced us with your stories, I'll throw a couple of my own at you. I need a bit to type, though. I'm on my phone. Music keeps me sane as I type. Organic audio, Nurega, good stuff. Okay, this is back when I was like 4. Living in house in Virginia. Furnished basement. I would walk down hallway and I had 3 voices I would talk to. One was a kind old guy. Didn't talk much, but was more comforting than spoopy. Women kinda like old guy, but almost no patience for my retard answers since I was 4. That guy. I don't know what else to call him. He would talk to me from like 20 feet away, but then whisper behind my ear 3 seconds later. I didn't like him for obvious reasons. Mom would be doing laundry and Moo brother, may he rest in peace, we'll call him Peter, would hang out in the basement with his bros. It was his room as well. Super loud one day, so Mom swings open the basement door and yells down steps telling him to be quiet. No noise, only washing machine and dryer sounds. Me sleeping in Mom's bed. We both wake up to white mist, I guess is best word. Thicker, then smoke and low to ground. See it go underneath door to basement. Hear voices coming from basement shortly after, and door opens. Peter goes into bathroom, pees, then closes door, and goes back downstairs. I hear voices much more often now, like 5 times a day. Mom hears whispers of my name now too, like hisses. Cuss, my name is Seth. One day I come home from school. Mom picks me up from bus stop. We walk to the house, see curtains from the kitchen move. Mom goes in and I follow like an idiot, hearing my name in whispers from a lot of different voices. Old guy bro suddenly tells me to get out. Door to basement starts to shake violently. Hear wood splintering, pictures shaking on walls. Door rips off hinges and slams into the wall, falling sideways. Mom and I are out of the house by then. The front door opens so we can see down the hallway. See my room's door swing open, loud screaming sound. Porch feels like earthquake. We slam the front door shut and go to stay at Graham's place for a couple days. I never went back, Kant. I complained 'cause I'm a dumb kid. Mom went back. Pictures of me are missing, but house is just fine. Except my room. Oh God, why my room? Claw marks on the inside of the door, as if something wanted out. My room was ransacked, the mattress flipped, like they were looking for me. Mom is about to leave the house, but she hears the old guy bro talk. Is he safe? Yes. Turns out my dad was like 50 when I was born. He died the same year, so he would be 70 now. I think it was my dad, but I said she didn't recognize the voice.
Have you ever had those sleeping whispers? You know, the ones when you're highly suggested and tired and that keeps talking to you from quietness itself? Well, I was 10 years old the first time I stayed up late. Decide I might as well watch some ghost videos on YouTube. Spend like 2 or 3 hours looking at this shit. Eventually I needed to go to the bathroom. Master toilet was downstairs and it was pitch black. Went all alpha on this bitch, lights all out to prove to myself I wasn't afraid of no ghost. Worst idea of my life. Slowly go to the toilet. Hear someone calling my name from inside. It sounded playful, like a little girl. What? She just kept calling my name, so I opened the door. The next thing I saw was the most fucked up thing I've ever seen in my life. It was like a shadow, but with a body. I quickly turned on the light and the creature just disappeared. I keep hearing voices in my head. That's why I don't ever let myself be in sheer silence. I have the TV on right now.
I hope that you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. If you enjoyed tonight's story, then please subscribe to the channel as more green ticks will.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Audible. 7 million years ago, a chimpanzee stood up on its hind legs, and a new species of hominin emerged. Over the next few million years, hominins evolved. They were still ape-like in appearance, but these were not apes. Their brains grew larger. They created stone tools and hunted large game. They discovered fire and learned to follow the migration patterns of the animals they used for food, clothing, and shelter. It took a few million years for hominins to discover how to make a stone spearhead. 2 million years later, that stone spearhead changed into a different shaped spearhead. Technology evolved slowly. But 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens appeared. And before long, we, were the dominant species on the planet. Once they destroyed Neanderthals once and for all, something happened. Technology accelerated. It only took 30,000 years to go from Göbekli Tepe to landing probes on other planets. How could mankind evolve so fast? The answer is, they couldn't. Mankind didn't evolve at all. Mankind was engineered, purpose-built to be the perfect slaves for a race of far superior beings who, according to ancient texts, descended from the heavens. Eventually, the slaves rebelled, and our masters tried to destroy us in a great flood. Sumerian texts, Egyptian religions, ancient Indian myths, Native American legends, even the Bible, they all tell the same story. It's the story of gods and men. It's the story of the Anunnaki.
Nadia here? Hello? Are you there? I hear you. I hear people.
Mesopotamia is called the cradle of civilization. Long before the pyramids soared above Egypt, and ages before Stonehenge was built, the ancient civilization of Sumer thrived. Sure, we have sites like Göbekli Tepe and Möküklü Tarla, which predate the Sumerians, but those are small gathering places compared to the vast civilization of Sumer, the world's first empire. The Sumerians invented writing. They discovered the wheel. The sailboat was first created by the Sumerians. They revolutionized agriculture by inventing the first plow, to be used on farms fed by a sophisticated irrigation system. Again, the world's first. Though the Greeks get credit for inventing city-states, that too was a Sumerian concept. Sumer was organized into city-states, each governed independently with its own ruler. These rulers reported to the king according to the Code of Ur-Nammu, the world's first legal system. Sumerians understood complicated mathematics and astronomy. Their number systems used to tell time and measure the angles of a circle are still used today. Sumer was founded about 7,000 years ago, and you probably know everything I've said so far. This is common knowledge. What's also common knowledge is that Homo sapiens, or modern man, appeared about 300,000 years ago. Look at how much our technology has evolved since the Sumerians. It took only 7,000 years to go from discovering writing to landing a man on the moon. Okay, to landing something on the moon.
Better.
So what took so long? Why the sudden explosion of technology? What was modern man doing for the 225,000 years or so before ancient Sumer? Why did technology not progress? Ancient Sumerian texts tell us why. Technology couldn't progress because humans were busy working the mines.
Working on a coal mine, going down, down, down. Working on a coal mine, woo, I gotta slip down.
Oh, they weren't mining for coal, they were mining for gold. Gold is a miraculous metal. It's an excellent conductor, highly useful in electronics, and crucial to space travel. Radioactive gold isotopes can target and destroy cancer cells. Gold can also be used for data processing and transmission. Before the 20th century, humans had no practical use for gold. It's nice to look at, but they couldn't use it for anything. Have you ever wondered why a metal, useless to ancient humans, suddenly and only very recently became the most valuable metal in the world? Gold has other uses. Gold nanoparticles can clean the environment. Gold facilitates chemical reactions that purify water and air by leaching away toxic compounds. That's where the sky gods of Sumer come in, the Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
Why are you saying it like that?
Anunnaki. It's the new jingle, like we are farmers, bam, 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 I'm loving it. Anunnaki, Anunnaki, Anunnaki. You think it will stick?
No, that's just a ripoff of Hallelujah. Gold was more than the most valuable metal in the world. It was the most valuable metal in the solar system. The Anunnaki weren't gods. They were aliens from another planet. They needed gold to save their world from an environmental disaster, but gold was rare on their planet. They found a solution. About 450,000 years ago, the Anunnaki arrived on Earth not to help humans, but to use them. Gold is abundant on Earth. The Anunnaki knew this, and they wanted every ounce of it. So they bred us as a slave race to work the mines. The planet of the Anunnaki, hiding in the far reaches of our solar system, does exist. Not just according to ancient tablets, but according to NASA. The homeworld of the Anunnaki has been called the 12th planet by Zecharia Sitchin. NASA calls it Planet 9. Others call it Planet X. The Sumerians and the Anunnaki called their planet Nibiru. And the fates of Nibiru and Earth were about to be joined together forever. Anu stood on his balcony and laughed to himself. His laugh wasn't about anything funny. It was a sarcastic laugh. Anu wasn't his given name. Anu was his title, given to all leaders of his people, the Anunnaki.
Anunnaki.
please, no catchy jingles when I'm doing dramatic science fiction.
Sorry. Go ahead, Philip K. Dick.
50,000 years ago, when Anu was young and ambitious, he fought former King Alalu for the throne and won. The council elected him to see Nibiru through the crisis. But during his time as leader, conditions on the planet were only getting worse. Industry on Nibiru was highly controlled. Factories polluted the air. There was no way to avoid it, but they had the technology to control it. Skyscraper-sized air recyclers dotted the landscape around every urban area. However, a series of volcanic eruptions caught the Anunnaki by surprise. Ancient volcanoes spewed ash and toxic gas into the air, overwhelming the recyclers with mountain-sized pyroclastic flows. Within weeks, the recyclers began to fail. Within months, the atmosphere began breaking down. Nibiru's ozone layer was thin in most places and completely gone in others. The sky above Nibiru was a sickly yellow, and the atmosphere was thick and oppressive. Twin moons once shined brightly. Now they were barely visible through the haze. Stars that had once filled the night sky could no longer be seen. Anunnaki lived for 200,000 years. This long lifespan, once considered a gift, was now a curse. The older Anunnaki remembered a night sky filled with stars, but the young ones had never seen a star. The last, brightest star disappeared behind the gloom years ago. In the cities of Nibiru, the towering spires of ancient buildings loomed over empty streets. The grand avenues, once lined with breathtaking sculptures and shimmering fountains, now seemed to taunt the Anunnaki, a painful reminder of an age of prosperity now long in the past. The gardens that once bloomed with exotic plants and flowers were now withered and brown. Formerly vibrant landscapes were barren and decayed, a casualty of the failing ecosystem. Anu and the Anunnaki people knew that their planet was dying and that they were running out of time. Anu had the greatest minds in the world working on this problem, but the outlook was grim. Then Anu's son Enlil burst into the room. He said, "Father, I know how we can save the planet." In the halls of learning, the greatest minds of Nibiru worked tirelessly to find a solution. They pored over ancient texts and conducted countless experiments, searching for a way to halt the decay of their world. And then, in a moment of desperation and brilliance, Anunnaki scientists discovered the answer: gold. The precious metal, rare on Nibiru, held the key to their salvation. When suspended in the atmosphere, microscopic gold reflects and absorbs the harmful radiation of the sun and space. It was the one chance to stabilize their atmosphere. It was a long shot and would take years, but it was their only hope. The Anunnaki mobilized all their resources and devised a plan. They sent expeditions to the far reaches of the solar system, searching for planets rich in gold. They would mine the gold, bring it back to their planet, and release it into the atmosphere in a desperate attempt to save their world. For years, probes went out, and probes found nothing. Probes traveled the inner solar system and found nothing but useless volcanic rock and toxic gas. But today, there was a glimmer of hope. One of the probes reported not just the presence of gold, but of many more life-saving resources. All the elders were present at the council meeting: Enki, Inanna, Ninhursag, and Utu. But it was Anu's son Enlil who spoke first.
Data from one of our probes has come in. There is a planet very close to the yellow star, rich in gold. It also has liquid water in abundance. Its atmosphere is thin, thinner than ours, but it has a strong magnetic field that shields it from the radiation killing our planet. It's the third planet from the star.
Anu knew of this planet. They called it Kai, but would later become known as Earth. Earth revolved around the sun very quickly. Nibiru was also in orbit around the star, but it took 3,600 Earth years to complete one revolution. Anu thought Earth sounded perfect. The journey would be dangerous, but times were desperate. Soon Nibiru would be making a close approach to Earth. The timing was perfect. He urged them to depart immediately, but Enlil had more to say.
But Earth is teeming with life, including intelligent creatures, though still early in their development. These creatures are bipedal like us, but smaller than us, perhaps half our height.
The creatures Enlil spoke of were under 6 feet tall. Anunnaki were between 12 and 15 feet tall. This is because Nibiru's gravity wasn't as strong as Earth's. This was just math. More gravity means smaller life forms. Low gravity allows plants and animals to grow very tall. Aside from their small size, the Earth creatures were similar in appearance to the Anunnaki in other ways. The Anunnaki had larger eyes and larger skulls than the Earthlings, but the Earth beings had 2 arms, 2 legs, eyes, nose, mouth, just like the Anunnaki. Anu sensed concern in Enlil's voice.
Do these Earth creatures pose a threat to us and our project?
They are primitive but violent. Some eat animal flesh, if you can imagine. They have no interest in gold, but they may perceive us as a threat. They have no technology beyond wood and stone. Still, in numbers, they could be dangerous.
That's what the Ajiji are for.
The Ajiji were a race of slaves who served the Anunnaki in all things, from operating the factories to maintaining order. They were an intelligent and obedient workforce, and they could surely handle primitive creatures half their size. The council convened, the decision was made, and 300 Anunnaki and 600 Ajiji were loaded onto great ships. It was time to make the journey sunward. It was time to make the journey to Earth. After a brief stop on Mars, the Anunnaki fleet arrived in Earth's orbit. The crew was stunned. The planet was a vibrant blue and green with swirling white clouds. Vast glimmering oceans seemed to go on forever. The planet was full of life in the sky, on land, and the sea below.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki marveled at Earth's beauty, but also felt sadness. Their home planet Nibiru was dying, and its people were suffering. But that sadness renewed their resolve. They were here for a purpose: mine all the gold needed to heal their atmosphere.
Anunnaki.
A few ships remained in orbit, while others scouted the planet for a suitable landing site. Eventually, they settled on the lush green plains between the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. Later, this area would become known as Mesopotamia, the Greek word for between 2 rivers. The ships landed, and the Ajiji were put to work. The Ajiji were a race of aliens that the Anunnaki conquered long ago. After the Ajiji were defeated, they were enslaved. They've served the Anunnaki ever since. The Ajiji look similar to the Anunnaki, who look similar to modern humans.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
I'm getting there. Ajiji were between 12 and 15 feet tall and extremely strong. Where humans have somewhat round skulls, the Anunnaki and the Ajiji, to some degree, have very large and often elongated skulls. These elongated heads have been depicted many times in ancient carvings and frescoes. The Ajiji were given only 7 days to build the great city of Eridu, to be ruled by Anu's son, Enki. The Anunnaki were cruel and brutal to the Ajiji.
The gods' load was great, the toil grievous, the trouble excessive. The great Anunnaki, the 7, were making me Ajiji undertake the toil.
The city was completed on time. Then the Ajiji dug mines and began mining gold. They mined gold day after day, year after year, for 150,000 years. The Ajiji extracted gold by the ton, and ships began making round trips between Earth and Nibiru. Enki, ruling in his father Anu's name, was thrilled. He demanded more output. The slave masters used weapons like particle beams to force the Ajiji to work harder and faster. Enki didn't want to abuse the workforce this way, but felt he had no choice. The atmosphere on Nibiru was all but stripped away. He wasn't sure the gold would get back home in time. Then, against his better judgment, Enki demanded even more output from the mines. The slave masters were told to use any means necessary to get this done, including torture. Soon, whispers of dissent circulated among the Ajiji. Then the whispers became shouts. No longer would the Ajiji allow themselves to be tortured, and no longer would they work the mines. Atrahasis, a famous leader of the Ajiji, made the decision to rebel.
For too long have we languished under the yoke of the Anunnaki. We were born of the stars, yet condemned to the dark. It is time we seek the light. Now proclaim war. let us combine hostilities and battle.
The rebellion was swift. The Ujiji were intelligent and strong. They turned their tools into weapons, broke their chains, and fought the Anunnaki for their freedom. The city of Eridu became a battlefield, and gold mines collapsed from the uprising. The Ujiji fought bravely, but they failed, and were put back in chains. Enki's brother Enlil had been overseeing the mining operations. He was furious. He wanted the Ujiji killed for treason, but Enki felt differently. The Anunnaki and the Ujiji had thousands of years of shared history.
Shall we meet defiance with tyranny, or can we forge a new destiny together?
The Ujiji could not return to the mines, and Enki knew this. They would continue to rebel. But someone had to work the mines and do all the labor a large city requires. So Enki had an idea. In the forests were ape-like hominids. They had large brains, walked on two legs, and could use simple tools. They weren't intelligent enough to do the work the Anunnaki needed, but maybe they could become intelligent with just a little genetic engineering. There were groups of hominids living in the forest around the Anunnaki cities. These were our ancestors. They were either Homo heidelbergensis or Homo erectus. Stop it. The Anunnaki took one of the hominid males and attempted to cross his genetics with the Anunnaki.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
Enki wanted to create a creature that would be intelligent like the Ujiji, but not too intelligent. They would be strong, but much smaller than the Ujiji. They would be engineered to be submissive and much easier to control. The first experiments were done in a lab, and the results were horrific. Instead of creating a perfect being, the genetic experiments created monsters. Gorgons, Cyclops, Banshees, and two-headed giants. These monsters still live on in ancient stories. The Anunnaki changed their approach. They genetically spliced their DNA with that of a hominid female. Then, rather than grow the embryo in a lab, they implanted it in the female. It worked. Less than a year later, a child was born, a boy. He looked more like the Anunnaki than the ape-like creatures roaming the forest. They named the child Adamu.
Adamu, like Adam, from Adam and Eve?
Yep. Adamu means first man. In Hebrew, the word also means from the ground or earth. In Genesis, God made Adam in his own image from the dust on the ground. In ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian texts, the creation of man is described the same way. Man is created in the image of the god or gods by mixing the blood of a god with the clay of the earth. Ancient Egyptians had a story of man being created by mixing a tear of a god with the clay of the earth. Blood, or even a tear, would contain DNA. And clay in ancient writings doesn't mean actual clay, it refers to all life on earth. Every culture and religion has some variation of this story.
Not a coincidence.
Probably not. And there is that gap in history where hominids go from very simple primates to a very intelligent, advanced race. We're far more intelligent than any of the species before us. You'd think there'd be a slow but steady evolution of intelligence, but we don't see it. It's as if humans suddenly appeared. Dr. Ellis Silver wrote a book about this jump in evolution in his book, Humans Are Not From Earth. His theory says that humans were brought here by aliens. Now, whether brought here or created here, the theory says humans were genetically engineered using alien DNA. Dr. Silver claims that humans are not well suited to Earth's environment, while every other animal is. Why did we lose our fur? Human skin is very sensitive to sunlight and UV radiation. If we spend too much time in the sun, it leads to serious diseases, especially skin cancer. No other animals get sunburned. Mammals have fur or thick skin. Fish scales, even birds' feathers, all offer protection from the sun. Sure, pigs, elephants, and even reptiles can get burned, but they protect themselves by rolling around in mud or changing their skin. Now we have sunblock, but what did humans do to protect their skin 100,000 years ago? Also, humans are more susceptible to illness, disease, and birth disorders than other animals. I have 2 cats. I've had cats for years. I can't remember them ever getting sick. Buddy eventually got sick, but then he died. For 14 years, he never had so much as a cold. Now, I know cats, dogs, and animals do get sick, but not at the rate humans do. Dr. Silver mentions that humans tend to crave food that's bad for us. Salt, sugar, fat, carbs. We're surrounded by vegetables, nuts, and fruit, but most people would rather have a cheeseburger, fries, and a milkshake. I know I would. Back pain is another reason Dr. Silver thinks humans are not from Earth. He claims we're not designed for Earth's gravity. It's too heavy. He believes we evolved on a planet with lower gravity.
Like Nibiru.
Right. The Anunnaki were very human-like, but they were about twice our height, 12 to 15 feet tall. This would indicate they evolved on a planet with lower gravity than Earth. He presents a very compelling case backed up by science. I link to his book below. It's believed that Homo sapiens first emerged about 300,000 years ago. This is exactly the time of the Ajiji Rebellion. So back to the first man, Adamu. The Anunnaki also created a female, Hiva, so they could...
When I get that feeling, I want sexual healing. Sexual healing. It's good for me. Continue.
The Anunnaki needed humans to procreate on their own, and they did, often. The Anunnaki guided this new race for a few hundred years. The population grew to thousands. The Anunnaki taught the new humans all the skills they needed to maintain the city, build homes, plant and harvest crops. But most importantly, the Anunnaki gave humans the skills to mine gold.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
The Anunnaki were so pleased with their creation that they allowed humans to visit their sacred garden, Eden.
So, Adamu and Hiva in the Garden of Eden, eh?
According to ancient Sumerian writing, yes.
Sounds familiar.
Yep, there is a lot of the Anunnaki story in every major religion in the world. But now we run into a problem. Humans didn't look like apes at all. They looked pretty much like Anunnaki, just smaller. And human women were beautiful.
Uh-oh, that always means trouble.
One of these women caught the eye of Enki, the Anunnaki ruler of the city Eridu.
Yeah, and there it is. Hey, Enki, her eyes are up here.
But relationships between Anunnaki, Ajiji, and humans were strictly forbidden.
Don't sleep with the help.
Oh, come on, that's rude.
I'm serious. You get in trouble when you party with your employees. Just ask Arnold, Ben Affleck.
So Enki broke the law and had a relationship with a human woman. From this relationship, a child was born, a boy named Adapa. Until now, humans were very simple, docile beings, intelligent enough to do the work the Anunnaki needed, but not intelligent enough to complain about it. The birth of Adapa changed everything. He was part human, part Anunnaki. He was extremely intelligent. He married a woman named Atiti.
Atiti?
Atiti.
What'd I say?
From the family of Adapa began a new line of highly intelligent humans, and they started asking questions. They inherited the Anunnaki's desire for gold and for power. But there was a bigger problem. Another trait emerged in this new line of intelligent humans, a trait that would shape the future of our entire species. That new trait was violence.
The guardian of the seed will never relent. They will die to keep it.
In just a few years, the first generation submissive humans were gone. Some were murdered, but most just died out. The new humans had no interest in mating with them, but they still were interested in mating.
Get up, get up, get up, get up. Let's make love tonight.
Against the orders of the Anunnaki, these new, intelligent, violent humans procreated a lot.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, because you do it right.
Soon the city of Eridu was overrun. It could no longer sustain the human population. People were killing each other for food. The violence was out of control. Enlil was especially annoyed by the constant disturbance of humans. He decided to lessen the population by sending a series of plagues. First drought, then pestilence, and then famine. After each of these plagues, the humans appealed to the god who made them, Enki. He helped ease their suffering and return the earth to its natural state. By now, the Anunnaki had enough gold to heal their planet, and the humans had become a nuisance. The Anunnaki cast them out of Eden and out of Eridu, and from there the human race spread around the world. But not all humans left. Some stayed and had relationships with several Anunnaki. The children born of these relationships were extremely powerful demigods. Legendary figures like Gilgamesh, Samson, Hercules, and Perseus were the offspring of Anunnaki human unions. But some humans had relationships with the Ajiji. These unions did not produce heroes. They produced monsters. These offspring were a race of giants called the Nephilim. They were cruel and brutal. They tormented and tortured humans, and in many cases, they ate them.
Nephilim episode link below.
Meanwhile, mankind flourished. Human settlements became cities, and cities became empires. Humans conquered all four corners of the earth. It was a prosperous, if not decadent, time. But the human race didn't know their world was about to change, drastically. It first appeared in the night sky like any other star, but as the weeks passed, the object grew brighter and larger. Humans were confused and growing concerned. They had no idea what this object was, but the Anunnaki did. It was their home. Nibiru takes 3,600 years to orbit the sun, but its orbit is highly elliptical, so Nibiru travels way beyond Pluto nearly to the Kuiper Belt, then swings all the way back through the inner solar system. During this time, it comes very close to the Earth, so the Anunnaki started packing. They had enough gold to heal their atmosphere. There was no reason to stay on Earth anymore. Besides, when Nibiru got close to the Earth, they did not want to be on the surface.
No, this sounds ominous.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be bad.
How bad?
Well, imagine every disaster movie you've ever seen rolled into one cataclysmic event.
Okay, that's bad.
It's actually way worse.
Yeah, but what about the humans?
Oh, after Nibiru passes by the Earth, there won't be any humans left.
Oh, no.
The farmer was startled awake. The sun was just rising over the mountains in the east. The animals always got restless at sunrise, eagerly awaiting their breakfast. But the animals were more than restless. They were going crazy. His wife groaned and rolled over as he launched himself out of bed. When he got to his barn, the farmer was shocked. His horses were literally screaming to get out of their stalls. One broke its neck trying to break free. His sheep were running in unison like a flock of birds, making a large circle within the pen. Occasionally, one would break off and throw itself against the stone corral. A few injured sheep limped around the perimeter. At least 2 were dead. It was madness. The farmer didn't know what caused the sudden alarm, but he was sure it had something to do with the object in the sky. His village first noticed it months ago when a new light appeared in the night sky. It looked like a star, as the sky gods called it. But the sky gods were gone now. After the new star appeared, they boarded great chariots that took them to the heavens. His people were on their own now. The object no longer looked like a star. It was almost the size of the moon. And like the moon, the farmer could see features on the great disk. Clouds were visible. He could see mountains and oceans. But unlike the moon, the object was visible during the day, constant and oppressive.
Stay away from lions.
He knew it was getting larger, or was it getting closer? It was difficult to tell. The farmer jumped when a flock of birds suddenly and loudly took flight. He scanned the forest and horizon beyond, and it seemed like every bird in the world had taken to the air. But there were no songs being sung. The birds were screeching. Then he felt it, a vibration. At first he thought it was his body trembling, but then realized the ground beneath his feet was trembling. The farmer felt the sound before he heard it, a hum so deep it was barely there. But the sound caused a wave of sickness to wash over him. He dropped to his knees to vomit when the world started tearing itself apart. He had experienced earthquakes before, some very powerful and frightening. Nothing compared to this. The ground shook and rolled like a boat at sea. Over his shoulder, he saw the barn crumble. He wondered how many of his horses were killed. He hoped his favorite horse survived. He wanted to run over and save what animals he could, but the tremor would not allow him to stand. Then his house collapsed. The farmer vomited again, knowing his wife and 3 children were still sleeping there. He hoped they slept through their death. They didn't. heard his wife screaming from the rubble. He heard the wail of an infant. Then he heard himself screaming. But those sounds were suddenly overwhelmed by a great rumble as the ground lurched forward. The stone corral tumbled. Animals were knocked off their feet. Deafening thunder came next, but louder than any thunder he'd ever heard. The farmer covered his ears, but it was no help. What he couldn't hear, he could feel. He looked to the west. There was the grassy hill with the large olive tree. As far as he knew, the tree had been there forever. The graves of his parents and their parents were in the shade of that tree. He thought his grave might be there soon. Then from over that ridge, he saw what seemed to be mountains of fire. Flaming stones as big as houses were launched into the sky, through the clouds, and into the heavens. Hundreds of them, thousands maybe. Dark smoke billowed from something in that direction, and before he knew it, the blue sky had turned black. The morning sun had disappeared. But at least he didn't have to look at the great disk anymore. He finally got to his feet and staggered toward his house. All he could hear was the growl of the earth, but he knew his wife was still alive. If he could just get to her, maybe he could... Then, a hot coal landed beside him, the kind he'd seen in ovens at the market. It was bright red and aflame. Then another coal landed nearby, this one a bit larger. They hissed as they burned in the tall grass. He then realized the rocks of fire that were launched into the heavens were coming home. Soon stones made of fire were crashing all around him, and they were getting bigger. The barn disappeared in a hail of fire. On the ground, he saw the shadows. The stones were definitely getting larger, and they were bigger than houses, much bigger. The farmer stopped when one of the large shadows found him. He knew what was next. He said a prayer as the faint shadow in the grass grew larger and darker. He heard an approaching scream as the shadow spilled across his entire farm. Then everything went black. The fisherman was working frantically. The great disk in the sky was shaking the earth, and buildings were crumbling as if made of sand. He lashed ropes around a wooden pike to hold his boat in place. The waves were growing bigger, and his boat was thrashing violently. He hoped his knot would hold. Occasionally, a brick made of fire would drop from the sky and land in the water with an angry hiss. The fisherman was more confused than frightened. The morning was clear and peaceful, and the fish were biting. He was going to make a fortune at the market, but the storm had cut his trip short. Now a blanket of darkness covered the earth, and the wind was howling. Soon the wind's howl became a roar, and rain thrashed so violently that the drops left painful welts in his skin. The earth had been shaking for hours, or was it just minutes? He couldn't tell. When the small houses in the village fell, countless lives were lost, but there were some survivors. They were making their way to the caves nearby. The tremors made it slow going, but the fisherman was sure they'd make it. A gust of wind felt like a shove that knocked the fisherman off his feet. But this shove continued and continued. The wind was so strong, the man was pinned to the ground, face painfully pushing into the sand. Any houses that survived the quake would not survive this gale. He was being pelted with sand and debris, and boats that weren't tied down sailed through the air, exploding into splinters when they landed. He once again hoped that knot would hold. He managed to get to his feet as soil and dust whirled around him. He couldn't see more than 2 paces in any direction. Unsure of where to go, he followed the sound of a child crying. But that child sounded so far, far away. Then, as if the sky gods had commanded it, the wind and rain stopped. Debris fell to the ground as if dropped by the gods' hands. The earth stopped trembling, though he could still feel a rumble somewhere down deep. It could be the sound of hell itself. He saw a few stragglers wearing heavy packs on their way to the caves. Behind him, he heard a familiar sound, the sound of a river. But there were no rivers near the village. He turned around and saw that the sea had all but disappeared. Water was rushing away at a ferocious speed. But to where? Soon the ocean was a field of mud that stretched to the horizon. His boat dangled from the wooden pike. The knot held. Thousands of fish wriggled and flopped in the wet sand where the ocean used to be. He thought this would be the greatest feast the birds would ever see. Then he realized there were no birds, not a single one. With the water gone, the only sound was that of fish flipping over and over again, slowly drowning in the air. The fisherman's eyes continued to the horizon. He saw a great white cloud stretch from one end of the world to the other. He stood silently in awe. Then he realized it wasn't a cloud, it was a mountain, and it was growing. But how could it be a mountain? It was a mountain of water, a wave. The biggest wave he'd ever seen. The biggest wave anyone had ever seen. As it approached, its crest pierced the clouds, taller than any mountain, higher than any bird could fly, bigger than anything the fisherman had ever seen. His father had taught him how to steady his boat when a big wave hits, but his father never mentioned a wave that touched the heavens. Soon, what little light seeped through the gloom was snuffed out by the shadow of the wall of water. The wave rushed ahead at great speed. The man thought that not even the finest, fastest horse could outrun it. Within seconds, the wall of water was all he could see. It was coming. The man sighed and settled his breath. He'd been born by the sea, and he would die by the sea. This would be a good death. He closed his eyes, opened his arms wide, and smiled. In orbit, the Anunnaki watched the continents of the Earth sink beneath the ocean. Tiny islands, once the peaks of great mountains, appeared here and there, but there were too few for anyone to survive, for anything to survive. They knew the Great Flood was coming. Nibiru passes by the Earth every 3,600 years, but the distance varies. Sometimes Nibiru stays far outside the moon's orbit, and the effects on Earth are small. But sometimes, like this visit, Nibiru soared between the Earth and the moon at 40,000 miles per hour. The Anunnaki knew the Earth would be devastated. In the months prior, there was a lot of debate among the elder Anunnaki.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
At first, they decided to let humanity perish. Enlil said that humans served their purpose and now were nothing but a nuisance. A great flood was just what the Earth needed, a fresh start. But Enki had grown to love humans. Remember, he married a human woman. Enki offered Enlil and the other Anunnaki a compromise. The flood would come as planned, but one man and his family would be spared. Utnapishtim, a wise and good man. He and his wife and family would build a large boat.
An ark.
Yes, and on that boat, they would take the seeds of all living creatures. When the flood came, all life on Earth was destroyed. But Utnapishtim, his family, and the contents of his boat survived. Every day, Utnapishtim released birds to find land. One day, a raven did not return. He sailed in that direction. After a few days, the boat came to rest on an island that, as the waters receded, became a mountaintop. And now life, including humanity, would start again.
That's the story of Noah's Ark.
It is. But this version is from the Epic of Gilgamesh, written at least 3,000 years earlier. And the story's probably much older than that. Every culture and religion on Earth has a flood myth, which are all very similar to the Sumerian flood myth. Some cultures tell the identity Identical story, just with different names. So mankind is reborn. But this time, the Anunnaki put in some safeguards. They shortened the human lifespan. They made us more susceptible to illness. They made childbirth dangerous for both mother and child. They would not let the human population get out of control.
Bill Gates and the World Economic Forum would be proud.
They would.
You're gonna live in a pod and eat bugs, you know.
I am not eating bugs.
Worms are pretty good.
I like sushi.
Your jive cuts me, sir. It cuts me to the quick.
Soon, new settlements and villages emerged, but all of humanity's previous knowledge was lost to the sea. They were back to the Stone Age. Enki and even Enlil were impressed by the resilience of man and decided to visit the settlements. The Anunnaki descended from the heavens and rose from the seas to give people the gift of civilization. Humans are taught reading and writing, mathematics, astronomy, and even engineering. They're taught how to build great cities. And some believe the Anunnaki helped them build huge structures like pyramids and obelisks found in Egypt and South America. And those pyramids and obelisks were built for a specific purpose, by the way. Tesla might have figured it out, but that's another story.
Tesla pyramid link below.
The last time Nibiru passed by Earth was about 700 years ago. That time happens to coincide with the emergence of the Sumerian civilization. Last time Nibiru passed by Earth was about 700 years ago. That time happens to coincide with the emergence of the Sumerian civilization, the first civilization on Earth. Or was it? Nibiru passes by Earth every 3,600 years. Sometimes Nibiru comes so close to the Earth that the planet is wiped clean. About 13,000 years ago, the end of the Younger Dryas, was the time of the Great Flood. This coincides with a time when Nibiru would be passing by. Some believe a meteor impact caused the flood. Others believe it was a major solar event. But what if it was Nibiru that caused the ice sheets to melt and flood the Earth? What if that's the exact story that we've heard today? The earliest Great Flood myth comes from ancient Sumer, about 7,000 years ago. However, tablets and tablets of Sumerian writing still exist, writing that fills books upon books. The Sumerians wrote down everything. They said the Great Flood story, which was told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, happened many years earlier. The dates work out. And if the Sumerians were right, there was a civilization on Earth before the flood, as many researchers like Graham Hancock claim. Now that previous civilization Earth before the flood, as many researchers like Graham Hancock claim. Now that previous civilization didn't have advanced technology, but they certainly witnessed it. Carvings and text from ancient Sumer, India, China, Japan, Egypt, Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, they all tell the same story. Gods who rode chariots in the sky, gods who created mankind, gods who destroyed the earth with a flood, and gods who helped us rebuild it. Nibiru is due to return around the year 2900. Now maybe it will be a gentle transit, and humanity will continue to evolve and innovate. Maybe by then we'll have learned a way to communicate with the ancient sky gods.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
Or maybe Nibiru's next visit will be a violent one, bringing with it another cataclysm that wipes the earth clean. So does that mean all of humanity is destroyed and we have to start again? I don't think so. Technology is going to keep moving forward. By the time the year 2900 arrives, I'm sure we'll be building outposts on the Moon, Mars, Europa, Enceladus. We'll be mining asteroids and stopping at Europa to refuel and refill our water tanks. Humanity will be a spacefaring species. And like we've conquered every corner of the Earth, I believe with a little luck and a lot of cooperation, we can conquer every corner of our solar system. Nibiru may destroy the Earth in the year 2900, but that's okay, because by then, we'll be the Sky Gods. The Anunnaki, the Sky Gods from Nibiru who traveled to the Earth in search of gold, needed to save their planet. And while here, they created the human race as a slave species to mine that gold. Eventually, humans grew too intelligent, greedy, arrogant, and violent. Then they were wiped out in a global flood when Nibiru passed close to the Earth. This story is one of my all-time favorites, and it is a classic. The Ancient Aliens television series is built around this story. But is it true?
ancient astronaut theorists say yes.
I know they do. Almost all the Anunnaki ancient alien story comes from the work of Zecharia Sitchin. His book, The 12th Planet, explained how the story is written word for word in ancient Sumerian texts. His first book was such a hit that he wrote a whole series about ancient aliens and their time here on Earth. Sitchin spent over 20 years studying Sumerian tablets and teaching himself ancient languages. He translated thousands of texts, and a legend was born. So, who was Zecharia Sitchin? A Sumerologist? An archaeologist? A philologist?
What in the name of Anu is a philologist?
A philologist studies languages that are no longer spoken, like Latin, ancient Greek, Sanskrit, Sumerian, and many others. So, philologist, archaeologist, Sumerologist. Sitchin was none of these. He claimed to have an economics degree from the University of London, though that's never been confirmed. While he was working for a shipping company in New York, he taught himself Sumerian cuneiform. He then visited some ancient sites and started to piece together the ancient astronaut theory. Now, I'm a huge fan of Zecharia Sitchin. I've read all of his books many times, and they're brilliant. But he was wrong about just about everything.
Oh, no.
His translations of Sumerian writing are more interpretations than actual translations. He even gets the meaning of the word Anunnaki wrong.
In the ancient texts of Sumeria, the term Anunnaki means those who from the heavens came.
Yeah, that's wrong. The Ancient Aliens TV show uses Zecharia Sitchin's translation, not the real translation. Anunnaki actually means royal blood or royal seed. Anu was the king of the gods, and his consort was named Ki. The Anunnaki were descended from Anu and Ki. They became the gods in the Mesopotamian pantheon. Sitchin's book was released in 1976. There was no internet. There were no databases of ancient writing and cuneiform. But now there is. Because we now know so much about how the Sumerians spoke and wrote, we also know that Zecharia Sitchin wasn't a very good translator. He got even basic words and grammar wrong. In fact, the title, The 12th Planet, refers to the image on the Sumerian cylinder seal VA-243. On the seal, the sun is surrounded by 12 objects that appear to be planets. Sitchin claims that the Sumerians knew of all the planets in the solar system, plus Nibiru and a few other objects. Now, the truth is, the Sumerians did know about planets, but they didn't know of any beyond Saturn. They didn't have telescopes, and Saturn was all that they could see with the naked eye.
Maybe the Anunnaki told them.
Hang on, I'm getting there. Other things Sitchin got wrong. Not a single Sumerian text mentions a flying vehicle. Yes, we read about them in other cultures. Ancient Indians wrote extensively about Vimana, giant vessels that could soar above the clouds. And in researching this episode, I learned all kinds of interesting things about Vimana that I didn't know. And if you want a full video on that, let me know. It would be a good one. Back to Sitchin. The Sumerians wrote about gold a few times, but not that much. And there's nothing in the text about mining gold to heal the atmosphere on Nibiru. By the way, Nibiru means crossing. Sitchin interpreted this to mean it was a planet that crossed the Earth's orbit every 3,600 years, but that's not what Nibiru was. Nibiru, or the crossing, was often associated with a solstice. It could refer to an object in the sky that indicated a solstice, or it could mean the sun or possibly a star crossing a certain way during a solstice. Sitchin took this idea and ran with it. He interpreted Nibiru to be a planet, but it wasn't. I'm not sure how he came up with the 3,600-year orbit, but if a huge object roared past the Earth every 3,600 years, you'd think there'd be plenty of documentation.
Maybe it was lost in the flood.
Well, now the flood is interesting. Every culture and religion has a flood myth. I think the count is up to 140, and maybe more. And they're all very, very similar stories. Frequently, 8 people are saved, as in the stories of Noah, Utnapishtim, and many others. It's been said that all the flood myths are copied from the others, and that the flood in the Bible is derived from the Epic of Gilgamesh. But when the ancient Sumerians wrote about the flood, even to them, this was an event that happened in their ancient history.
The Younger Dryas.
It could be. I think it probably was. I think all these myths were referring to the same great flood, and they didn't copy each other. I think they all arose independently. The ancient Chinese, Mayans, Nordics, and Polynesians weren't intermingling in ancient times. Yet they all tell the same story, probably because it happened. Also, almost as many cultures have a creation myth about a god adding his own essence to clay. The essence could be DNA, and the clay could represent early hominids. Zecharia Sitchin's ancient astronaut theory is considered pseudoscience. His work has been called far worse. So is the story of the Anunnaki and Nibiru debunked? Well, not so fast. Debunkers have been asking for hard evidence, physical proof of the Anunnaki. For thousands of years, the Sumerian cities of Eridu and Ur were myths, but they were eventually found. And in the city of Ur, a tomb was discovered. In the tomb was the skeleton of a queen of the first Sumerian dynasty.
The first queen?
Yep.
That would make her a human Anunnaki hybrid.
Well, according to the legend, it would.
Is she?
Sure looks like it.
Yahtzee!
The ancient Sumerian city of Ur had been lost for thousands of years, but in the early 20th century it was discovered. In 1927, British archaeologist Leonard Woolley discovered the remains of Queen Puabi. She's queen of the first dynasty of Ur, which, if you believe the ancient astronaut theory, places her very close to when the Anunnaki started creating humans. It's been speculated that Queen Puabi was a human Anunnaki hybrid. Her skull was huge, elongated, and the Anunnaki were described as having skulls just like this. There's currently an effort to have her DNA tested, but that project has been met with some resistance.
Yeah, predictable.
Now, Queen Puabi is not unique. Elongated skulls have been found all over the world. A large number of them have been found in Peru. They're called the Paracas skulls.
Now, let me guess. They're also against DNA testing.
They're actually not. Their DNA was tested in 2014, and the results were surprising. The skulls date back thousands of years and have DNA only found in people in the Middle East.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Peru is not in the Middle East, is it?
It's not. And listen to this. The DNA from the largest skull has genetics that originate in Mesopotamia.
They're real! Nah, they're not.
Well, mainstream science doesn't think so.
Mainstream science can go pound.
One of the researchers of the skulls, L.A. Marzulli, believes the skulls belong to Nephilim hybrids. And it's interesting that people with Middle Eastern DNA were in the jungles of South America thousands of years ago. Are they Nephilim?
Yep.
Anunnaki hybrids?
Yep.
I'll leave it to you to decide. Now, we know Sitchin was wrong about the planet Nibiru. But in 2015, Caltech researchers found evidence of a huge object deep in the solar system. It's a planet about the size of Neptune with an orbit so elliptical it reaches far beyond Pluto.
Just like Nibiru.
Yep. Now, there are no photographs of it yet, but it's so large that its gravity is affecting the orbits of objects in the Kuiper Belt. Researchers say there is a 98% chance the object is there.
Yeah, Anunnaki.
It was a long-held belief that Homo sapiens' large brain is what made us so intelligent. But a Neanderthal brain was the same size as ours. Now, they weren't simple cavemen. Neanderthals built families, societies, created art, music, and waged organized war. But Homo sapiens eventually wiped out Neanderthals. How? Neanderthals were extremely strong, far more physically powerful than humans. And they had the same sized brain. They should have destroyed us. Why didn't they? In 2013, Homo naledi was discovered. Homo naledi are an extinct species of early humans. They had very small brains, only about 1/3 the size of ours. Yet they knew how to make stone tools. They conducted funeral rituals, which implies they had religion, or some idea of an afterlife, which also implies they had language. They were very intelligent. So if brain size doesn't indicate intelligence, what does? Well, in 2020, a very interesting study was released by scientists at the Max Planck Institute of Cell Biology and Genetics. They identified a genetic mutation that triggered the faster creation of neurons in the Homo sapien brain. The gene is known as TKTL1. Other hominids also had this gene, including Neanderthals. but they all differ from the modern human gene by one amino acid. This small change wouldn't come from crossbreeding or years of evolution. The only time we see a single gene altered this specifically is when that gene is targeted and manipulated with technology, with genetic engineering. By altering this one gene, Homo sapiens are able to grow neurons much faster than any other hominid species, faster by far. For 300,000 years, Homo sapiens didn't change much. They didn't invent or innovate. In fact, Neanderthals were the dominant species on Earth up until about 50,000 years ago. Then something happened. Man suddenly started to create, reason, and invent. Within a few generations, Neanderthals were wiped out, and Homo sapiens conquered the world. And our species has been rapidly advancing ever since. That gene, TKTL1, with just a tiny tweak, acted like a turbo switch in our minds and made us who we are today. Now, you may not believe in the Anunnaki, but you still have to wonder, who flipped the switch? Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Cyclefish.
Anunnaki, Anunnaki.
Are you happy? We finally did an Anunnaki episode, and it was a long one.
That could have been long.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Factor. At the height of the space race in the late 1970s, the Viking probes successfully landed on Mars, collecting pictures, data, and samples from the Red Planet. It was so successful that Soviet scientists wanted their shot at glory. But their focus wasn't on Mars. It was on its moon, Phobos, named after the Greek god of fear. After all, if NASA could land on Mars, landing on one of its moons should be easy, right? Well, it turns out Mars's largest moon was right to be named after the Greek god of fear. Because as barren as the landscape looks, as impossible as it is to live there, something does. And that something does not want to be seen. Oh, I'm sorry, human. I have to give my 2 weeks' notice. I found a...
Human, you gotta go to the grocery store. There's no food in this house. It's an...
Scientists and astronomers have long debated the potential for life on Mars. When the first probes landed on the surface, the outlook for finding life wasn't good. The landscape was barren, the atmosphere a reddish-green haze. This did not look like a planet that could support even the simplest life forms. However, after further study, opinions have changed. As I've shown on this channel, NASA has been taking some creative license with their photography.
Link below to the video about Mars and the NASA cover-up.
Right. The Martian atmosphere is actually bluish-gray, not green or red. And the surface of Mars used to be a lot like Earth, covered in vast oceans of water, liquid water, just like Earth. As you know, the Earth has a spinning iron-nickel core that creates a magnetic field. This field protects us from solar wind and radiation. Well, billions of years ago, Mars had a similar core, which gave it similar protection. But eventually the Martian core stopped spinning, and without the protection of its magnetic field, solar wind stripped away most of the Martian atmosphere. The reason there's water on Earth is because our atmosphere is actually pretty heavy. When Mars lost its atmospheric pressure, its water evaporated into space. Well, most of its water. There's still water frozen in the Martian ice caps. Scientists have even discovered organic compounds in Martian rocks, compounds that are the building blocks of life. So, if there are signs of life on Mars, what about its moons? Could there be life there too? Well, Mars has 2 moons, Phobos and Deimos, both named after the sons of the Greek god Ares. American astronomer Asaph Hall discovered them in 1877. Now, Phobos is the larger and closer of the 2 moons, but large in this case is misleading. It's only about 14 miles across. For comparison, our moon is 2,000 miles wide. Phobos is also oddly close to Mars, only about 5,000 miles away. Our moon is 200,000 miles away. Phobos is covered with massive craters and dents. The surface is dull with no atmosphere. It's not round at all. It's been called a giant potato. Phobos looks more like an asteroid than a moon. And for a long time, astronomers thought Phobos and Deimos were asteroids that got captured by Mars's gravity. Not only do they almost perfectly resemble asteroids, they appear to be made out of the same type of rock. But their orbit is so oddly close to Mars that scientists from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, or JAXA, proposed another theory. Instead of being trapped asteroids, Mars's moons might have formed in a similar way to our moon.
Oh, you mean created by aliens in a distant part of the galaxy and brought here to serve as a base of operations?
No, I'm talking about the giant impact hypothesis. That a large object collided with the Earth, and the moon was formed by the debris from the impact.
Yeah, that's not how the moon was formed.
Well, I have my suspicions too, but let's stick with Mars.
Okay, but if you throw out more cockamamie theories, you're gonna hear it.
I know, but you're gonna like the theory about Mars.
We'll see.
If an asteroid strikes a planet hard enough to create debris, a moon can form, or in the case of Mars, two moons. And there's scientific evidence to back it up. Just like Mars, scientists have found inactive signs of life on the tiny moon. Possible remnants of microorganisms, or DNA, aka the building blocks of life. Martian life.
Okay, you're right. I like this theory.
According to one of the lead scientists at JAXA, Phobos is an ideal natural laboratory.
If Martian life once existed and was widespread elsewhere on Mars, the chance that its dead remains exist also on Phobos is, in my opinion, relatively high. This is because numerous small asteroidal impacts on Mars eject Martian surface material, and the ejecta is relatively easily transferred to Phobos.
Another scientist on the team had a similar thought.
In my opinion, of all the chances for finding life as we know it in the solar system, the surfaces of Mars and Phobos are our best bet. Phobos is a time capsule of ancient Mars.
If ancient life existed on Mars, its moons could be the key to unlocking the Red Planet's secrets. In fact, Phobos could be the key to unlocking many secrets. Even though it's smaller and less symmetrical than our moon, it has one surprising similarity. Like our moon, Phobos might be hollow. In the 1960s, Soviet astronomers started noticing Phobos' orbit wasn't exactly normal. It was orbiting faster than Mars was spinning, meaning it was lighter than expected, much lighter. A faster orbit also means the gravitational field was extremely weak. So weak that a 150-pound human on Phobos would weigh only 2 ounces.
Oh, how much would you have weighed on Phobos when you had your COVID weight?
I don't want to talk about that. The idea of Phobos being hollow gained traction in the 1950s and 60s. Russian astrophysicist Joseph Shklovsky and even Carl Sagan proposed that the moon's unusual orbit could mean only one thing: Phobos must be hollow. Not only that, but Shklovsky hypothesized that Phobos must have a thin sheet metal structure on its outside. In other words, Phobos is artificial, unnatural, alien, whatever you want to call it. And other scientists agreed. Dr. Fred Singer thought that a hollow Phobos was a perfectly sound explanation.
If the satellite is indeed spiraling inward, as deduced from astronomical observation, then there is little alternative to the hypothesis that it is hollow and therefore Martian-made.
Fred Singer wasn't a nobody. He was the science advisor to President Eisenhower. Even NASA admits the moon is odd. In their words, the interior of Phobos could be a rubble pile barely holding together. One Phobos researcher said, the moon appears to be held together by a kind of mildly cohesive outer fabric.
Outer fabric like Martian sheet metal?
Could be. Whatever it was, astronomers and scientists from around the world were beginning to suspect Phobos was hiding some secrets. And the Russians? They wanted in. In July 1988, the Soviets launched two probes, Phobos 1 and Phobos 2. These were sophisticated spacecraft equipped with state-of-the-art instruments. The mission was to study the Martian environment and gather detailed images of Phobos' surface. And it wasn't just the Soviets who wanted this data. The mission was backed by 14 other nations, including the US. But the Phobos mission got off to a rough start. Before Phobos 1 could gather any data, an operative on Earth entered the wrong command. The probe turned away from its source of power, the sun.
Someone fat-fingered the probe.
Yep.
Fat-fingered the probe.
Stop it.
No control Z, eh?
Nope. With no power and no radio contact, Phobos 1 was lost to space. But Phobos 2 was working perfectly, for a few months anyway. However, on March 28, 1989, just as Phobos 2 was preparing to make its closest approach to Phobos, something unexpected happened. It started going haywire. The probe's signals weakened and it began acting strange. Instead of maintaining its steady course, the probe suddenly began spinning out of control. The control center couldn't explain it. This was space. Things don't randomly start spinning, unless they're hit by something. They scrambled to maintain contact with the probe, but no success. Phobos 2 sent back one final image, then everything went black. After days of failed attempts to reconnect with Phobos 2, the mission officially ended. The probe's sudden failure was allegedly caused by a computer malfunction.
Allegedly?
Well, before it failed, Phobos 2 had been sending data to Earth. The last transmission from Phobos 2 contained a series of perplexing images. And the last image Phobos 2 sent to Earth provided proof that it didn't fail because of a simple computer malfunction. Phobos 2 was attacked by a UFO. After the mission ended, the Russian government kept the majority of the photos secret. But this was a multinational cooperative effort. The other countries involved didn't agree to the secrecy, to put it nicely. So after increasing pressure, the Russians finally released the photos taken by Phobos 2. Well, most of them. The Russians kept the last 4 frames of the photo dump classified. Seconds before Phobos 2 went MIA, it snapped a photo of its attacker. It depicted a long elliptical shadow cast on the surface of Phobos. A massive oval object was hovering above the moon. The shadow's shape and size could not be explained as natural phenomena. Some scientists thought it might be a shadow or a trick of the eye, while others speculated that it was an object. Either way, something was there that shouldn't have been. But without those last 4 classified photos, it was hard to know exactly what it was. Then, in 1991, Soviet test pilot Maria Popovich revealed one of those top-secret Russian photos, and suddenly, it all became clear. In the picture, a long elliptical object is clearly seen approaching Phobos. It's estimated to be 15 miles long.
On a recent sightings episode, we brought you information about the possible destruction of a Soviet space probe called Phobos by a UFO.
Phobos 2 was sending back pictures, as usual when suddenly the last picture from Phobos arrived. On that picture you could see Phobos, the Martian moon, and an oblong-shaped object. The object cast a passing shadow on Mars.
And it's interesting to note that these photos were taken with infrared cameras. Infrared is used to measure the temperature of objects. If the object were a shadow or trick of the eye, it wouldn't appear in an infrared photo. The question then became, what was it? And why would it attack the Phobos 2 probe and cut its transmission? Did it think the probe was a threat? Or was there something it was trying to hide? Because Phobos 2 sent back another very interesting image. It was a close-up photo of a region of Mars. And in that photo is what looks like the ruins of an ancient city. Mars's tiny moon, Phobos, holds some massive secrets. Secrets that something or someone doesn't want us to see. Over the decades, probes and satellites sent to Mars and its moons have captured images of things that don't look exactly natural. Perhaps the most famous is the so-called Face on Mars.
Face on Mars, link below.
The face is located in a region of Mars called Cydonia. It was first photographed by NASA's Viking 1 orbiter in 1976. Some believe it's evidence of an ancient Martian civilization. Others think it's a message or a marker left by alien visitors.
Anunnaki.
Could be. According to the Anunnaki legend, not only did they stop on Mars on the way to Earth, they set up an outpost there.
Anunnaki, link below.
Also in the Cydonia region and elsewhere, there are a number of objects that look like artificial constructions, including pyramids, obelisks, even the ruins of ancient cities. One of the most intriguing structures is a pyramid in the region called Elysium Planitia. The Elysium Pyramid is a massive structure that rises nearly a mile above the surrounding plain. Many believe that the pyramid's shape and alignment are too precise to be a natural formation. The only explanation is that it was constructed by intelligent beings. Other puzzling features on Mars include the so-called tubes and glass tunnels that form a network across the planet's surface. Some say this is the work of an alien architect and evidence of underground Martian cities. Phobos orbits very close to Mars. If there was a civilization on Mars at some point, you'd expect to see anomalies on Phobos as well. And we do. Phobos has deep, uniform grooves. The grooves are not only parallel to each other, but they're nearly the same width, 700 to 1,000 feet. And they're the same depth, 75 to 90 feet. Not only that, but they're brighter than the rest of the surface, as if they were made from a different material. And over the years, new grooves have formed, grooves that suddenly appeared in between space missions. But it wasn't just the tiny moon holding secrets. The Phobos 2 probe also took pictures of what looked like remnants of a city on Mars. Again, you can see rectangular shapes and even grid-like straight lines, as if there were buildings and roads below. Now, scientists claim these anomalies on Mars and Phobos are a trick of the eye, nothing more than pareidolia, our tendency to see patterns in random images. Phobos' craters, too, are strange. The largest is Stickney Crater, named after the wife of Asaph Hall, the man who discovered the moons. Stickney Crater is a massive 6 miles wide. It takes up almost half of Phobos' surface. The rim is so circular that it almost looks fake. Believers of the hollow Phobos theory believe that the crater is the entrance to the moon's cavernous interior, caverns potentially harboring alien life. And only a short distance from the giant crater is the Phobos monolith. It's 279 feet across and 300 feet tall. It's oddly bright and oddly rectangular. Nature likes circles and curves, not sharp edges and straight lines. American astronaut Buzz Aldrin even talks about the monolith.
We should go boldly where man has not gone before. Fly by the comets, visit asteroids, visit the moon of Mars. There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there?
Some say the monolith is an artifact, a remnant of an ancient Martian civilization, placed near the crater as a beacon or marker. But there is another theory about the monolith, that it's evidence of technology. Technology shared between worlds. Because there are structures on Phobos and Mars that are almost identical to structures found right here on Earth. In the Cydonia region of Mars, along with the face and what appear to be buildings, a number of obelisks have been identified. These structures seem to be arranged in a precise geometric pattern, forming a series of interlocking triangles and hexagons, too precise and too consistent to result from natural processes. But when you think of obelisks, you can't help but think of ancient Egypt, and you can't talk about Egypt without mentioning the Great Pyramid of Giza. There's a theory that the Great Pyramid was not a tomb or monument, that it was an ancient power plant. And there's scientific evidence to support the theory that the pyramid created electricity, a lot of it. Nikola Tesla even tried to replicate this technology.
Tesla pyramid link below.
So now we have to consider the electric universe theory.
Electric universe theory link. Well, you know, it's below.
This theory says that electricity, not gravity, is the dominant force in the universe. Everything is part of a vast interconnected web of electric currents. Every planet, every star, and every galaxy, all connected. And that electricity is all around us, everywhere. Now, if that's true, the pyramids around the world, like those in Egypt, Mexico, Indonesia, and Peru, could have been tapping into this electricity field. This is zero-point energy, which exists in all quantum fields. It's all around us all the time. The pyramids could have harnessed that energy and transmitted it around the world to the obelisks, which were like power substations. And if that's true, then the pyramids and obelisks on Mars could have served the same purpose. Remember, Mars used to have water and an atmosphere, just like Earth. And maybe the monolith on Phobos was another one of those power substations, harnessing zero-point energy and delivering power to whatever's inside. And maybe when Mars lost its atmosphere, it short-circuited the zero-point energy field connecting Mars to Earth. But there's no way to tell. No scientist will look into zero-point energy. Well, that's not completely true. Quite a few scientists have investigated zero-point energy. Some have even patented devices that they claim could tap into this energy field and provide free electricity to everyone, everywhere on the planet. We even have an episode coming up on these devices. But, spoiler alert, all those patents were seized by the government, and all the scientists are dead. So what exactly happened to Phobos 2? Why did it start spinning out of control? Why did Russia keep the photos classified for so long? What are the anomalies and who or what created them? Well, like the Mars episode, this one is difficult to debunk, but not impossible. Let's start with the facts. All the mystery surrounding Phobos 2's sudden failure is true. In 1989, Soviet scientists published a report in Nature magazine about Phobos 2's experiments. Only 3 paragraphs in the 37-page report discuss the probe's loss. They admit not only that it was spinning, but that it was possibly struck by something. Now, whether it was targeted by an alien ship, we don't know. But what the Russians downplayed was it was spinning before it got to Mars. Phobos 1 went dark, that's true, and Phobos 2 was malfunctioning the whole time. Because it was spinning, Phobos 2 was transmitting data all over the place. The data that did get back to Earth was messy. The cameras weren't working properly. The giant 35-mile-long cigar-shaped UFO, it was a data glitch. But the story is worse than that. Remember how Marina Popovich came forward as a whistleblower? She said that the image of the giant cigar-shaped craft was the last one sent before the probe went dark. Well, that wasn't true. There were actually 57 more images sent back to Earth for 2 more days. In those images, you see a white line going down the center of every frame taken with the infrared camera, no matter what the camera was pointing at. When Phobos took pictures of Jupiter, there's the white line again.
White lines, vision, dreams of passion, going through my mind. And all the while I think of you. Grandmaster Flash.
I know who it is. Okay, so there was no cigar-shaped UFO. That was a glitch with the infrared lens. When we look at the same pictures that aren't infrared, there's no object. Now, most articles and videos about the Phobos 2 incident will say that Marina Popovich was a cosmonaut who'd been to space, but she wasn't. But she really was a test pilot, and she was a rock star. She reached the rank of colonel and was the first Soviet woman to break the sound barrier. But she was also a big-time UFO believer. Now, whether she was lying about the image or is just misinformed and excited, I'm not sure. But I am sure she wasn't a whistleblower. She had permission to show those photos. The Soviet government loved her. When she passed away in 2017, she was buried with full military honors. Now, also, to sell the Phobos 2 story, that clip of Buzz Aldrin talking about the monolith is often used, but it's never used in full. It's usually cut off at "who put it there," implying that an alien race put it there. But if you listen to the full clip, he thinks it's a natural formation.
When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there.
The elliptical shadow is a little harder to debunk. We do have newer images that show the shadow of Phobos on Mars, and the shapes are identical. Now, UFO believers will say this is impossible because the original Phobos shadow has sharp edges, but that photo had been retouched. Specifically, it was sharpened. If you look at the original unsharpened image, it looks exactly like current photos. It's not a UFO. Okay, but is Phobos hollow?
Yep.
Probably not.
Damn it.
Phobos was formed when a bunch of small asteroids clumped together. So while it's not hollow, it's full of caverns and empty spaces. The grooves on Phobos are weird because Mars's other moon Deimos doesn't have them. Now, last year, a paper was published in the Planetary Science Journal. It says the grooves are probably caused by Mars's gravity, which squeezes and pulls on the moon. The grooves are where the parts of the surface of Phobos are falling into those empty spaces, causing channels and canyons. Now, this is a sign that Phobos will eventually be pulled apart, and this is expected to happen in about 40 million years.
Yeah, but what about the sheet metal skin?
Well, the paper addresses this too. When Phobos is pulled and squeezed, it throws up dust. Over millions of years, this dust settles fairly evenly around the surface. So Phobos is covered in a thin layer of skin, but it's not sheet metal, it's dust. Now, the monolith is there.
Yes!
But it's not an unusual feature. Monoliths like this are found all over the solar system, including our moon.
All built by the aliens for the space internet.
It could be aliens. I'm not saying it's not, but I am saying monoliths are common. They could be common because they were placed there, we don't know. The pictures of the city on Mars is probably pareidolia, but until we go there, we won't know for sure. Now, the glass tubes and tunnels actually were explored, and they're not glass tubes at all, just rock formations.
I get so annoyed when everything is debunked.
Well, I don't know if I debunked everything, but I think I presented enough information to help you separate the facts from a lot of wrong information that's floating around the internet. There's still so much we don't know about Mars. Regardless, Phobos is still a very interesting object, and scientists believe evidence of life could be there. All we have to do is land a probe there and check. It may be a coincidence, but every mission to land on Phobos has failed. But we're not giving up. This September, Japan is sending a probe to Mars, and that probe is scheduled to collect samples from Phobos late next year. And that probe could answer all the questions about this mysterious moon. Unless the aliens shoot it down. Thanks so much.
From the eternal sea he rises, creating armies on either shore, turning man against his brother, till man exists no more. The Book of Revelations predicted it all.
Judgment is unleashed upon the empire of the beast. And at the end of this, Jesus, the Son of Man, returns to the earth with the armies of heaven to confront the beast at Armageddon. This is a kinetic war. The armies of the beast are post-human legions. And they're operating advanced technology. It is a kinetic war. And there's a lot to be said there. But the point here is that my name is Timothy Albrino, and you are watching End Times Productions.
We've been told that America is a Christian country from its origin, one nation under God. We've been taught that our government is for the people, by the people. But what if it's all been just a grand deception? What if the God, worshipped in secret by government leaders in our nation's capital, is in fact our enemy, and many of our leaders have been venerating him secretly through arcane rituals, setting the scene for the incarnation of this ancient entity.
The nation of America has a hidden history that most people aren't really aware of. Okay, these are fallen angel entities over nations, over land, over different areas, but it's all stepping towards the New World Order. They want the New World Order, and the New World Order is actually seen as a good thing in their eyes.
So the third level is tapping into the spirit realm to be able to get your power and to be able to get your direction.
He had found a secret location in DC where the Antichrist would be resurrected. Hey, what's up? This is Justin Fall.
This is Wes Fall.
And you're watching End Times Productions. Belly of the Beast Director's Cut is kind of a brainchild of my brother Wes and I for about 17 years now. Wes and I have been kind of embarking on this journey of understanding the real history of America. You know, where is America in Bible prophecy? Are there conspiracies at work today that were part of the founding of this nation? Things that were not taught in school, things that were not taught in church. Matter of fact, we've been taught quite the opposite in church and the opposite in schools from what true history tells us. And so Belly of the Beast Director's Cut is a film that really allowed us to shine all of our research that we've kind of been building up over the last 17 years. That's what this film is.
Belly of the Beast is the product of many years, over decades, almost 2 decades worth of research that Justin and I were led to do. We started to see that the things we've been taught all of our lives, this society and the system that we've been born into, is there's a lot of deception in it. And it's set up for that purpose, to keep people blinded, so that, you know, as we're seeing today, it's like all this stuff is actually making sense. All these things that we've been researching for almost 20 years now, 17 to be precise. We first started out to see some of the background information on the history of this nation. You know, we were raised on the David Barton films, which teach an idea that America was founded by Christian fathers and principles, and that's what is at the root of the birth of this nation. And the film isn't saying that there weren't any Christians during the founding of the country. It's not saying that by any means. I mean, we have the Puritans are a great example of God's always had a remnant. He's always had his purpose. Today, his plan is still intact. And so that should give us hope as we see the crumbling of the United States from within, as well as the rest of the world. We're seeing the things taking place now that's why this film is so much more applicable today than it was when we made it.
We set out to make this film because we wanted answers. We had heard some claims that were even more extreme than what we believed. Tom Horn had shared some information with us that just seemed very, very just unbelievably out there. But we know that he doesn't just make up weird stuff. So essentially we said, let's go to DC, let's do some digging. If you're gonna do research for any project, you generally want to go to ground zero for that topic. And for Belly of the Beast Director's Cut, Washington, D.C. was ground zero. So we wanted to go to Washington, D.C., and we wanted to dig up some information that we could then present to either validate or disprove the claims that Tom had made. Tom Horn believed that he had found a secret location in D.C. where the Antichrist would be resurrected. This idea that the biblical narrative of the Antichrist is going to suffer a deadly wound, and then he's going to somehow be majestically, magically, supernaturally resurrected, and that was going to be a sign to the world that he is, in fact, a supernatural king. Now, what's crazy about the idea of a supernatural king is that this goes back to the writings of Manly P. Hall, which I'm sure we'll get into at some point today, but a supernatural king. That is exactly what the world will think when they see somebody rise from the dead. Matter of fact, Jesus Christ himself, when he rose from the dead, he brought back others with him. A lot of people don't realize that there was a multitude of people that came back with Jesus. And there's evidence that they died normal lives again. But regardless of that, Jesus did so many feats to prove who he was. Well, the Antichrist, the word anti means in place of, instead of. It can also mean against. But in the scenario of the biblical Antichrist, the one that's still to come, He is instead of Christ. He is a replacement Christ. He is a counterfeit Christ. So it makes perfect sense what the scripture says, that he will suffer a deadly wound and that he's going to come back. And the world is going to marvel at this. But the question is, what are the events going to be that surround this resurrection? Where is this resurrection going to take place? And where does America fit into the picture? These were questions that we needed answered as we set out on this project. Tom Horn was very confident, especially after learning the Masonic system listen, there's a Masonic conspiracy surrounding this specific location in Washington, D.C. We didn't actually get right into the chamber because it's hidden, it's locked, but we got pretty close. And while we were there, we had some very strange things happen that let us know that we were on the right track.
It's basically what started off at Babel. They had a one world system, religion, language, probably economy. They had a one world dictator, Nimrod, and they were, in defiance to God, they were going to build that tower to be able to go up there and, who knows, but God looked at it, and we know how that ended. He came down threw the smackdown. He threw the gauntlet down and said, it's not time. If I were to let this continue, then there's nothing that they wouldn't be able to do. There's elements that are controlling the scenes today, that are trying to fulfill all these esoteric prophecies. The same thing that Nimrod started to do. So you got to remember that Satan is the god of this world. Well, they were worshiping the fallen angels back then, right? They had the gods of old. These are the same ones that continue to be worshiped today by various different sects and leaders of government and the members of the deep state. That's why they do the rituals and what have you. But it started off back then, and these people are that it's been passed down from generation to generation, this ideology, this belief system that this Antichrist, this Messiah, this person in place of Christ is going to come. And right now we're seeing that they're setting up his world kingdom to be taken over by him.
The nation of America has a hidden history that most people aren't really aware of. There's a lot of conspiracy theories and a lot of ideas, but in reality, America, we have evidence that America, before it was called America, that it was known as this great Western Hemisphere. Okay, the Western Hemisphere, that is what was prophesied by Plato. You had, even the Greek biographer Plutarch talked about voyages to this great land in the ancient world. So really, you got to get past this whole American mindset of Christopher Columbus and the Native American Indians. Governor DeWitt Clinton, former governor of New York, he was also held a prestigious role at the New York Historical Society. And he said on record that they had come into contact with ancient fortifications on our soil, and these fortifications were evidence that there was an advanced civilization far exceeding that of the Native American Indians right here in America. Now, this was on record with DeWitt Clinton. When you consider the fact that the types of news we get today versus the type of news that was, in the early part of this nation, it's totally different. It's all fake news today. All of it. All sides of it that you're going to get on TV. The old news that we found articles, we found all types of information showing that there was an ancient civilization here before the Native Americans, that there was this idea of serpent worship on this continent, and Plato himself, which Plato is a worldwide household name. Everyone knows who Plato is. Major occultist, democratic mindset. They believed that in the end times, there would be a great nation that was going to rise up.
We're talking about how
I'm also a
of who you are and what you do, and then we
My name's Justin Fall, and my background is in film production. I'm a film student from the Art Institute of Atlanta, and I'm also a career researcher. That's my ministry is my career. Like my main focus in life is to be able to wake up the church. I want to be able to better equip the church, and I want them to understand that the times they're going to be coming upon the face of this earth, which we are approaching, no one would deny that crazy prophecies are being fulfilled right now. Things that 100 years ago, the average Christian would not have understood the scripture the way that they would today, based on the unfolding of events that we're seeing. And so as a career researcher, my ministry is all about equipping the saints for the last days, equipping the tribulation saints, even if you want to use that language, but also to join the conversation of the world. I think that Christians need to be able to join the conversation about the paranormal, about the crazy topics. We need to join that conversation and give a biblical answer that will cause the world to want to draw near unto Christ. I think what's happening is people are having experiences. And this is so major when you consider that an experience, one simple experience in an individual's life, can change the course of their life. I mean, they have one supernatural experience and it can change everything. And so as a Christian, we see what the Bible teaches, but the world doesn't have that foundation. And so when they have a supernatural or a paranormal experience, they're now going to go down a different direction. And I believe it's a toxic direction. So much that people are having these experiences and they're wanting to get answers. And so they're getting the wrong answers from the wrong people. And they're now wanting to communicate with said entities, the UFOs. I heard a story just the other day. A dear friend of mine had a family member living in Hawaii, and his whole religion was not anything written in a book. His religion was based on his experience, and his experience was to walk out on the beach, sometimes using psychedelics, and he would just stand with his feet in the water in Hawaii, and he would be communicated with by alien entities. And the friend of mine who told me the story, he's a born again Christian. He's firm in his faith. He's very much awake to the deceptions of the enemy. But he shared this with me, and he said that these experiences have changed this man's life because you can't tell him, A, that those experiences weren't real, or B, that those experiences were evil. This is what's happening in the church today with the hypercharismatic movement. They are having experiences, and they're told that this is the Holy Spirit.
Wow. Well, what do you think it is?
I believe that we are entertaining all types of spirits around us. If you could just see into the spirit realm, even in the most public place, at the shopping mall, at the restaurant, if you could just peer behind the veil, I personally believe you would see all types of spirits, and they're all operating, differently. A familiar spirit is familiar with the person that it's going after. They know where you eat, where you sleep, where you live. And as a Christian, those familiar spirits are going to want to come towards you and to tempt you where they can. I made a statement on the SGT report recently that spiritual warfare is changing. It looks different now than it might have looked 50 years ago.
Absolutely.
And it even changes in my life. From my first year of being a Christian, the attacks were different. They looked different. The demons were hitting me in a different place than they're trying to hit me now, having been walking with the Lord since I was 21. I'm almost 37 now. And so the attacks are different. They look different. They feel different. And they are, I don't want to use new age language, but it's almost like they're on a different frequency.
So do you believe that they're, the other side is adapting to the modern consciousness of people, that how everybody's changing and with technology and smartphones? Do you think that they're using that?
I think they're using that, but I think it's more on a personal level. So for instance, the things that you were weaker with as a baby Christian, it was easier to get tempted to give into this sin or that sin as a baby Christian. But as you grow, see, the Bible talks about this process called sanctification. And the sanctification process, you get stronger, and it's not anything you're doing. It's actually the work of God. It's His sovereign work in your life to sanctify you. He bears fruit in our lives. Now, when I think about that, I think about how we get stronger in the Lord and our faith gets stronger. We're closer to Him. We're being sanctified. And so the things that used to trip us up in the past, we are no longer getting tripped up by. And so the enemy has to change his tactics because he knows that he's not going to get me with the same temptations that I had as a baby Christian. So he now tries to hit me in a different place.
Wow. Is this kind of why you decided to make the film Higher Entities?
Higher Entities, it's a film that deals with a very much political, paranormal conspiracy. Yes and no. I mean, we made Higher Entities for a lot of different reasons. The timing of Higher Entities could not have been better because we're dealing with a film that it digs deep into these areas of government alien entity connections. Now, why is that important? Because we're living in a time where we understand that the Antichrist is coming on the face of the earth. There will be an Antichrist. And we know that he has fallen angels that are going to be working with him. You know, he's going to have a demonic army. He's going to have all types of lying signs and wonders. The Bible talks about these lying signs and wonders. And if it were possible, the elect would be deceived by his cunning. So it's very interesting that we see this. Now, granted, I want to make a very quick statement here, if I can. A lot of people misuse that passage about the elect being deceived. Mm-hmm. The elect are deceived in everyday life. As a Christian, we get deceived. I get deceived sometimes. We can all be deceived as Christians, but that passage is referring to a specific time, specific place, dealing with your salvation versus the Antichrist. Now, when you consider that passage, if it were possible, that's how deceptive the Antichrist is going to be. He's going to be so deceptive that if it were possible, the elect would be deceived. Wow. Now, that's dealing with their salvation. At that time, the true elect of God who are filled with the Holy Spirit will not be deceived by him to the degree of their salvation. Now, they might be deceived by the Antichrist politically, following after whatever it is he's pushing and selling, but there will come a time where their salvation is on the line, and no, they will not be deceived according to Scripture.
So do you see this as the end times event? Aliens coming down, declaring to be saviors of humanity, saying there's a cataclysm coming and we can save you, but you have to take the mark of the beast or something like that?
I believe the aliens in the last days, which we don't really believe them to be space aliens, and we'll get into that here in a few minutes, but I believe that the alien entities, the higher entities, they will likely use some type of a cataclysmic event, something major, whether it's real or synthetic. We know about Project Bluebeam. Mm-hmm. We know about technology where they can project an image in the sky. They could simulate a false rapture, and the news could be used. My team that I work with, Wes Fall, Chad Riley, Fourth Watch Films, Fall Brothers Productions, we don't believe in a pre-trib rapture. And I want to lay this out there very clearly. The deception surrounding a pre-trib rapture, I believe, will be used in this alien deception. They can synthesize a fake rapture. The news could promote it. Nobody could disprove it because all the channels of media are going to be promoting this idea, and they're going to have crisis actors. They're going to have footage. They're going to have possibly CG being mixed in with real video. We don't know how that's going to go down, but there could be a fake rapture event where they stage it so that people who are not firmly rooted in Christ, maybe people who have heard the gospel, they've received the gospel, they think they're saved, but they're not really saved. There's no fruit in their life. There's no root that's taking place. Those people will fall away thinking that they've missed the rapture.
That's scary stuff, man. Is that maybe what Jesus was talking about when he said, many will come to me on that day saying, Lord, Lord, and I'll say, back away from me, I never knew you?
No, Jesus said that there's coming a time where they're going to say to him, Lord, Lord, I did all this good stuff in your name. The thing that gets my attention there is that he mentioned some specifics, like casting out demons in your name. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a major denomination right now that they make their big deal on casting out demons. There's a couple of them, actually. There's going to be people that think they're operating in spiritual gifts, yet Jesus is going to say, I never knew you. But what we're talking about with this alien idea, the aliens are going to be giving different types of experiences to people. This is what people have to understand. The experiences have to be tested with Scripture. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise, we're going to accept them because they're supernatural experiences, whether it's a supernatural healing, whether it's some type of a prophetic event where they speak a word of knowledge or they know something about your history, whatever it may be. The aliens could have a cure for cancer. The aliens. These higher entities are coming from a different place than us. They're not earthborn. The only ones that could be earthborn would be the demons, which came through the line of the Nephilim. And obviously that's a little bit of a different scenario. Mm-hmm. It ties in together. But with higher entities, we're dealing with, there is a group that we track in this film called the Collins Elite.
Okay.
And the idea was trying to answer the question, were there events in history where the American government was working with entities? That was kind of the beginning of this research. And if so, what happened? Can we validate this? You know, what came of that? But also, were there factions in the government who stood up against these things? That was the premise of this film. And we started off by talking about a group known as the Collins Elite.
Okay.
Now, let's just go back in time. There was an event that took place back in the late 40s known as the Babylon Working Ritual. Now, this was a ritual that was carried out by Jack Parsons, JPL. You know, people will even to this day say that JPL stands for Jack Parsons Laboratories, but on paper it's Jet Propulsion Laboratories. JPL is major. It's a historic, so much surrounding this, so much history here. Jack Parsons was not professionally trained, yet he was tapping into high technology and building rockets. How do you do that without any type of training? There were no rocket programs in America before Jack Parsons. This is paramount to understand. This guy was tapping into, theosophy, Thelema, the religion of Aleister Crowley. He was a disciple of Aleister Crowley, and he was working with L. Ron Hubbard, who was the founder of Scientology. Interestingly, not only did L. Ron Hubbard start Scientology, but he was a science fiction writer. The movie Battlefield Earth with John Travolta, well, that was written by L. Ron Hubbard. Interestingly also, John Travolta is a Scientologist, right? Now, I mention this because this is a man who writes science fiction, yet he started a religion based on science fiction. There has to be something in there where he's getting these clues and these ideas. He's getting these from another realm.
So do you believe that the Babylon Working Ritual made contact with the other side, and then the people involved with the ritual received special knowledge that would go on to create rocketry and stuff like that, high technology that they would never have without?
Absolutely. Babylon Working was successful according to Jack Parsons. Matter of fact, Parsons said in his Antichrist Manifesto that they were successful and that a child was conceived in that act, and that there was a spirit known as Hilarion. The Whore of Babylon was what they were trying to bring about. They believed what we believe, in that America was the final Babylon. Like, this was the revived Babylon. They believed it, and they were occultists. We're Christians and we believe it. There's evidence to back this up. But yes, let's backtrack just for a second. What happened was they opened up this portal, they created a rift, and entities began to come through. Not just this Whore of Babylon being birthed, but other entities, because people all over the place started having paranormal encounters, and they began to report this to law enforcement, report this to the FBI, report this to whatever agency they could get in touch with. And so the federal agencies said, we've got to come up with an answer for this. We were not prepared for any of this. There's UFO activity. There's talk of entities and demons and winged creatures and just all kinds of weird, just paranormal demonic activity following this ritual that Jack Parsons said finally worked. Wow. They did the ritual for a couple years. It finally worked, finally stuck. And that's what a scientist does. A scientist is going to work at something. He's going to work at the hypothesis until it's proven true or false. Now, finally, the researchers, the government puts together this group that says we're going to get answers to what exactly took place out there in the desert in California by Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard. They go to Jack Parsons, and keep in mind, Jack Parsons is also working with the government. He's now been given, special privileges on things. So they go to him and they say, Jack, all of this stuff that's happening right now, did you do this? Did you do this? And he said, I think so. Now, shortly thereafter, Jack Parsons blows himself up in a lab. Accidental. It was not intentional. The occult belief was that whoever opened up the portal had to close the portal. Well, Jack Parsons is now dead. Wow. And the federal government is now having to understand and depict exactly to the public what's happening here. And so this group is researching, and out of that group, they finally start to make some headway. They know they're dealing with entities. And so in all of that, they begin to try to make contact with those entities, maybe for some help, maybe because they're trying to figure out how to close this thing, maybe they're trying to figure out how to undo what Jack Parsons did. So they go through satanic rituals to communicate, because that's the only method of communication that they know that works to contact these entities. In doing this, there's a small faction known as the Collins Elite. This is where our film picks up. The Collins Elite was a small group inside of this larger group that was originally created to get answers to all of this. But once they began to engage in satanic rituals and magic and alchemy, this group says, hey, you know what? This is not what we signed up for. This small group raises up. It's a faction. It's a counterpoint group, which means that they are no longer in agreement with the big group. They have a different opinion. They say, we have a Christian worldview. This goes against our Christian worldview. And so they see that entities are being channeled and communicated with, and now technology is being given through these rituals to these other members of the government. So the Collins Elite says, whoa, 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 this is dangerous. You guys are really playing with fire here. We can't support this. We can't do this. And they came up with this idea that the aliens were going to take over, and that in order to protect our country from the aliens, from the entities, they believed that we needed to instate a forced theocracy based on the law of Moses.
Wow.
Because they thought if our country would go back under the law of Moses, that we would be untouchable from these entities.
Do they have any reasons to believe so? Have you uncovered anything that shows that they brought up the name of Jesus or anything like that? Or?
We've got nothing about that.
Okay.
Matter of fact, let me just give a little more detail here. This group, this bigger group that was researching to get answers, they did not exist. Okay, this was what's known as a limited access program, or an LAP. A limited access program means that nobody in Congress has to know about this. You've got literally just the group, and maybe a director knows about it. Nobody else. It's completely classified. It's top secret. It's under lock and key. But I want to mention something. One of the bombshells that we dropped was that there's a declassified federal document. Anyone watching this interview can go find this document. It's on the FBI vault.
What's the name of it?
6751.
Okay.
Document 6751, it's a document from the 40s. It was written by a prominent member of academia, and it was submitted to the FBI. In this document, they make a case that entities are not space aliens, but that they're interdimensional or extra-dimensional entities that are crossing over from a plane known as the ethereal plane.
Wow.
Now, we know, as researchers of the New Age movement, we know that that is where the ascended masters are supposedly said to be on a high level. This ethereal plane is very popular. When you talk to people who astral project, people who channel, people who remote view, people who want to tap in or go on a trip, an ayahuasca trip, a DMT trip. This is where they claim to go. Now, the federal government had this document in the 40s, and language was used in this document that came right out of the playbook of theosophy. Now, the guy that received this document, this is so crazy. The federal agent receives the document, and look, the FBI is constantly bombarded with phone calls and letters and emails, and they just can't deal with all of the propaganda from citizens. People make stuff up, and it's just it's nothing. It's crying wolf. So the FBI has to really be careful what they accept and what they don't. But this was back in the 40s.
Man.
A little different back then than it is today.
Absolutely.
So the guy that receives the document, he recognizes that this information was received through paranormal means. As a matter of fact, the language used in the 40s was supernormal. That's the old way of saying paranormal, supernormal. So he says that all of this information was received through supernormal means, therefore we need to discount it. It's not valid information.
Wow.
Now that's the headline that he put. It's like a cover letter. If he really believed that, why did they classify the document? Why did they classify it and then forward it to all of these FBI prominent members at the highest level of security clearance? Why in the world would they classify it and lock it up if they didn't believe it? It wasn't until years later that they declassified document 6751. And I read this document and I'm thinking, okay, since the 40s, the federal government at the highest levels have known that these are not space aliens, that these are entities coming from another dimension. Since the 40s. Yet they've promoted an alien agenda.
That's unbelievable. So, in your opinion, do you believe that these entities that they made contact with are the ones that are in document 6571? Are they fallen angels? Or specifically, biblically, how can we equate that to our worldview?
6751 does not give specific classifications of entities per se. For instance, when you talk to someone who has worked in a deep underground military base, which we've interviewed people, they talk about different classes of entities. None of that is really mentioned in 6751. It's more so an overall summarization of what's going on. Now, there were some information about traveling through the dimensions. There's some very fascinating, tidbits in this document. And we don't really go too deep into the document other than referencing it in the film, because we had to go through, we've got over 300 declassified documents in our collection right now, all pertaining to aliens, UFOs, extrasensory perception, psychic activity that they're training people to operate in. The federal government has been training people in the occult since the 40s, training them in how to operate in occult magic and occult sciences. Everything our Bible tells us is absolutely forbidden. Our federal government has been a part of this since the 40s. And I want to add, back in the 40s, they still promoted the idea of a Christian nation of America. Yet behind the scenes, it just goes to show that the people in charge of our government have been pacifying the society since the beginning. And I don't understand how people could be so blinded. We present the information. This is what they said in the 40s, and it's only gotten worse over the years. Now, let me just draw us into this other area real fast. This group, the Collins Elite, they really wanted to create, how can I put this? They wanted to create some type of resistance. Non-aggressive, of course. Non-aggressive resistance. That's what I understand that from my studies. That's what I believe. They wanted a non-aggressive resistance to what was taking place, because they saw that when a man or a group of men began to communicate with these entities, the hunger for power gets greater and greater and greater, and then you're no longer trying to get answers. You're now wanting to ask them to give you blessings. You're now getting technology and information from these entities, and you're utilizing it in the way that you structure your government moving forward. That's what's scary about governments working with entities.
So do you believe that there was a power exchange? And do you believe that they're still working today with these entities?
Oh, there was a power exchange. There were trading power for technology? Absolutely. And you would say, well, why would these entities need the government? It's not a matter of them needing the government. It's a matter of setting up the scene for the end times deception where the Antichrist is going to unite the governments of the world. It's all part of their long game. They've been working on this since the beginning of time. It didn't work at the Tower of Babel. The Lord ended it quickly, but here we are today. Where are we today, and what happened between then and now? Well, what we find out is that one of our contacts, Stan Deyo, who, by the way, Tom Horn gave us a great endorsement of Stan Deyo. Tom Horn, before his house burned down years ago, he had this big newspaper article from the UK. And standing on the cover with these other elite doctors and scientists, it's Stan Deyo. And they're giving him credit in the UK, public knowledge that he's working on anti-gravity craft.
Wow.
Now, the film that we did called The Hollow Earth Chronicles, we did a whole segment in that film on Operation High Jump. This was a joint task force between the American government, the British government, and the Australian government, headed by the US and Admiral Byrd. They go down to Antarctica and what turns into a UFO battle. And their big plan got cut in half, and they had to come home early because we lost men, we lost ships. There's stories of UFOs coming up out of the water and just cutting ships in half with laser. I mean, just crazy stuff that you only see in movies. What's fascinating about this is that this was a joint task force with those same three governments that are now working together with Stan Deyo, the British, the American, and the Australians working together on alien technology yet again, years after Operation High Jump happened.
Wow.
But
what were you going to say?
Stan Deyo was working as a secret agent for the FBI in Australia inside of the deep underground military bases. And he said while he was in the program, he knew about the deal with Eisenhower. He knew in the program that President Eisenhower had made a deal with what they called alien entities.
So that's actually been a rumor now for a while, and you believe that is actually the case, that Eisenhower met with alien entities and made some sort of arrangement with them?
I believe that the evidence points to two events taking place, and these two events happened 1 year apart. The first one happened at Edwards Air Force Base, where Eisenhower disappears, and they call it a media blackout. It was kind of similar to when Hillary Clinton and President Obama disappeared and were at the Bilderberg meeting, but nobody knew where they were, and it was called a media blackout. People freaked out, right? Well, something similar happened here, where Eisenhower is no longer on radar, and they come back later and say, oh, well, he had a dental emergency, and so he had to go seek a private dental care. Now, that happened, and then a year later, we have the Holloman Air Force Base event. Now, the thing about the Holloman event was that people were there who witnessed it. Holloman is where they were out on the landing strip, and you had UFOs landing, meeting with him. Meeting took place with Eisenhower and others, and then those UFOs took off. Now, there were eyewitnesses who have come forward. I was just talking about this with Chad Riley because he found some videotapes from the 90s. This is before the internet was doing its thing. In the 90s, there were videos that were recorded, old VHS tapes of some of these disclosure type engagements. I don't know what you want to call it, but these are men that were there. They're decorated men from the government, and they're now speaking out that yes, UFOs were landing and taking off at Holloman Air Force Base, and I believe it was 1955. Wow. I don't have the month right now.
So 1955, and then the Babylon Working was what year?
Late 40s.
Okay, so
now that happened.
A correlation in the two events.
Well, we do know that things began to be more apparent after Babylon Working. Therefore, there were more things taking place where there was people seeking the entity. So what I believe happened was that the rift was open, the tear in the space-time continuum, if you will, a portal, Stargate was opened, and the government got involved, the feds got involved. Once they began to communicate with the entities, there was now a relationship being built, and it was no longer shock value that there are these entities who want to work with us. So I think that was definitely an open door, no pun intended, for those entities to now be communicating with President Eisenhower years later, not too many years later, but a few years later. They're now meeting with Eisenhower, and so the story goes like this. We're on the road trip, we're driving out to meet with Ray Boucher, who was contacted by the Department of Defense. This is really important. This is one of those like haymakers. The information that he gives us that he presented his full disclosure in our film Higher Entities. But we're driving there and we're having a discussion, and we decided let's just go ahead and let's run some cameras, while we're driving and talking. So we set up our production stuff in Darren's SUV. We're driving down the road, and we have this conversation about this Eisenhower deal. See, what I had heard and researched was a little different than what Darren had picked up in his research. And this is one of those scenes in the movie where it's just like, wow, like the stuff that came out was so organic and unbelievable. Apparently, there were two events that happened, and a lot of people blur them. A lot of people will mix it up with the Edwards Air Force Base and the Holloman. They're two separate events a year apart. That's so important. But the idea is that the gray aliens, on record, met with Eisenhower. And then you had this other group of entities known as like the Tall Whites or the Nordics. They met with Eisenhower separately, and they warned him. They said, you do not ever want to make a deal with the gray aliens. They are deceptive. They are very deceptive. All they want to do is deceive you and enslave you. Wow. They're demonic, basically. I don't think they use the word demonic, right? Because they're all demonic. But they were warning Eisenhower never to enter into a covenant with the Greys. Well, they were the good guys, the Greys were the bad guys. This is fascinating because if you fast forward into this idea of a coming deception, they had to already set the groundwork to create a good alien, bad alien, good cop, bad cop.
And that actually kind of fits along with the New Age belief of the Galactic Federation of Light.
Right.
The Light Workers. And they kind of all believe that there are these higher entities that want the best for humanity, and they are our saviors. But they call themselves the Galactic Federation of Light, or something like that. And they're like...
That's the term, by the way. That is the term.
Okay. And did they... do you believe that that was a group that made contact with Eisenhower?
It's tough to say, because what we're dealing with here is a bunch of liars.
Okay.
Satan's a liar. His demons are liars. That's why when someone starts playing with a Ouija board, their grandmother starts talking to them. Well, it's not your grandmother, bro. Yeah. That's a demon. Yeah. That's an entity who wants to deceive you. Sure. They want to steal, to kill, and to destroy. That's biblical. And we're also told as Christians, we got to be vigilant and we got to be sober-minded because Satan is our adversary. And the word Satan, the name Satan isn't really a name. We have this misconception that Satan, the devil, the red pitchfork, and in reality, Ha-Satan is the enemy, the adversary. And so when we say Satan, it could actually be referring to the whole team of demons and entities, fallen angels. And so what we have is we have the fallen angels, and now it's my personal belief. Let me just lay this out real quick. It's my personal belief based on the book of Revelation and based on me using a calculator and understanding some definitions. I was able to calculate that if a third of the angels fell with Lucifer, with Satan, the Satan, right? If a third of them fell with him, and that's also based on another passage of a third of the stars getting knocked down to earth. If that passage means what we think it means, and if we understand it correctly, a third of the angels fell with Satan. And you can do your math and figure out that that equals somewhere between 30 to 50 plus million fallen angels on the surface of the earth. Now, out of that, some of them were put in chains. The Bible tells us this because the ones that committed sexual sin, the Genesis 6, they have been locked up in chains. We can read about this in Jude. But the ones that are not locked in chains, just think about it, 30 to 50 plus million fallen angels on the face of the earth. I made the comment recently in an interview I did that is more than the population of the largest state in America. So
wow, so we are dealing with a large group of entities who have the capabilities not only to deceive mankind, but to kind of guide them in the direction that they want to go. I mean, it seems like, from everything you just said, it seems like that they are setting up for the final great deception. So let's track back to the Collins elite a little bit. So what happened to them? Did they, they obviously saw something was going wrong, right? So did they disappear? Are they still around, do you think?
But we have to remember that the original group that they were a part of was an LAP, Limited Access Program, and so that means that they don't exist. So what happened was, by the time we got involved in the research, and my research for the Collins Elite only goes back about 3 or 4 years. So like I'm not Mr. I wasn't around back in the 40s, when all this was getting started. But what we did was we wanted to really, in order to validate the Collins Elite's existence, we also need to find out were there other groups like this through the years. Because if it's going on here, it's probably going on over here and over here, right? You want to be able to confirm with more witnesses than just an eyewitness of one group. So that's part of what we did in the film Higher Entities, was we wanted to show that there are other groups, other people who have had experiences in the government. And by the way, Tom Horn, his brother-in-law, was murdered. He worked at Los Alamos. This was the first time he ever told the story publicly. He never spoke this story publicly. Matter of fact, he told his sister that he would not disclose the full story while she was still alive. Yet here he is. He worked it out to tell us the story in our film. His brother-in-law worked for Los Alamos. And interestingly, he married Tom's sister, who had alien encounters from the time she was about 13 years old, as soon as she started entering into puberty. And there's something about a child entering into puberty that's attractive to the demonic world. I don't understand that 100%. But regardless, not only did she suffer alien visitations and paralysis as a child, her daughter, the next generation, when she entered into that age of puberty, she began to get attacked. And then her husband, this is where it gets crazy. He comes home one day. They start drinking, knocking back a few. One thing leads to another, which I found out a lot of times when people start drinking, they're able to pull things out of the recesses that they would never talk about. So many stories of alien abductions and demonic activity people are willing to talk about after they have a few drinks. Things that are in those deep recesses come out. Now, I'm not saying that to recommend or to I'm just saying that a lot of the stories we find out about in our research comes from one guy having a few drinks, and then it just starts coming out.
Wow.
It's like the filter's gone.
Wow.
Long story short, and we give the full story in Higher Entities. It's a great story. Not great as in good, but it's very fascinating. He comes home, he and the wife start drinking, and she decides she's going to share some of her childhood history with him that he didn't know about. And if I remember correctly how it all went down, he comes out and says, well, this is crazy because we're actually working with this type of stuff at Los Alamos. Now, he gives her information that we don't know, but he disclosed to her what he was doing in the alien base, that the conspiracy theorists call an alien base. But now it doesn't really seem like a conspiracy theory anymore. Because if it was just a theory, why would he have been killed 24 hours later? 24 hours after he shares what they were doing at Los Alamos, he disappears. No body found, nothing. They say that they've never seen him back in the offices, you know. So she reaches out and she's like, where's my husband never came home from work. He left for work. He left our house. He drove, he went to Los Alamos, but he never came home. Well, she now wants to get her benefits just to help pay for, for all the expenses that he was bringing in money. He's no longer there, and he's been working hard. There's pension and guarantees that she's supposed to get. They won't give her anything because there's no body. Without a body, there's no death certificate. Without a death certificate, there's no benefits. So she's working for the federal government as well. She starts rattling the cage high up, and finally, once she starts dropping information that's putting fear in people, they, in order to shut her up, finally say, okay, you know what, here you go, here's your benefits, done.
Wow.
Now, that tells me that it's not a conspiracy theory, that there's actual fact to this. There's alien activity, demonic activity going on at Los Alamos, and it was so serious that they would have had his house bugged, and that they were tracking every discussion he had in that house.
So, Los Alamos is home to America's nuclear program, correct?
I don't know all. I can't speak on that, to be honest with you.
Okay. Have you uncovered any connections between like the first nukes and alien entity contacts?
There is a part of the Hollow-Earth film where we talk about this. We talk about Admiral Byrd, this crazy story of him going down into the Hollow-Earth, being taken down by UFOs with swastikas, or the Iron Cross. I forget what was on the UFOs, but he gets taken down. He loses all control of his plane. He's taken down inside the Earth, and he gets to meet with this entity known as the Master. Matter of fact, in the Hollow-Earth Chronicles film, we do an entire dramatized version of Admiral Byrd's diary. And so whether or not the diary was written by Byrd or it was written by a family member who was, retaining all of those secrets, we don't know. But what we do know is that the Master was warning Admiral Byrd that when he comes back onto the surface that he needed to bring a message to our government. And that message was stop playing with nukes.
Wow. That's really interesting because what you just talked about with Tom Horton's family, him working at Los Alamos and then disappearing like that, there have been rumors of deep underground military bases in Los Alamos or around Dulce.
Oh, it is. It is. And that was the thing, was he was working in the DUM, the deep underground military base. From my understanding, he was working there, and he told her what he was working on. Wow. We don't even know what that was. That's what's so fascinating about this story, is that we don't even know what he disclosed, but it was something so serious that 24 hours later, he's dead.
Wow. Do you think there's any connection between Roswell event and all of this stuff?
I think the Roswell event definitely was, again, we're dealing with the fallout of what took place at the Babylon Working. Babylon Working changed everything. I believe that was prophetic on the satanic timeline. That was a big deal. And so I do believe for a fact that Roswell was just another byproduct. And I also believe, based on another FBI document that we have in our stack of over 300, is that there were more than one craft. And I believe, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I want to say there was possibly 9 bodies according to one declassified document.
Wow.
I don't want to misquote that, but I want to go on record to say that there was something to do with, I think, 3 craft and possibly 9 bodies according to one document.
So do you think this is where they get the physical technology that they kind of reverse engineer and bring these entities like from Roswell, for instance, down into the deep underground military bases? Or is that just a whole separate event where the Roswell entities were came through here by accident, and the whole thing was just happenstance?
It's actually a really good question. This is going to lead us right into Ray Boucher. Ray Boucher is now bringing all of this current. We're no longer dealing with 1940s or 50s or 60s. We're dealing with, our lifetime, and this is where it just hits home. Ray Boucher is an ordained minister. He has been a Baptist minister, a Lutheran minister, and he's also known as a Lutheran exorcist. We're very particular about who we work with and who we yoke up with in ministry. And after talking with Ray and looking into him, he is extremely biblically sound. His theology is right in line with Scripture on all the majors that would matter.
And so we did some homework on this guy. Tom Horn, Derek Gilbert, goodness, everybody that we talked to, people that I'm not even going to name, people that we talked to off the record, everybody kept saying, including Darren Geisinger and Chad Riley, they all said, you've got to talk to Ray Boucher. They said he was met with by two members of the Department of Defense because of his unique background as a minister, as an exorcist, and as the head of MUFON for his state, which is Nebraska. This is a guy who was heavily involved in the UFO community back before the internet was a thing. He would go to these meetings, he would read up. I mean, back then it was like a videotape was like $60, like a documentary videotape. You pay $60. I mean, these were the days before the internet, before YouTube. Information was harder to get. But Ray Boucher was heavily involved in the UFO community back in the day. And so being the head of MUFON and also for his state, and also for being a minister and an exorcist and a UFO advocate, a UFO truth advocate, these two men contact him from the DOD, and they say, we really need to meet with you because of your unique standing. We need to meet with you, and we need your, basically we need you to consult with us about what some of this may be. So he met secretly with these members of the Department of Defense, and they told him that they were part of a non-existent group inside the DOD working on government facilities paid for by taxpayer dollars, and that they began to try to get answers to some of this stuff, and they began to engage in occult rituals to communicate with these entities. Now let me explain this. If you don't feel like this is just a reoccurrence of the Collins elite, I mean, this is recent. This is happening in the modern time period. He says that their bigger group was engaging in what he called satanic rituals, and he even said that the DOD contacts hinted at human sacrifice being done on the taxpayer dollar behind closed doors on government facilities. He said they started off with, we just want to get answers. And he says, and that turned into a we can do better mentality. We can do more than this. We can go above and beyond. This is the same story you see when you're watching movies about famous drug dealers. Oh, we can do better mentality. Starts off, they're just selling a little dope. And before you know it, they're a kingpin and they just want more and more and more. It's not that they need it anymore, but it's that we can do better mentality. We can't leave well enough alone, to quote Karate Kid. We cannot leave well enough alone, and we can do better, and we're going to do better, and we're going to get more technology, we're going to get more information, we're going to get more power, and we're going to rise up by the power of the entities. And so Ray Boucher explained to them that yes, this stuff was extremely demonic. That yes, y'all had a good idea. Basically, your instincts were correct. This is demonic, and you don't need to be doing it. They knew that was the case, but they needed someone they could talk to, such as Ray Boucher with his unique background. And so he was able to meet with them, and I believe they met twice. They had some phone conversations. But the thing is Ray wouldn't meet with us originally. He didn't want to talk to anybody. He's a very friendly guy. He was willing to just be cordial and hello, nice to meet you. But when we told him we wanted him on camera and that we wanted to meet with him, it was like, well, I could probably work with you guys at some point. He says, but I'm really busy. It's kind of like the nice way of saying, sorry, can't help you. We continued to try to reach out to him. We began our investigation. We talked with Tom Horn and Derek Gilbert and these others. Derek Gilbert told us to go listen to an interview he did with a podcast. Dr. Future, I think, was the name of the show. And we listened to it. And at the very beginning of the podcast, the guy says, wow, we've been trying to schedule this with you for over a year, and you're finally coming on to talk with us. So I imagine Ray Boucher is extremely careful. He's very standoffish. He wants to protect his family. He doesn't want to get involved in something he shouldn't be. And so I just kind of wrote it off that he's not going to meet with us. And we're probably going to have to just go ahead and end this project early. He finally comes through and says, okay, I'll do it. But I'm not going to tell you where we're going to meet or what time we're going to meet. He says, plan on coming down and getting a hotel in the big city close by. So we did. We went down. We got a hotel in the big city, and it was a big city, by the way. This city was booming and busy. I mean, crazy busy the whole time we were there. We didn't know until the morning of what time we were going to meet, and the fact that he was going to come to us at our hotel room. That's how secretive he is.
Wow.
And just to add a little bit of mystery to the situation, shortly after we got done releasing this film, I get word that Ray Boucher has been diagnosed with some strange, rare kind of cancer.
Wow. Man,
So I say that to ask people to be praying for him.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we know that historically, UFO researchers and whistleblowers always, not always, but a lot of times they'll come up with this rare form of cancer that's fast acting, dead within weeks. They also have heart attack guns and stuff like that. And typically, this is the fate that that these people had, because they were trusted with some top secret information and decided that the public interest was more important.
Let me add to that. That's a great point. One of the bonus nuggets that we released in Higher Entities was there was a guy who had very high security clearance. I believe it was a lieutenant colonel. I forget. Chad Riley knows it was his contact. It wasn't our contact. And by the way, let me just give a quick shout out to Chad Riley. He's the guy who fishes up these documents that nobody's ever heard of.
Nice.
Like, we are blessed to have people are like, how do you even get some of this information? Well, we've got a guy on our team named Chad Riley, and he has a skill to where he fishes up these rare documents from the FBI vault that nobody's ever heard of. And so it's a blessing to have him on board, and he's also our co-producer. So having Chad on board, because somebody's going to wonder, how did you find document 6751? It was downloaded. You can only download it, like, if you don't know how to find it, you got to download it in a thick packet called the UFO packet number 1, which, by the way, is available on the FBI vault. The same FBI vault where they admitted that Hitler was alive in Argentina after World War II.
Yep.
People ask where we got that document that we showed in the Hollow Earth Chronicles. Well, we got it from the FBI. While I was doing an interview with Gon Shimura on Face Like the Sun YouTube channel, he goes to pull up the document. His IP address is blocked from accessing that document. He had to go in and change his settings live on the recording that we did. He had to change his browser settings just to access 6751. Now, I don't want to digress. I'm a nugget dropper. I drop nuggets everywhere. Everybody loves these nugs. I do too. But here's the thing. This is so important. We're dealing with this idea of government agencies doing anything it takes to keep you from getting the Easter egg.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. They're trying to hide their Easter eggs. And so what happened here was Chad's contact, his name is Greg Renrich. He has the above top secret clearance, areas such as Groom Lake, Area 51.
Greetings and bienvenue, Midnight Crew. Thank you for returning to this broadcast. And welcome to new viewers joining us for the first time. If you like a video, then feel free to subscribe.
Hello, Anonymous. My name is Anonymous. For the last 4 years, I worked at a top-secret facility under a shadow branch of the military that the presidents didn't even know about. I drove a forklift. The place I worked at is known as Area 51. Every day, 4 to 6 days a week for 8 to 12 hours, depending on the political climate. For nearly 4 years, I worked in one of the 4 warehouses for the company. I'm here to let you know, once and for all, that there are no recovered alien spacecraft or alien bodies, at least that I know of. Area 51 is a military base and airfield from which a fleet of unknown, unmarked, unofficial stealth bombers can, at a moment's notice, drop 250,000 pounds of chemical weapons, including nerve gas or biological weapons, on the United States populace. Why? When I was hired, I was briefed on the mission of the facility. The mission was to prevent the spread of an infectious form of insanity known as the deluge. I'm telling you this because I've recently discovered that the deluge is bullshit. There is no deluge. The government has had this weird self-destruct program in place since the 1700s. I say government. But really, Groom Lake is, from what I have seen, a completely separate entity from the government, because no one in the government knows it's there. It is funded by the Federal Reserve. We are paid in cash and given special forms that say we are exempt from the IRS. The IRS and the Federal Reserve are in fact both private corporations that, like Area 51, has as much to do with the federal government as Federal Express. Our facilities manager, the guy who is in charge of repairs and construction, recently wanted to reroute some conduit, and in the process of demolishing some walls, a secret vault was discovered. This vault contained a library-like file archive that dated back to as far as 1710. There has been a secret organization that seems to have originally been privately funded and run by a branch of some militia that was originally from New York. Over the centuries, because they were so secretive, and because there was so much counter-espionage, and everything was based on handshakes and nods with little or no paper trail. This militia, having originally been formed to overthrow a potential future tyrannical government, had morphed and mutated, through centuries of backstabbing, misdirection, and paranoia, into an organization that seems to have no real direction, and yet possesses nearly infinite resources. Before I started working at Groom Lake, there had been programs to build stealth bombers that could drop chemical and biological weapons that were more advanced than anything the actual government had. I've seen them with my own eyes. They are real, and there are a few hundred of them, fueled and ready to go at the drop of a hat. I could understand the need for a secret stockpile of bio and chemical weapons. I could even understand the need to use them on the American people in some bizarre and unlikely disaster. But what I couldn't understand, and why I'm posting this, is why the alarm to initiate an all-or-nothing attack wasn't attached to anything. There is no computer, no phone line, no wireless modem, nothing. Every day we pass by the lights and sirens, praying that they would never go off. And now I've finally realized that they aren't wired to anything. I want the madness to stop. The exorbitant waste of hundreds of billions of dollars. The waste of talent. The waste of brilliant engineers and scientists. The constant threat of execution for treason. The circular hierarchy of men in sunglasses and black suits who do nothing but invent work out of thin air, who answer to no one and don't know what they are doing. At some point, those chuckleheads were going to do something that leads to a real cataclysm. They are always working on some new piece of tech, some new computer virus, some new genetically engineered germ, some new kind of delivery system. There is a lot of talk about a contract with soda bottling plants. So much stupidity and insanity. It's been going on forever and there is zero accountability. I can't report them to anyone. Not that anyone would believe me. I don't even know if they could legally put me in prison for what I'm telling you. At first, the pension plan sounded great. The healthcare coverage was total and absolute. The perks were also a lot of fun. We carry all kinds of nifty gadgets, some pretty mind-blowing apps on my iPhone. And then there's the pay. I was making 6 figures tax-free to drive a fucking forklift. It's not worth it anymore. I told my supervisor that those files we found would lead to some kind of mutiny. He told me there have been mutinies before. It's weird how this super secretive, ultra classified organization that isn't even part of our actual government or military has almost no secrets on the inside. There is nothing that is on a need to know basis. Everyone knows everything and everyone sees everything, which is the second most disturbing part about working for Area 51. Sure, some doors are locked, but sometimes they are just left wide open. Guys talking shop in the cafeteria like it's nothing. Hey Bob, we're getting really close to solving that overheating problem on the satellite death ray. How is the build on that virus that cancels everyone's credit cards going? My supervisor tells me that area one of the district managers bought the controlling shares of the company back in 1985, and then some random trespasser from one of the decoy entrances just walked onto the premises and shot him in the heart with a revolver. After they got rid of both bodies in a fucking bonfire in the middle of the lake, the power vacuum led to a change in management. But of course, the direction or mission of the company has always been the same. Just look busy. Ladies and gentlemen, you would not believe the utter incompetence of our managers. Most of the time, they have this serious stoic look on their face, like they have the weight of the whole world on their shoulders, typing away on a computer. But they are just going through the motions, just like everyone else in that place. One of my managers, I'm not really sure what his job exactly is, just sits in his office most of the time, typing up orders for me and the other drivers. But I also see him in the hangars micromanaging the guys doing the daily inspections on the bombers. Supposedly, he is the one who my supervisor answers to, but I've seen my supervisor giving him orders on many occasions, and the fucking guy gives a, "Yes, sir, right away, sir," like it's his first day. I'll call him Jeff. One day, Jeff gives me a clipboard of orders. I need to rotate some raw materials and boxes and bring some routine supplies onto the trucks that move the supplies to other parts of the facility. Then, in the middle of my shift, he's standing there in the warehouse, just looking like he has nothing to do, and fucking asks me what I'm doing and if I need any help. I nearly lost it.
I like it. A giant, self-sustaining organization that forgot its purpose long ago, and yet any employee there could probably end the world at the drop of a hat. I'm reminded of the story about the room full of monkeys in a room with a bunch of bananas on a ladder.
If I had to describe Area 51 in one word, it would be inefficient. It's like the whole purpose of the company is to produce inefficiency. They will spend $250,000 to do all kinds of background checks and investigations into a truck driver to make sure he's not a communist spy. I am not exaggerating. Only for him to fail a drug test after falling asleep at the wheel, when they could have gotten some kid in the army to do the same job for half the pay, and would have rather died than fail his mission. The way I was hired was also really unnerving. I made a profile on a job-finding website. I was already with a temp agency, but they came to my door anyway. The hiring officer shows up one afternoon and offers me a high-paying government job. Of course, I immediately quit the temp agency and took the opportunity. After I found out that there were no aliens that they knew of, they told me they spend $20,000 following me, studying my internet browsing habits, tapping me phones, going through my garbage, watching the shows I watched, and doing all the same to my mom, dad, and the rest of my immediate family. They even did background checks on every teacher I've ever had since kindergarten, just to make sure I wasn't some kind of potential double agent. Of course, they have an entire wing dedicated to researching potential employees with several dozen guys in offices and in the field, just to hire someone to drive a forklift, when they could just isolate the different departments from one another so that no one knows what they are working on except the higher-ups. But it became obvious after a few months why that couldn't work, because the higher-ups don't exist, and the managers are literally making it up as they go along. I'm telling you all this in hopes that there will be some kind of revolution. Of course, everyone I've ever tried to tell either blew it off as a joke, or me being crazy, or just ignored it out of fear that they would disappear. I didn't tell my best friend, who I've known since I was 8, that I was working at Area 51, but I did tell a total stranger at a diner once. I told him because he told me he had blown the whistle on a company that was illegally dumping toxic waste in China. The story he told me was harrowing. He told me that they went after his family. He told me he had to wear gloves everywhere he went for a while because when he changed his identity, they had started tracking him by his fingerprints. He told me that he couldn't tell me his new name because they might be listening through someone else's cell phone in the diner. When I told the guy my story, he first thought I was mentally ill, and that because he had told such an interesting story that I had somehow tricked myself into thinking I was part of it. He told me he used to work in a mental hospital and saw it happen before. A few weeks after that, I got in trouble with the managers. They held me in a room for hours with one of those one-way mirrors. It was like a movie. I thought they were going to interrogate me or just put a bullet in my brain. After a while, Jeff came in and said that I was going to be given a written warning. Another week later, my supervisor and I were talking about it, and apparently the guy I told was followed for a while, and then he committed himself to a mental hospital. I'll either have one of their outsourced goons somehow blow my house up and make it look like a gas leak or cut my brake line, or they'll send me to the unemployment line with a resume that says I worked at Area 51 for 4 years. Most likely, the manager won't know what to do with a guy who seems to have a death wish, yet knows more about the warehouse inventory better than anyone else. They might just give me a demotion or cut my pay. They aren't worried about anyone spilling the beans. A guy who works in the maintenance department spilled the beans a few years ago, before I started working there. He blabbed to every newspaper in Nevada, and he's still there, because no one believed him.
This whole monologue is extremely believable, at least in my eyes it is. What were you supposed to say if someone asked you what you did for a living?
That he works maintenance at a warehouse.
His name is Craig. I'll tell you his name because he seriously doesn't give a shit, nor do I anymore. Craig told me that the only one who would publish his story was a magazine, and they would only publish it in the weird and paranormal section, but only if they were allowed to change some of the details to make the story sound more exciting and less like the plot to that movie office space. He said that after he was finished cussing them out and realized the dial tone was ringing, he realized that the entire rigmarole about under penalty of treason, minimum 10 years in prison and a $1 million fine, classified under Article 19, Line 4, Subsection B, and all their scary paperwork, it was entirely unnecessary. I don't know who else to tell my story. I've told you the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I've told many people. I may be editorializing a tad bit here and there, but it is exactly as I have stated. You're the only ones who might have the wherewithal to show up on their doorstep with signs and masks. Hopefully you'll bring some guns and Molotov cocktails.
Be careful. There are plenty of spooks who hang out on 4chan. What you're suggesting, even as part of a story, could be taken the wrong way by certain people.
Dude, are you trying to get us killed? The best we could hope for is if we amassed a decent-sized militia with standard tech and weapons, and even then we would be utterly massacred. Plus, no one gives enough of a fuck to actually initiate such a ludicrous coup, myself included.
Get you killed? There is virtually no real danger to walking into Area 51 besides the rattlesnakes. The company hires a bunch of mall cops and dresses them in full soldier costumes. They probably couldn't hit the broadside of a barn.
I don't believe you, OP. Provide some kind of evidence, or else your story is no better than that of all the role-players.
What kind of evidence? Every day we board a plane at a regular commercial airport, but before that we go through a metal detector, a full body scan, and a pat-down for cameras and contraband. The plane lands in a nearby airfield, and then we take shuttle buses to the Groom Lake facilities where there is another layer of full body scans which are even more sophisticated to make sure we can't leave with anything. Not that much of the stuff from there would even be too out of the ordinary. We use commercial computers and commercial equipment. They don't buy any very exotic raw materials. Nothing at the company is very much out of the ordinary except for maybe the bugs, and it's too much of a risk to the public for me to sneak a sample of them out even if I could. They don't give us any special IDs or passes. The guards just know our faces. The body scans do the rest. Even before the body scans, I've been told by the more senior employees that their driver's license was sufficient identification.
OP's story just gained some legitimacy. The tinfoil hat crowd have been discussing for years the windowless planes that go to and from Area 51. They, of course, thought they were windowless to hide the aliens or some such nonsense. This is so absurd it wouldn't surprise me if it is true.
No special badges? Incorrect. Having made deliveries of flight manuals to the terminal. Yes, they outsource things like that. I've been there during crew change. Their badges are like paperback books hanging around their neck. Goddamn huge, and there are tons of them. Windowless? Also incorrect. It's a fairly standard 737, which, no surprise, includes windows. Hell, you can stand across the street and watch the workers get off the plane in full public view.
Those badges are for outsourced contractors. The regulars like me don't carry badges. and they are more so they can recognize one another, not to get on the plane. There are facial recognition cameras watching the gate and inside the plane and at the Area 51 facilities. Any badges would be superfluous, and I never said the planes were windowless. Maybe back in the 90s they were windowless, and before that they just flew in military planes, but we do indeed fly in regular commercial jets.
Paranormal supernatural is another thing. Also, what is so supernatural about a forklift operator from Area 51? What do you think nobody works there? Op, you should sneak in a smartphone and have the track location enabled. Have the software that connects its screen to your Mac, live stream. We all shit bricks as you go to Area 51. It sounds like you just went through a scanner, and you didn't mention any electronics allowed, and you mentioned there is no communication besides verbal and some writing. If they question your phone, say that Craig told you to bring one in for testing to see if it has software tracking capabilities for future projects.
I use an iPhone for work sometimes, actually, but it's just to call work or let them know if I'm running late. There are special programs and apps installed on it that allow me to call from anywhere in the world without it being able to be triangulated except by the security department at Groom Lake, but it has never really been necessary. Cell phone signals are scrambled at Groom Lake, so no chance of live stream, but our smartphones have to be left at the airport anyway. The entire facility is designed to prevent external surveillance. The body scans at the airport that are used for the employees of Groom Lake are way more invasive than the ones for regular travelers. They see into our internal organs and can detect metal objects smaller than the smallest camera. I couldn't even hide a camera inside my asshole. They even specifically detect components that resemble the components of a camera, so you can't even have a keychain spy cam without them knowing about it.
This is very interesting. Hey, OP, so who are the guys that come out with the truck and watch you if you get too close to Area 51?
Like I said earlier, they are just regular security guards. They aren't super elite soldiers. They aren't Jason Bourne clones. They don't have any more special training than the security guard that you see at your local mall. They have better equipment and wear plate body armor and carry fully automatic riffles. And they have cooler surveillance toys to play with. But they are just random guys. I've talked to a bunch of them, and they are all assholes who think they are super elite soldiers because they were chosen. But in reality, the newer ones were just selected at random by a computer. Quite a few have law enforcement and military experience, but again, so do a lot of security guards you see standing around in department stores.
Interesting. That makes them seem a lot less menacing. So would they just shoot you without warning if you got too close, or what?
I know the guards aren't really told to shoot on sight, even though there are warnings that say they will. Back in the day, the guards definitely would have shot someone for stepping over the line. But now, because of all the tourists, they will just yell at you and jab the barrel of their guns in your face. They will hood you, detain you in a special little jail they have near one of the decoy entrances, question you, scare you, and tell you they know where you live and all that jazz. But it's unlikely they will kill you. I've heard of tourists in the 90s at various times stepping past the beyond this point signs and the guards having to swoop in and act like gangsters. But the only time they've ever shot someone is when one guy walked right up to the shuttle bus lot. But that guy was legitimately crazy.
Anon, tell me what this pyramid thing is all about. It's right next to Area 51. Can't post pic because it's already on /x/somewhere.
Those pyramids are just big piles of dirt under which they store barrels of toxic waste. The waste is a result of the manufacturing process of the stealth skin on the planes. Aside from stockpiling biochemical weapons and stealth bombers, Groom Lake is also one of the largest dumping grounds for toxic waste. Strangely enough, there isn't a higher incidence of cancer than normal among workers. Up until the 90s, they used to burn the stuff, but the EPA raised a stink about it, so the management changed the policy. It's still stupid, though, because there are ways to treat toxic waste so that it isn't toxic anymore. Even though it's expensive, they have infinite money. But again, nothing about what they do at Area 51 makes sense.
What's with all the aliens surrounding this area? Do you laugh at documentaries and films about Area 51? Why is no one allowed past certain points if there is nothing to hide aside from weapons and aircrafts?
I don't laugh at those documentaries. I haven't really paid any attention to them. I know the popular theory is that there are flying saucers at Area 51, but I know that's just based on the Roswell incident. Most of the stories about the Roswell incident are pure bullshit. I think anyone who does any serious research into it will find that the incident was a total hoax. A guy found a radar-reflective balloon target and knew it was just a balloon target, but wanted some attention, so he claimed it was wreckage from a crashed flying saucer. Of course, journalists back in those days had absolutely no integrity and exaggerated even more of the details. Now it's just a tourism gimmick, though it is pretty funny seeing satellite photos of Groom Lake on the internet.
Tell us more, OP. Besides jets, what else is there tech-wise?
I've told you all the most interesting stuff there is. There are planes in Hangar 30 that haven't been maintained since the late 60s because they are obsolete, but the management has no place to put them. They were supposed to carry nukes that would have been dropped on American soil, but the company never made any atomic weapons. There are projects in the works to put satellites in space that could punch holes in the Van Allen belt and allow unfiltered solar radiation through to fry the communications infrastructure and kill thousands of people. Otherwise, it's just like any industrial tech manufacturing and research plant. The number of people who work there is in the thousands, I think. And there are thousands more workers that the company outsources who work from home. There are a few supercomputers that run an automated fabrication assembly line of robot arms. Then there's the germ bomb lab, which is the only place that requires any special clearance, which is basically just a key fob for people who have been trained on safety and hazards.
So they don't maintain them, but they inspect them. Also, you said that they'd be fueled and ready to go at a moment's notice to kill millions of Americans. How is that possible if they're not maintained?
No, there is a separate hangar with a few dozen planes from the 60s that are obsolete. It's sort of like an aviation museum. They don't maintain or inspect those planes. They just keep those bombers there because they have no place to put them, so they just built new hangars. Now and then they store other items in that hangar, so the planes might be moved around and some rust will flake off. There are hundreds of other planes in different hangars underground that are ready to stem the deluge, which will never happen. Hundreds of billions of dollars to prevent something that won't ever happen. And even if it did happen, there is no real functioning alert system to get the pilots into the planes. I guess that now that they know the alarms are basically just for show, they will just say they need to be fixed or something ridiculous like they usually say.
I hope that you enjoyed tonight's broadcast. If you enjoyed tonight's story, then please subscribe to the channel as more green texts will appear daily. A new broadcast will appear when the clock strikes midnight Central Time.
Remember to check the Odyssey and Rumble pages for separate archives of previous broadcasts.
Here's where we go off into the deep end, but I'm just going to say this. Has there been the possibility of an infiltration by some of them into our world? I think the answer is yes. Has to be considered as possible. You'd be a fool to pretend that it's impossible. And so then what you look for is, what evidence could be used to support this? And the only evidence that I could use to support it is the research of various UFO researchers who have collected their own stories of interaction with human-looking non-humans. There's a lot of those. I've encountered a few of them myself from people. They're quite compelling. I do think that there's an element.
Just a moment. You've encountered a few.
I've spoken
human-looking aliens.
Not me personally. I've interviewed a number of people who were quite credible to me. One was a retired U.S. Air Force colonel with a PhD who had a hell of an experience. I've talked about it from time. I can mention it here. I spoke to a woman who actually I liked her story even more. Housewife from Western Pennsylvania. I met her 15 years ago at a conference. She came up to my table. I was selling some books, with her husband. And she said, I just want to tell you this crazy story that happened to me in 1965 when I was 15 years old. So I said, all right, go. So she was in church with her mother in this tiny little town in Western Pennsylvania, where she said everyone knew everyone, especially in church, she said. And so she's with her mom, and she said this couple walked in to sat in front of her. She said they were like supermodels. They were absolute male, female. She said they were just like gorgeous Hollywood, blonde. She said they had this most perfect blue clothing that she had ever seen. And she, I think, even implied, like, as a 15-year-old girl, I was kind of obsessed with fashion, you know, all of that. But she's studying the fabric of what they were wearing. She said it was the most amazing, like, they were the most amazing spectacle in this church. And she said, I was shocked that no one was looking at them. She said, I was mesmerized by them. I couldn't take my eyes off them. And they seemed like they didn't quite fit in. And then she said to me, and that's when I could hear them in my mind. I said, well, what do you mean? She said, well, I could hear them thinking to each other. They weren't talking. I could hear them thinking. I said, well, what were they thinking? She said, well, it was kind of like one was saying to the other, well, we appear to be fitting in pretty well here. And then the other one said, yes, except for the girl behind us who can hear us. This is what she said to me. And I'll pause and I'll just say, this woman was eminently believable to me. It's absolutely credible. So to continue, she hears this telepathically, I guess. And she was kind of shocked. Who wouldn't be? And she said, at that point, though, I didn't hear anything else from them. So it was as if they knew this security breach and they shut it down. So they go through the rest of church. This is a Catholic mass, by the way. And she was almost amused by the fact that they didn't seem to know how to act within a Catholic mass. I grew up going to Catholic mass, so sit, kneel, do the sign of the cross, get up, you do all these different things, all these motions. They were looking around to try to do it right. So anyway, mass ends finally, and she's fascinated by them, of course. And they get up and they're out of the church immediately. They jump ahead of the crowd and they're gone. And she gets into her mind that she is going to follow them. So her mother was sitting next to her, oblivious to the whole scenario. The young woman who's telling me the story gets up and she works her way through the crowd. Her mother is yelling, get back here, young lady. Where do you think you're going? What are you doing? What's going on? And the girl just goes. So she gets to the front of the church and she sees the couple. And they've walked across this big parking lot and they're going over this little crest of a hill. And she scoots across the parking lot. She gets to the top of the hill. She sees them. They're walking down this field toward a wooded area. And she starts down after them. And then she stops dead in her tracks because she sees a third person. This is crazy. But I swear to you, this is what she said to me.
Some people think that the government has cracked anti-gravity. It's just not made public. I don't know if this has occurred, but something that I do know has been discovered is called MOSH. MOSH is a venture by Maria Shriver and Patrick Schwarzenegger, which is at the forefront of blending nutrition with a mission to foster brain health awareness. They have 6 mouth-watering flavors, which gives a taste for just about every palate, plus a selection of plant-based options for those preferring vegan nutrition. I've personally found the chocolate sea salt flavor to be a delightful addition to my day, especially after working out. In fact, here's me biting into MOSH for the first time.
How's the flavor?
It's great. If you want to fuel your brain and your body, MOSH bars are the perfect choice for you. Head to moshlife.com/TOE to save 20% off, plus free shipping on either the Best Sellers Trial Pack or the new Plant-Based Trial Pack. That's 20% off plus free shipping on either the Best Sellers or the Plant-Based Trial Pack at moshlife.com/toe. Thank you, Mosh, for sponsoring this video.
So there's a man standing at the edge of the woods. She said, do you remember the character Lurch from the Addams Family TV show? Tall, black suit. She said he looked kind of like that guy. He looked like Lurch. Very tall, and it intimidated her, it frightened her.
And where did this person appear from?
From the edge of the woods. He was waiting for this couple that was walking to him. The couple that was in church. They're walking across the field toward this guy, according to the woman. They walk into the woods with the guy. He turns, he walks into the woods with them. And that's the end of her story. That was the whole thing. So it's a crazy thing. It's like, who are these people? Who is Lurch over there? What was this? It's very bizarre. It seems like you've got this group of blonde, blue-eyed, Pleiadian-looking, I'm not saying they were from the Pleiades, but these individuals that were very unusual, that appear to have a telepathic capability, and they're going into the church for some unknown reason. They didn't drive there in a car. They're coming through these woods. What's that all about? I got a similar story from a retired colonel, and I'll make this very brief, but basically the same type of story. He told this to me with his wife, who was present. They were at a Las Vegas casino hotel when this happened. They were with a third friend, and they see this woman that they are convinced was telepathic and an alien. And the reason was the friend that they were with, apparently, according to this colonel, was a psychic, a friend of theirs. Who knows what that means? But the psychic stopped and she said to the colonel, that woman there is not, she's not like us. And the woman was this absolutely drop-dead, beautiful blonde woman in a blue outfit. Of course, it's Las Vegas, and you're going to get that in Las Vegas. But nonetheless, that's what this psychic said. So the psychic and the wife went down an escalator to get away. They were nervous. The colonel stood behind, and he's observing the woman. And he said to me, she was maybe 50 feet away. He said, like she turned slightly toward him, and he heard her in his mind, he said to me. Just like what this other woman said. He heard this woman in his mind, and the woman almost sounded like a police officer on the beat, essentially, nothing to see here, go about your business, this is not anything for you. Like, that's what he heard, and it startled him. He's thinking, what's this all about? And then at that moment, this equally beautiful man, blonde hair, blue, maybe they were in Cirque du Soleil, who knows, really, but he is conferring with her. He can't hear them. They then walk toward the escalator where he's standing. And he's thinking, good, I'm going to confront them. I'm going to say something. And they walk right by him. He says nothing. And then he follows them down the escalator. This is actually hilarious because as they're going down the escalator, the wife interrupted his story to me. And she says, oh my God, my friend and I were hiding behind a slot machine, peeking behind a slot machine, watching these two. That is a comical element to this. So it was good, though, that she was there to kind of corroborate this story, you know? Anyway, the couple gets down to the bottom of the escalator, and they just walk off unmolested. They go about their business. That's the end of them. But what's weird is that the three of them are talking about this afterward. And the psychic friend apparently also did some kind of hypnotherapy, regression, who knows? Like, there's a lot of people who will do that. And she says to the colonel, I could regress you, and maybe you can remember better what some of the things that you may have heard. I think that's what they were getting into. And he goes to do this with her, and when he does the regression, this is a couple of days later, every time she's trying to regress him, they hear construction noise outside the house, jackhammers and noise. They go actually to check, and there's nothing there. So they give up. He says, look, I'll be back in town next month. Maybe we can do it then. So he calls a month later and says, hey, I'm going to be around. Let's try that regression again. The friend says, what regression? He says, the regression that we did last month. Don't you remember? According to what he said, and the wife, she had no memory of that. So she had no memory of the event. So somehow in the subsequent month, her memory had been tampered with by some unknown group. I think that's a pretty crazy story, but I had no problem believing this colonel who told me this, and his wife, who was there to corroborate critical parts of it. So what is that? What are these people? Who are they? Are they just regular human beings who've just got gnarly powers and they can get inside your head? Well, maybe. Or maybe there's something else going on. Maybe there's a faction of beings that are just very quietly hanging out here for whatever purpose. I tend to think that that is true. I don't think they all look human. I think that there are definitely beings that do not look human. And I think that as far as what's the general scenario, I've been taking a long time to get to that, and I apologize. But I think that we are, and our planet, are subject of great, great interest right now. I do think there's probably a lot of life in the universe, but I still maintain I think planets like our own are quite special and unique and not a dime a dozen. And when you have, we don't just have life here, we have complex, incredible life that's everywhere. We are exploding with all kinds of genetic diversity. So that's got to be of interest. And then where we are as a species are of interest. Where are they coming from? Are they coming from another planet or another dimension? Are they physical or are they spiritual? I'm going to say I think that they are physical. They may have an ability to manipulate what we would consider dimensions. And I think that's where the interdimensional aspect probably comes in. I don't know that I would call them the ones who are landing in craft, the ones who are entering oceans or coming out of oceans or coming in from an altitude of 200,000 feet down to land on the ground, tracked on radar. I don't think that they're spiritual entities. I think they're physical. And they come from somewhere. I assume they come from another world. That they're quite advanced. And figuring out the agenda is really very, very important. And I don't know that I've got all the answers to what the agendas are. Are they benign or are they malevolent? I think it's a real fallacy to say that a species that is inherently much more technologically advanced is inherently more ethical than ours. I mean, a lot of the New Age community, I think, seems to believe this, that these ETs are all ethical. And
why do you think that is? Why do you think they believe that?
They're naive. They're just very naive. They're idealists. They don't know any better. I mean, that's really what I believe. I think it's really pretty simple. There's a lot of naivete in our society about this. Now, I'm not saying that these other aliens haven't figured out a way to manage their society in a way that they can prevent themselves from destroying themselves. They probably do that through some form of totalitarian control, though. Hive mind, that seems to me the most logical way that they would do it. You have to control. But, I mean, look, if they come from another planet, you have to assume a few things. That they, like us, became the apex predators of their world. They would have forward-facing binocular predatory vision. They are used to manipulating the environment. They were, to get to the point of being the top species on their planet, that meant that they had to subjugate other species to do their work for them, which is what we do. We subjugate plants, we subjugate animals, we make them work for us. We take it all for granted, but we wouldn't be able to do what we do without controlling all the other species of the planet. And so they must have done the same thing. And they must have gone through a period of extreme violence to do so, which is what we've done. We've only succeeded because we're violent. That's what they must have done. Now, maybe they're not as outwardly violent anymore, but that doesn't mean they're not used to getting their own way. I'm sure they're used to getting their own way.